panicked. Are we
Hey everyone, welcome to J is for Justice. You've got Jay and Dre here tonight. What's up, Dre?
Hey everybody.
We are back for our second round. Hopefully I don't sound like a robot this time. Can you guys let me know how my audio is? What up, Bubba? Look at Richard H in the house.
Hey Richard.
Richard
and Tamra.
I'm not seeing any chat moving yet. Oh, Claire says great. Oh, Richard, you just had to go and start your stuff, didn't you? Richard H. It's okay. You can think Kim's full of shit. I'm not here to say you should think one way or another. Hey F-bomb mom. You could have left Richard, but that's all right. What's up, Dre? So what's going on? What's the latest and greatest at Chris Watts Cadlegate?
I have been reading some buzz online that the book isn't even on the shelves yet. And there's been a lot of buzz going on about a possible plagiarism again from someone's dream or something.
Yeah. So yeah, I got like this text from Kim the other night and she's like, call in my show. This is crazy. And she was talking to a woman named Sarah from the UK who had a dream. And she passed this dream on to Cheryl and Cadle. And then AD went live last week, or not last week, a couple days ago, and he had this information from Cadle that she wanted him to read, right? Saying this was Chris's words, and that it was too sensitive of information for her, right? So she asked him to read it. So he read it and he was shook. Like he had no idea that this actually came from a dream. He thought this was what Chris Watts told her. So he reads this and he has a hard time getting through it. He's upset. He can tell his viewers are going to be upset. I mean, honestly, I'm the last one to advocate for AD, but he truly seemed to me like he did not know.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think this was a plan between him and Cadle.
I don't think he would just go out on a live like that.
Right.
Yeah,
and I mean,
not his style.
Not like that. No. Not with that kind of information. Like he's, of course, had click titles.
Yeah.
But as far as I've never seen him do anything like.
No, neither have I. Not
what
to
she's
that
held
caliber.
Back from the first book. What?
You're echoing, girl. What was the last sentence?
What?
Can you hear me? I heard you say something about Cadle.
What do you mean I'm echoing? What does that mean?
It was like part of you was talking, and then it was like dragging your voice out. But say your last sentence. Say your last sentence. About Cadle.
You know what? I'm going to try something else.
Okay. Hold on, guys. We have a technical issue, but we will be right back. We're still staying in the live. Hold on. Hey, Sheehan. Welcome, Weezer. Jay will be back momentarily. We're just trying to fix some audio. Hey, Spacebound. in the glamorous life. Can anyone tell Cadle to stop booking? Yes, Perla Hernandez, yes. I'm kind of confused why she would reattempt to do this yet again, but it is interesting to see all the noise that's coming out of it now. Hey, Shell. Keep it 100. Oh, let's see. I think I got Jay in here. Hello, hello. Hello, Jay. Hey, Megan. Thanks, Angela. I'm on my new mic. Got it a couple months ago. New toilet paper if you're low. Shell. Yeah, Spacebound. That was a new one for me about saying Bella was alive. That one was totally new to me. I had never heard that.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? I can hear you.
You know, I can. Am I any better now?
Yeah, you're perfect.
Okay, good. So I'm not robotic, nothing like that.
No, we were just over here shooting the shit.
Okay. All right. So if I sound good, then I guess let's go. Let's keep going. So where did I leave off?
You were saying something about how you didn't feel the AD would do something that malicious on his channel.
Yes. I thought it was really clear that he clearly did not know, and it was not like some kind of a setup.
Yeah.
So fast forward after that, Kim went live the same night AD did, and Sarah actually called in. Now Sarah is the one who had the dream and passed the dream on to Cadle. So, okay, so Cadle's now saying, according to Apple Tart, that dream oil tank story is not in the book. So,
but why do that to AD?
Well, right. I don't understand what that was all about. So, in this dream, Bella walked up the stairs with her father while he was carrying Cece, and he killed her up on the platform. Okay.
Oh my God.
That's what Cadle had AD read aloud. Now, whether or not she wanted to make AD look bad or whatever, who does that to families?
Yeah, that's the biggest
Are
one.
you flipping kidding me? I mean, the dream was horrific. So this Sarah, she's had dreams in the past like this. She had a dream the day before 9/11. She like keeps a dream journal because she's had so many dreams that have actually come true.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so her dreams are very vivid, and she actually passed this on to Cadle because she was so disturbed by it, you know. And she messaged Cadle on Facebook because she was in a group. She was in the group for the book.
Okay.
And she messaged Cadle on Facebook and told her that she had had this dream, blah, 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 blah. Cadle then kindly asked her to please take it to email and to type out everything in detail in an email because she has an easier time digesting it and analyzing, like, you know, taking it all in, comprehending it.
Yeah.
So she complied and put this in a detailed email to Cadle. Well, subsequently, she was kicked out of Cadle's group for no reason. And she's been totally cut off. Like, she has not had any communication with Cadle. But she does have all of the messages and proof. So she comes with receipts that she did, in fact, send this dream to her. So now I'm hearing that, okay, it's not in the book. But the book has not been released.
It's not even on Amazon, is it? Like, even
no,
like a pre-buy?
And crazily, someone called Barnes and Noble to ask about it, and they said that it was not even in their pending list or whatever.
Like inventory, like inbound stuff
Yes,
they're
like
gonna
a
get.
pre-release or anything like that. Like nothing. So yeah, pretty funny. I just can't believe, honestly, that this woman even has the balls to show her face in the public on YouTube
After
after
the
the first one.
first time. Yeah.
I mean, what is that?
That's bad. And the book's not even out yet, right? Like it's in delayment, right?
So she says, due to COVID, which is a great excuse right now.
Oh yeah.
Due to COVID, her publisher has been behind, and the book will be released shortly. But it's just like the last time. It's like she wants people waiting and anticipating so they'll buy it.
Mm-mm. That's wrong, man.
And let's not forget that Cadle originally came to Chris under the guise of religion. I want to hear your testimony. All of that stuff.
Like he could confide in her because she's a good Christian. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And then as she built the trust, she wanted stories. What happened? And, it was interesting because Kim did share a story about Chris where she said, he's written to people just like, casually. And after a few months, he actually had one person that he was writing with that said, okay, so you've been talking to me for a few months now, and like you haven't said anything about the case. Like you're not opening up with me at all. So it's like these people, they get frustrated because they want to gain his trust, and then they want to know. They think he's gonna give them the answers that we've all been wanting,
Yeah.
So they get frustrated with him. So here's Cadle, who weaseled her way in, saying, I'm all about writing a book about you and how you found God and what your purpose is and yada yada yada. But in exchange, you need to tell me like what happened.
And now
Right?
it's like a whole mess.
And then she made this
A year
book.
later.
She publishes the first book. She puts no photocopies of any letters from Chris. Not one. It's all typed out.
So it's all facade. It's all fake. Like because I remember
there's a lot of facades that are
Yeah.
out in the universe right now.
I remember
Lots of
last
them.
year, you and Melissa B had went live about the book coming out. And I was actually really intrigued. I remember there was other channels talking. There was a lot of buzz about this book. And this would be the first time we would really get to hear from Watts since his confession in 2019, since his March, his interview in March of 2019.
Uh-huh.
So everybody was like super intrigued. And then the PDF was leaked. And then everybody was starting to see like, oh, the letters aren't even in there. It's typed. Like it became a bust before it even dropped. And then it's found out that she plagiarized a really good true crime author or something like that.
Oh, yeah. Not only that, but a true crime author who happens to be an attorney.
Yeah. See,
how stupid and careless can you be?
Yeah. You know what I mean? Maybe do a true crime author that wrote maybe 100 years ago. But
right? I
don't
mean, like, at
That's
least
bad.
research the person you're plagiarizing. And
Right?
if they're a lawyer, don't do it.
Mm-mm. That's bad.
So do we know what's the name of the new book?
I think it's called The Watts Family Murders.
Is it Letters from Christopher, the Tragic Confessions of the Watts Family Murders and More? Or is that the old one?
I think it's the old one. Let me see.
Oh, okay, my bad.
Let me see if she's
Part
got
2. I mean, yeah, the reason I know that most of you have heard about this already, but I did want to get it out there on my channel just in case you didn't see Kim's video or you haven't seen anybody else's video that's, putting this truth out there. Everybody needs to know.
Well, and I do think that people were wanting to know what you thought of it too, because you guys were excited about the book coming out. You know what I mean? And I'm like, wait, there's a book coming out? You know what I mean? Like,
yeah. So yes, exactly. So I have this that I want to share. Let me see if I can share screen.
Okay. So the book's going to be called The Murders of Christopher Watts.
Oh, for Christ's sake. She's still sticking with that Christopher crap.
Mm-hmm. Christopher.
Letters from Christopher. Okay. This is what I wanted to share and go over with you guys. This is so interesting because now that we know, like, this interview was done. Can y'all see it?
Now they should, I think.
And more? Cheryl. I thought that's what it was.
Nurse Tara cracks me up. It should be called Three Ring Circus.
Okay, you guys should see my screen now. Okay. So this was an interview that Dorrance Publishing did with Cheryl and Cadle when she released the letters from Christopher. Now, I think this was done prior to the release of the book, but if you can see it, Dre.
Yeah, I can see it.
I would like to kind of role play this interview with you.
Okay.
And I want everybody to kind of pay attention to her answers, because now looking back in hindsight, knowing that she plagiarized and lied and manipulated, it's so crazy to see this woman's true character. So go ahead, Dorrance Publishing.
Okay.
I'm Sherilyn Cadle. Ask me whatever you want.
Okay, let me pull my nerd voice out. Okay. Describe your book in 10 words or less.
No, you got to start at the top.
Wait, isn't that the top?
Talking about? No.
Describe your book in 10 words or less.
No, what made you want to write your book?
Oh, you have to say a true crime book with true details.
I didn't even see that one.
Girl, scroll up.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh,
okay, let me read that
again. Could you ask me that again, please?
Cadle, yes, ma'am. Hold on now. Okay. Describe your book in 10 words or less.
A true crime book with true details.
What made you want to write? Wait, what? What made you want to write your book?
I saw the story on TV and I felt I wanted to get into his mind because what he was saying made no sense. I felt called to find out the truth of what and why Christopher Watts could have done this heinous crime to his wife and children. After going to the prison myself, I felt I got into the mind of a killer. It was important to me to hear his own words and the darkness that surrounded him. Why he murdered his little girls and made the decision to put them in separate oil batteries. Innocent little souls that did nothing to deserve their father's sick mind. Why would he murder his pregnant wife? Before this night, Shanann and the girls thought they were living a happy life.
Now tell me, Mrs. Cadle, how long did it take you to write your book?
Oh, well, it took me about 8 months to write the book. There were many long days and late nights, visits with the killer himself, close to 100 phone calls, and thousands of words and letters he wrote himself.
What did you learn while writing this book?
I learned that there are very common characteristics in sociopaths. He comes across as this nice, helpful next-door neighbor, but his mind was filled with evil plans to kill his family that no one else knew. He harbored these plans as he was having a sordid affair, an affair that he later blamed on being the basis for why he needed to clear his life and the very people who loved him the most.
What do you do when you have writer's block?
I loved this question. When I hit writing blocks, I would close the computer and do some things that are therapeutic for me. Get a massage, go to Starbucks, meditate, manipulate, take a walk in nature. And after that, I'd come back to the letters and reflect on the things he told me. I was able to continue to write. There was so much that needed to be told.
I crack up to that because it's like, I like long walks on the beach and I like...
Unbelievable.
Okay. What was the most challenging part to write and why?
Definitely hearing the horrific details of the murders from the murderer himself was difficult. Hearing how he took his baby girls and so coldly put them in those oil batteries. It was hard visiting a murderer and having to be thoughtful and kind to someone who later sought attention and enjoyed becoming famous.
Okay. These are some really weird questions to ask an author, but
Right.
If you were stuck on an island and had to have one person from each category with you, who would they be and why?
Oh, one character person from any book. Ronald Reagan. Smart man. I would have loved to hear his wisdom. Most of all, what caused him to make some of his decisions. To talk to him about how he handled people making false judgments of him and how he handled it so it didn't affect him. You're supposed to ask me one film
Oh,
TV character.
okay. Sorry. I'm
Come on, Dorrance.
one film TV character.
Meryl Streep. I'd like to talk to her about how she could make Sophie's Choice, knowing so many people had to make those decisions in real life.
One famous person, living or dead.
Truman Capote. Is that how you say it? Capote? Or
Capote.
Anne Rule. Because I would love to hear how they went about writing the stories they did. Oh, I'm sure she would love to know how they wrote the stories since they didn't plagiarize.
Who was the author that she plagiarized? Wasn't it Anne Rule or no?
No, it was Anne Howard.
Oh, okay. I knew it was an Anne name.
It was Anne Howard.
Okay.
How they got into the heads of murderers, and is there a common way for them to do this? So she just wrote a book about a murderer, but she has no freaking clue. She's saying, I'd like to know how they went about doing it and how they got into the heads. Like, you're just saying that you did. Okay.
Yeah.
Anyways.
Exactly. Okay. Besides writing, what are your other interests?
Oh, golfing, lifting weights, reading, anything nature, traveling. These are all therapeutic things. Nothing more refreshing than taking a walk in nature or riding a bike down a path in the woods after hanging up with a victim's family and lying to them.
Yes. Yes. And lying to the public about when my book's going to be dropped. But all right. Do you keep a journal?
I do keep a journal. However, some days it's hard to have the time to journal.
How do you celebrate the publishing of your book?
Oh, I haven't celebrated yet. I plan on having a book party, though, but the book took such a leap out of the gate that it is hard to pin down a time to celebrate. This is hysterical, isn't it?
This is good. Okay. What did the subjects of the book think of it?
Oh, Christopher was happy until he saw it all in print. And with the problems from his family, it's hard for him. He always does what he's told. She knows that, right?
Mm-hmm.
He was conditioned to do just that. His mother didn't want the book because it was admitting what she has fought against from the beginning, saying he couldn't have killed his girls. So he was upset with the final product, even after being aware of the book's content all along. Ha! Makes no sense, does it?
Oh my God. Okay. What did you enjoy most about working with Dorrance Publishing?
Oh, Dorrance pretty much lets me publish whatever I want. No, Dorrance was quick and professional. They always return calls. I felt my cover captured the essence of what had happened. They made publishing a book very easy.
I like that one. They made it very easy.
Very.
5 favorite books of all time and go.
I'm hot on your scent. Gone with the Wind, In Cold Blood, Happy Face, Small Sacrifices, Dr. Death, Life of a Serial Killer. These are all my favorite reads. I like the authors as well.
One sentence of advice for other writers.
This is the profound statement from Sherilyn Cadle, you guys. If you take away anything from Sherilyn Cadle, this is it. Stay out of the spotlight until the book is released. Not feel like I had to do it so quickly. I also wish I had printed pictures and the letters Christopher had given me.
Wow.
Really? He asked for one sentence. She gave 2. But stay out of the spotlight until the book is released. I don't think you have to stay out of the spotlight, Sherilyn. You just don't be shady.
Yeah. And like Brunch Mom said, maybe do not copyright.
Do not copyright. Rule number, yeah.
That's a huge one.
Yeah. Don't plagiarize. Exactly. So it just was humorous to see that little interview with her, I thought, after, looking at it in hindsight, now that we know.
Yeah.
What a farce the whole thing was.
Well, and Shedin Delp made a very, very, very good point. Notice
Who
she
did?
didn't mention Shedin.
Oh, okay, yeah.
They made a really good point. They said, notice she didn't mention the Bible.
She didn't mention religion at all.
At all.
Good catch. You're right. She didn't.
Yeah.
She wanted to come across as if she was a true crime writer on the Dorrance, according to Dorrance, right? Like,
Yeah.
on their website, she would be a true crime. Because I think that's what ended up happening was it was supposed to be published under another category, and I can't remember what it was. Like, it wasn't true crime. It was supposed to be like, oh God, like, I don't want to say inspirational, but something stupid like that, or under religion or something like that.
Yeah.
But then when it was released, the Watts didn't know that she was publishing it under the true crime genre or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
That was like their first kind of like, wow, this turned into a true crime book. Like, this isn't what she said it was going to be. And whether you hate the Watts or not hate the Watts, but hate Chris, I mean, and you don't agree with his family and their support of their son, I mean, think about what she did, though. That doesn't make what Cadle did any less vile. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just because it was done to the Watts. I mean, what if it was done to, Anthony Tote's family, for example? I mean, we're not emotionally invested in the Tote case, right?
No.
So we would be like, what the hell? Why is she saying she's Christian? You know what I mean? Like, we would look at it through a different set of glasses, I think.
Well, when the first book tanked, I was really shocked to hear that this woman was like, I'm really religious. And, I was kind of wondering how she got in, on his visitation list. And her and her husband didn't they visit him as well? Her and her husband did? Like, I was shocked by that. Cadle.
Oh, yeah, she went and visited him in person. Mm-hmm.
And it's like you're using religion to get a way in to write a book. And I mean, I get it. People will go to the depths, you know what I mean, to get a good story. But it was like, it was all a facade. There was lies. There was no real letters.
Horrible. But Sam Bada, he cracks me up. Sam, thank you so much for coming back time and time again, because you add such an edge to my stream that I appreciate you. So Sam says she writes to get dough for her daily Walmart trip to empty its shelves of 100% GMO food with ingredients she requires, including hormone-infested dairy and high fructose corn syrup and soy lecithin.
Oh my God.
Sam, seriously, I love it.
And there's a lot of truth to it. There is truth to that,
so
though.
It is.
Some truth.
I mean, Sam, you speak truth, man. People don't like to hear it, but I absolutely appreciate you. So
I do too.
Okay,
so 12-Step Woman said, can I ask a question, please? This is my first time here in this forum commenting, and I'm confused.
Why are you confused?
Welcome.
Yes, Cheryl T. She said Cadle. She said Cadle is even more vile because both families are victims. Shameful.
Yes.
You can pin comments on StreamYard if you hover your mouse over. You can pin that.
Oh, I did it.
Yeah.
Look,
mm-hmm.
I did
Isn't that
it.
cool?
I didn't know how y'all did that back here.
You're in the backstage now. Come on. See, I love it. Okay. Sam, I asked you in another stream. I don't know if you heard me or if you answered me, but I would love to have you come on as a guest, like on a planned panel discussion.
Yes.
If she was such a Christian, wouldn't the Bible be the first book you mentioned as a favorite? Oh,
yes. Sheehan has got some good truth.
Yeah, Sheehan is speaking truth.
Yes.
Too bad what's blurry.
Too bad it's blurry. What is that? What's blurry?
I don't know. Sam, are you sure you aren't psychic? Okay, wait. 12-Step Woman says, I am going to be transparent from very start.
Okay.
Okay, go for it, 12-Step. Hi, Stacy wants to know, have you asked Cadle for an interview? Absolutely not.
Mm-mm. Not now.
No.
No,
Why would I
definitely.
give her a platform to lie?
Right? We like transparency here, whether it's good, bad, or the ugly.
Yeah, well, I think we're about to get it from 12 step. I'm almost afraid. I'm kind of bracing.
Bracing for impact.
Yeah. All right, I'm holding on. Give it to me. 12 step, 2 step,
3-step vote.
4.
I want to make sure I am in the correct.
Sandy, I'm so happy. She said, if you could hear my laughter, it was a difficult day, so this is great.
Oh, yes. It's always fun here at J for J, y'all.
It really is.
It is. I'm kind of confused by her in the correct place. I don't get what that means.
Where are you looking to be, sweetheart?
I can't.
Is you lost?
I'm so
Devil Mike says, I'm not going to be transparent. I'm going to say whatever sounds best. Typical male. Look at everybody. 12 step. Just say it. Spit it out, dude. Oh my gosh. Apple Tart. Where are you? Where are you that there's a snowstorm?
Ooh.
Oh my God. Is that what Kim calls her? Copycat Cato clusterfuck?
I don't. Okay, wait, what? Okay, hold on.
I are funny. Okay.
I don't get it.
Wait.
I'm so confused.
This is the place where the truth is sold. Is told. Oh my gosh. Okay, Angela Gellerson. Did you see my message in your email? Angela, when did you send it? Nor'easter.
We got a nor'easter. I did hear that on TV today that the northeastern states are getting prepared for a pretty good storm.
Look at Florida bass fishing. Miami, Florida, cold front came through and dropped to 82 degrees.
That's time to pull out the jackets and the coats.
Yeah. I'm so glad I'm not getting a snowstorm right now. Oh my gosh.
Yeah, we got a little mini storm the other night.
Ooh, I know I saw on the news. Actually, their YouTube was live in Denver, like the news, and they had like a live cam on the freeway. I was like, ew. I mean, it looked so pretty. Don't get me wrong, like the mountains and like the snow. I was like, oh God, I wouldn't want to be driving in that though.
It's weird. They actually shut 70 down and it wasn't too bad out here. Like Steve drove on 70 and he was like, it's not bad. And then he literally had to turn around and take a back road home because they shut it down.
Yo, these people are getting 18 to 20 inches tonight.
Ooh.
That's no joke.
That's not, yeah, that's scary.
Oh my God, Cheryl. Cheryl and Sam. She says, Sam, so glad to have you in here with us. But I have to ask, are you secretly Chad Daybell? Sorry, I just had to.
I love Auntie Cheryl. She
so
cracks
funny.
me up.
Apple Tart, where are you coming to Florida?
So I all didn't validate who two ladies are talking are.
Okay, well, I'm Jay.
And I'm Dre. And you're on J is for Justice.
There you go. You're in the right spot, I think. Oh, God. Florida bass fishing. I lived in Michigan my entire life. That's like the Frederick clip. Sam, I love you. I-70 was shut down because a semi-truck couldn't go up the hill. Wow.
See, we don't live on that part of 70, though. We're like out east. We don't have no hills. We on the plains.
Apple Tart's going to Bonita Springs.
Ooh, Bonita Springs is beautiful.
You're gonna love it. It's beautiful right now. It's just so comfortable. Humidity's down. It's 70s. Just perfect.
Man, one day I'll get to go out there after this COVID ordeal.
I know you've never been to Florida. Isn't that crazy? This girl has been to Germany, Italy. Where else? What other countries have you been to?
France, Sicily. I got to go to the island of Sicily. I've been to Portugal. You know, it's funny. I've never been to New York. What up, Shane? I've never been to New York. And I've never
I know, we want to go visit Shane for sure.
Yes, and I've never been to Florida.
So you've never seen the ocean?
Well, I've flown over it, and well, I did live in
Well, I
Georgia.
mean, like the coast, I guess, in the United States.
Well, I went to Savannah,
Mm.
but I was so little, I don't really remember it.
Oh, okay. So as an
Yeah.
adult, yeah, you've definitely got to come down.
Yes.
I mean, shoot, people aren't even waiting because Florida never really shut down, and our governor is getting a lot of flack for that now. They're
I love
saying
y'all's
that,
governor.
you know, he made it worse by not shutting us down more, but you know, whatever your view is, he did make a blanket like executive order over the whole state because different counties were doing different things like fining people if they weren't wearing masks. So he made like a blanket executive order across the whole state that no one can be fined. So he like overrode all the counties.
Wow, that's awesome. I love your guys's. It's DeSantis, right?
Really,
Is y'all?
yeah. And you know what? I wasn't
Yes.
impressed with him before COVID. I wasn't like, I really, you know, I really like him. I really do. I think that he doesn't just conform. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He may go against the grain a little bit, but he doesn't want to. I mean, most people in Florida are wearing masks anyway.
Yeah.
And
So you
that's what
guys
he
are
was
taking
saying.
precautions.
Most people are wearing them. We don't need to like tie them down to like fines to get people to comply. They really are complying for the most part, you know. It's kind of
Yeah.
like when you have children, you know, you have to give them a little room. You have to give them room to like still have freedom and still have choices, you
Yeah, because
know.
they're gonna rebel.
When people feel like their choices are taken away, that's when you have like chaos, you know what I mean? Like you feel like you have no choice in the matter. You feel
Mm-hmm.
like, okay, this is not America anymore, and that's when you start getting people upset.
Yeah. No, you do. Well, did you see the young couple that was on the flight? It was a United flight out of Denver. I don't know where they were traveling to, but their 2-year-old wouldn't wear a mask. Like she was getting upset. She's 2, man. Like think of your grandbaby's age and trying to force this little girl to wear a mask. They literally kicked them off the flight and are thinking about banning
Oh, because
them.
it's 2 and over that you have to wear one or something.
Yep. They got kicked off the flight, girl. And then United's like, we may or may not ban them from the airline.
Wow, you're kidding me.
Nope, it's sad.
You know, and that's not what we all call America, you know? And like I was in the gas station today and the clerk is like, oh, I don't even know why we even said something about them. Oh, I said my phone doesn't recognize my face with the mask on. I said Apple's going to have to probably come up with something where it recognizes your damn eyes
Mm-hmm.
because now everyone's going to wear a mask. And the clerk says, well, you know, if they did something like that, I would be really worried that this is kind of permanent. Like Japan and China has been doing this for years. And I said, exactly. And I said, I don't want to be like Japan and China, you know?
Mm-mm.
And he was like, me either, you know, but it's just like, just little things like that. Like thinking if Apple did do that, that's like making it more permanent. Like, okay, we're adjusting. We are conforming and adjusting to this new way of life. And the more that we adjust, the harder it will be to come back from it.
Oh yeah. I think we're totally changed now. We're a completely changed society.
See, I don't like to hear that. I'm still in
Mm-mm.
denial. I'm still in the hopes that this with the vaccine that we will, oh my god, I just saw palmetto bugs. I can't even use anymore. But we are in the midst of this vaccine. So certain people have already received it. Like there was a nurse here in Tampa that received the vaccine yesterday. She was one of the few that was chosen in the state of Florida to get it. So I think as this vaccine is rolled out, because I think they're holding off now on doing like the long-term care facilities. But as
Mm.
this vaccine is rolled out, I think I still have hope that this mask thing will just be a temporary thing.
I hope so. I don't like it. I really
I know.
don't.
I'm sorry. We did get off topic a little bit.
Yeah.
Can you delete Cluck
Cluck
Norris?
North. Bye,
Yeah.
Cluck.
How is that even getting by mods? What's
I
going
have
on?
no idea. He gone.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
So anyhow, let's go back to, we were talking about Cadlegate 2.0, Chris Watts. Let me see. I did invite Kim, but I haven't heard anything back from her, so she must be busy.
Okay.
Which is fine, but let me see that. I'm gonna. Mary G says Jay only get better from here.
I think she's talking about the masks.
Oh yeah. But you know what? I really don't have anything more to say about Cadle, to be honest.
Yeah, we
But-
kind of wrapped that. It's kind of, I'm curious to see what's going to happen now. She said, 2 days ago that the book was delayed. So I would say if it's not out by Thursday, Friday-ish, how long is it going to be? Right? How much does this book cost?
I don't know, because there's no info out there yet. Like, you can't find it anywhere.
And there's nothing on their like Dorrance's website?
I don't think so.
I'm just gonna
Let me look, because I was just on there. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything.
When you type in Dorrance Publishing, you know how say people ask common questions?
Yes.
There's one that says, "Is Dorrance Publishing a legitimate company?" Like,
oh, I'm sure people have been searching this company up for her. Let me see. Sherilyn Cadle. Did she show the cover, you guys? There's nothing on their website for Sherilyn Cadle.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I don't see anything.
What? You would think, because her last book was published through them, that they would have it out. But they had to pull it, didn't they? Because it was plagiarized.
That was taken off everything after the plagiarizing. I can't believe they would even publish another book from her.
I wouldn't. That's too risky. Yeah, there is nothing. I'm looking too. There is nothing on here.
Author events, authors in the news, nothing for her. And I know that she wanted to go around. Her plan for that first book was she wanted to have book signings. Can you believe this shit?
I didn't know that
signings. Okay. And what she was going to do was take Chris's handwritten letters and have them like in a glass case for people to look at. I shit you not. That was her plan.
Oh my God. Are you serious?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
You can't make this shit up.
You literally cannot.
Okay, I got change.
What? Who said that?
Why is there so many things on YouTube? Are you helping him out? These stories about he wants money, get it on the news.
What? I don't get it.
Me
either. Are they saying like because we're talking about his story, we're getting it on the news? Maybe.
I'm not sure. AD promoted. She will be live with him on December 19th. If she is a no-show, then this whole thing was another hoax. So AD, after she had him read those horrific details that were from a dream, he's still entertaining having her on his channel again.
Are you serious? I mean, isn't there a Facebook group where they have literally been like buzzing about this book for a couple months? Like,
yeah,
I kind of sidetracked there.
She has her own Facebook group.
It's just insane to me. It's been crickets in there, I think.
I don't know if I'm even in it anymore. I might have been kicked out.
Yeah, I'm in it.
Yeah, so I don't know. I don't know what's going on in there, but I was in it for a while. I think she kicked me out.
Yeah, I think you're kicked out of it, girl. But I mean, it's been crickets. It's like, hey, the book's on hold, but that's it. Like, I don't know. To me, that's strange. And there's nothing about AD either. Like, hey, I'm gonna go on his channel on the 19th. There's no promoting on her end. It's weird.
Wait, hold on. I want to address this got change person. They said it sounds like you're telling stories on YouTube and asking for money. When have I asked for money?
We don't ask for money.
Does anybody want to call in? Do you want to drop the link?
Yeah. How do I do that? Oh wait, invite.
Just put the invite, copy it, and put it in chat. If anybody wants to call in, we're dropping a link.
Yeah, if anybody wants to call in, come on up. I think I got it. Did I send it?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. It is weird to see chat is like a little bit behind compared to like what my phone's showing.
It's laggy.
Yeah.
Chrissy Brown says, I'm a critical care nurse, but refuse to take the vaccine right now.
I don't blame her. I'm scared of it.
I would wait too.
Yeah.
Earth to Cadle. Her antenna definitely doesn't pick up all the channels.
I had to post that. Okay, so we got Angela Gellerson joining. Hi, Angela.
Hello. Hi, Jay. Hello.
Jay, are you there?
Hey.
So, from what I've heard, her book has been shelved because of all the rumors and everything going around about how she plagiarized and all that. But I looked and I didn't see her book anywhere.
Are you in the group?
I was, and she kicked me out because I told her how it was.
Oh, you got kicked out too?
Uh-huh.
Oh, wow, you both got kicked out.
I didn't even ever chat in there either.
I told her, because I kept asking her questions about how much the book was going to cost. And her moderators or her mods were like, well, she's answered you several times. I said, no, she hasn't. I've asked her several times. And she was like, well, you don't have to ask 50 times. I said, well, obviously I do. I said, and she ain't nothing but a plagiarizer anyway, and a piece of, anyway. And they threw me out.
Did Sherilyn ever address you?
No, nope, not at all.
Wow.
Okay, we got someone backstage.
Ooh. Who's
Can you see backstage? Someone named Alias.
Oh no.
Alias. ALIAS. I don't see that
Alias.
name in chat.
All right. What are they in?
Okay, let me see.
Hello? Oh wait. What did
Can you
Apple
hear
Tart
us?
say?
Hello?
Hi.
This is Alias.
Hi,
What's
Alias.
up, Alias?
Well, what's not?
Did you have something you wanted
sorry.
to say?
Well, jeepers, I'm new to this streaming, and so I can't see anything except for that. I've been very involved in this Watts case now, and there's just so much going on all sides, and you just don't know what the heck to believe, you know. And then you got channels and creators, and they're they're discussing how, oh no, they're wrong, we're right, no, we're not in this to LARP, we're not in it for money, we're just in it for truth and facts, and we want to be the one to share it with y'all, and we want you to believe us.
So what's your take on the Watts case?
Oh, I gotta be honest with you. It keeps changing. That's terrible. It keeps changing.
How come?
Is that easy enough to believe? It keeps changing because I don't know exactly what all to believe. A lot of it sounds truthful. It sounds like it could be, but there are some things that are blatantly I don't believe, and don't ask me what they are right now, please.
Why not?
So don't let me interrupt.
Why don't you want to talk about what you don't believe?
If you don't mind, since I'm so new here and I've done my little introduction here, would you let me just listen for a while and see if I can find my way back to chat so I know what everyone else is talking about again?
Go right ahead.
Thanks, that'd be great.
Cool.
Carry on.
Okay.
All
I
right
moved
then.
you back to chat, Alias. There you go.
Did you deposit them back in chat? Thank you.
I did.
Okay,
I shuffled them
cool.
back in the deck there.
Okay, good.
Okay.
All right. So, do we have anybody else backstage? I know Angela's still with us.
Yeah, Angela's still here. I don't see anybody else backstage. We had someone call, but then they hung up.
Chatterbox says that was an amazing guest. Oh wow. It's never a
man.
dull moment on J is for Justice, is it?
No, it's not.
I don't know if they thought you had to listen on, you had to be on panel to listen. I'm not sure what that was about.
Yeah.
But thanks, Alias, for calling in. So Angela, what are your thoughts on everything that's come out lately, like with Kim, and what do you think is the truth, or what do you think's going on? What's your opinion?
I have my theories, but when I say anything, people act like I'm stupid or whatever.
Well, I don't act like you're stupid. So what's your theory? I love talking
feel
about
like-
this case.
I feel like that family, in and of itself, was ambushed. That's what I feel like.
You mean the Watts family?
Yep.
And
I don't
what do you
think
mean
Chris
by
did it.
ambush? Like, what do
And
you
I'm
mean?
not sure Shanann did it. I think that there was outside sources that wanted, and they were involved with, like, the outside source I'm talking about was involved with Chris. There was more than one.
Mhm.
And I think they went in on them, and I think that, I'm just going to say it, NK. I feel like maybe her and Jim walked in, and her and Shanann maybe got in a fight because maybe Shanann was coming at Chris and NK didn't like it, protect your man. And they got in a fight, and it became an accident, and they had to deal with it.
But when you say ambush, like when you in the house, do you think?
Yeah.
On your
Yeah.
theory?
I don't, yeah. And when the kids come in, I think that was horrible with the children. I mean, absolutely horrible, but I think they were looked at as like witnesses that could tell. Maybe. I don't know. That part I'm not sure about. But I feel like they were ambushed.
What do you think, Angela, about the fact that Chris was shocked when he saw the phone records of Nicole's, and that she pretty much called him either before or after she would talk to Chris, and he was taken back by that?
Yeah, because I don't think he cared for Jim. And I think she had both of them. I think she was with Chris, but I think when she wasn't with Chris, she was with him. She had both of them.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a whole lot of other things involved too. I feel like maybe the night it happened, I feel like, in my own opinion, over time he was taking the Thrive. Okay, that's okay, whatever. But on top of that, she was giving him a drink at work every morning, from what I've heard. And over time, if it's a herbal hallucinogenic, and I've looked up many, they can all cause what Chris was going through about the memory loss and not knowing and anger, all of it. If you mix it with Thrive, imagine what it could do.
Right, but where's the proof that she was giving him like a hallucinogenic drug?
I put it in my group,
but why? Where did that theory come from, though? Is she known to do things like that? Is she into that?
That she gave him a brown drink every morning, and it was supposed to be to regulate his microbes or whatever they call it.
Oh, his macros?
Yes. And I've got the...
So are you thinking the magic mushroom type thing?
No, scopolamine, belladonna.
Because Colorado just legalized magic mushrooms this year.
Okay.
So I know that's something very popular and widely used out there, and
it could have been, yeah.
And there's something called microdosing. that I've
Yeah.
recently heard about.
A little bit at a time until it builds up, you know.
Yeah.
So they don't know
And
they're
you
being
don't take
affected.
enough though to like have a trip.
Right. You don't know you're being affected.
Yeah, it's a micro dose. So it's like you said, it slowly builds up, and it's supposed to give you like euphoria, and you know, they've used it for depression and PTSD and things like that.
And do
So
you
it's
have
interesting that you say that.
Jay, do you have a messenger on Facebook? Because I could write you or send you a lot of things, I think, but I don't want to just throw it out there for people to attack me because I got a lot of things saved. I have a lot of things like that could show you about certain things. Like the magic mushroom thing, the sand dunes and what happened there and stuff like that. And what
Yeah, I
could have
mean,
happened.
you can always email me. That's probably the best way, is to email me.
Okay. Okay.
And it's just J is for justice, with J is number 4 justice at gmail.com.
Okay. And I don't want to say it on here, but
no, that's okay. You can email me.
In case dad is a very, very powerful person. I'm telling you that. Just remember I said that.
Okay. I look forward to it. I want to see what you have. I mean, I haven't really, I'll be honest, I haven't explored NK because I never thought that she did anything.
Well, and it may come out that she didn't. I don't know, because that's why I try to keep an open mind about everything, and I don't really blame anybody.
I'm with you, girl. I'm with you. That's why I want to see what you have, because I personally did not focus on NK too much.
The organization her father is in, my family's in that. And
you mean the Freemasons?
Yeah.
What do you mean? What do you mean? Why are you bringing up his affiliation with the Freemasons? What do you think, it has to do with that? What's your theory on that? Is it that you think he knows people like it's Fiddle Boys?
Yes, it's a dangerous organization. Okay. I'll just tell you because I'm just going to say it. If I end up gone for some reason.
Oh, Lord.
I'm serious. No, that bad.
Well, I know people that are Freemasons that are really good people, and they don't.
But there's a dark side to them too. They can use their power in a different way. They're supposed to be good people, and the surface, most of them are. But there's also a dark side to any kind of organization like that, call whatever you want to call it.
I would like to know more about that. I don't disagree or agree because I don't know enough about it. I would love to hear more about it. I would love to hear your...
And the good old boys thing, yes, it goes clear up into your government. There were presidents that were Freemasons.
Oh, sure,
it comes from there. And I put in my group, and I was told I was crazy, and then I was reaching, but they control your money. Like, their symbol is on your money.
Yeah, I know. There's a lot of conspiracies around the Freemasons. One that's very interesting is the Denver airport. There's a time capsule.
It's underneath it. It's underneath the whole ground. There's meeting places in the police department, the meeting rooms or whatever. Yeah.
There's a lot of conspiracy behind that. I love discussing conspiracies like that. The Denver airport to me is so intriguing, and that time capsule in there with the Freemason symbol on it.
Mm-hmm.
That is crazy.
And then I sent you an email the other day, and I just put it in chat. I don't know if anybody saw it. I have family in North Carolina, and I was talking to him the other day, and I brought up the Watts case, and he was like, "Oh, well, we know them, and we know the Watts, and we knew Shanann and Chris before they left Colorado." And all. I'm like, "What? All this time you did not tell me that? I didn't know you were interested. Really? Come on."
Wait, what? Your family knows both families? Or has met them?
They knew Chris and Shanann before they left Colorado, and they know the Watts family.
Are they like friends, or did they just know of them?
Like they know them, and I know a lot of things that I was told, but I can't prove none of it. That's why I don't want to say any of it. Anyone can lie to you, even if it's your family.
Right. No, and I appreciate you not just, saying
I'm not going to throw it out there, Come
Right.
on, I don't know that. And like, Shanann had faults, but I would never wish what happened to her that happened to her. I would never wish that. And people think that I'm like that. I've been told
Well,
I'm evil. I should die. I should kill myself. Like, whatever. I
well,
should have
let
never
me tell
become a
you,
parent.
I've taken a lot of flack for exploring both sides of this case, and I've been called a lot of names. But I mean, that's what you do. You look at all angles, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
You
even in my
can't.
group, I won't let no one talk bad about Shanann. Like, I'll put out, you can put facts in there that you do know. But to sit and say bad things about her, I'm not going to allow that. She was a mother. I'm a mother.
Right. I mean,
You know.
the bottom line is we should not have to preface anything on a true crime channel with "no one deserved to be killed." That
Yeah,
should
Exactly.
and
not
no one
be a
ever said
disclaimer.
that. I don't know where anyone ever said that.
No one ever said it. But people assume that you think that it was okay what Chris did just because we want the truth.
No, yeah, that's all I want. I want to know what happened with that case. I want to know why it's so still in our minds and still on our everyday lives.
All
What
these
is really our
unanswered
interest?
questions. Yes.
Exactly. There's unanswered questions. And I mean, it's none of our business. Let's just put that out there. It's really, but it leaves you interested when Chris went up on the porch and started having an interview. I mean,
Yeah.
right
I mean,
there.
people want to say, let it go, let it go. No one wants to hear
It's
about it,
hard.
blah, blah, blah. But
That
you
could
know
be
what?
your own family.
There's over 600 people in here listening. And we were live an hour ago about a different case, and there was maybe 200.
Yeah.
So people want answers. There's unanswered questions. There's a lot of things floating
Because
around that we want.
let's just put it out there. They were
conclusions
supposed
to.
to be the perfect family, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So the thing is, for me, I
And then that
I
happens.
don't personally care if Chris gets convicted. If he
Yeah.
gets a new trial and he gets convicted, I'm not worried about the conclusion. I want to
Right.
know what happened.
Well, and more for the justice for the children. More that than anything.
Yeah.
Like,
Well,
why did
absolutely.
they have to be a part
I
of that?
think it
Why?
would be best for everybody because at least they would have some sort of closure to all this
Right.
madness, and they
Right.
can at least start to grieve. It, I don't
And
think they were able to grieve.
yeah, and for both families too, hers and Chris's. Chris's family is grieving too, and nobody realizes that. They've lost their son. They'll never see him again. They'll never get a hold of him again. I don't know what I'd do if I couldn't give my son a hug.
Yeah. That's true.
That's heartbreaking. Like when I look at him every day, I give him a hug and a kiss every day. You look at him through a piece of glass, and you can't reach in and hug him and
Right. I
comfort
mean,
him and tell him,
the
we're
Russek's
still here.
loss was tremendously deeper. Okay. I will say that, but I do recognize what you're saying as well. As a mother, I'm
Yeah.
not saying as Chris Watt's friend or whatever. As a mother, you can't turn off the love for your little boy. You can't.
Look,
Mm-mm.
you want to know why I'm so interested in this case? And I've told another panel this. I think it was Unjustified. That my nephew, I raised him. I was 14 when I started raising him. He went to jail for a crime he did not commit, and it was proven he didn't commit it. My nephew. He is now on parole and has been for 2 years now. And come to find out, after he was put in prison, he confessed. He was like Chris. He knew nothing about, I'm just going to go confess. And what they told him was, if someone comes in and confesses, we're not putting anyone in jail. So he was the man in the relationship. He went in and confessed. Something happened to his child. Anyways, and he went in and confessed to it, and he was in there for hours upon hours upon hours. No story he told them was good enough until it fit their narrative. And then they put him in prison 2 days before Christmas. His babies had to watch him be cuffed and put in a police car 2 days before Christmas.
Wow.
And he come to find out, the woman he was with straight told him, and it's on a recorded phone call, I should have went to prison, not you.
Wow.
And it's been proven that it wasn't him, and the person that did it has passed away.
So was he
That's so
exonerated
sad.
then?
Huh? I'm sorry, what?
Was he exonerated then?
No. Nope. Because the person that did it's gone. They're no,
So
he
he got
wasn't
out.
exonerated
He got out
because
on
he's
parole.
not going to fight it. I don't think he knows how. He just wants it to be done.
Just sad though, because his name, is tarnished.
Yeah, it was. And I told him, I said, "You can fight this, And he said, "No, I don't want to fight it. Just get the time done and be done with it." He's has to have medication to sleep. He has to have medication to function each day because of all this.
So you're saying he pled guilty to something he didn't do?
Yes. Yep. And he
See,
ain't even allowed to see his children until he's off parole. He's not allowed to be around any of his family that have children.
Wow, that's wrong.
but why did he
Yeah.
plea? Why didn't he fight it? What was his reason?
Well, he don't want to fight it. He just wants it to be done because he said, now no one will believe me. He even took a polygraph and passed it.
What was his crime?
Endangering a child.
Mm.
I'll just tell you. His son's femur bone was broken.
His what?
Femur bone. His thigh bone. And she told him, well, see what happened. And you tell me if you think this is okay. She came home from work. She was at work, whatever. And she had called all day long checking on him. And she never did that before. And he couldn't get his son to stop crying. And now listen, he even put him in a bathtub to comfort him. That didn't work. He walked up and down the street with him. That didn't work. She came home.
Hold
She
on,
picked the baby up,
hold
and
on,
she
Angela.
said
Someone's
his leg's
echoing.
broken.
Someone
I
needs
can't hear you guys at all.
Someone
I think
needs
it's
to mute
Sandy.
her.
Okay, yeah, it was Sandy.
Okay, Sandy Beaches, you have to turn down your YouTube when you're on the panel. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Angela. I'm sorry.
Anyhow, and she told him and her mother, take him to the emergency room. She didn't even go. And then they told them that he had to be transported to Children's. And then she went and told them, I think my husband is hurting my son.
Yeah, those are touchy cases, man. I mean, when it comes to, a little kid, and that type of case, that's touchy to me. Like, not that a triple murder isn't, but
Right.
you know what I'm saying? Like, someone being accused of that I don't necessarily know. Like, that, I don't really even know what to say about that.
Like, he went, here's the thing, and this is what I said.
I mean, when you're interviewing children and stuff like that can get sticky. And
Yeah.
I don't know, man. That's really scary. And I would have to say, if I was ever charged with something to do with hurting a child, I would fight that tooth and nail, man, because
yeah, me
that
too.
is probably one of the worst things that you can be accused of. And
yeah, but he's my nephew.
But you can't even be around your own children or like your family or friends. Like, to me, that would be something that you would have to fight. Like, you would have to try to clear your name on that one. Like, I don't know.
He won't do it. It's because of he wouldn't know how to go about it. He's got a okay. I'm going to tell you about his wife. He's got PTSD and Stockholm syndrome. Before they had children, he was not allowed around his family. He was physically abused, mentally abused, financially abused. And it's true. And he wasn't allowed. She would have him call his family and say horrible things to them. And he thought that's what he should do to keep her.
Right.
And I
So you're
found out
kind of
later
you're
that he was.
comparing this with the Watts case, then, is what you're saying?
No, not really, because that one was a whole lot worse. I mean, but Chris wasn't physically abused as far as I know. I mean, I don't know.
No, I've never heard that. I've never
But
seen evidence of that. But no, I mean, I just wondered if you were kind of paralleling them. But I wanted to give
no,
Sandy
that's why I
Beaches.
think I'm so attached to this, like,
I
because
wanted to give Sandy Beaches an opportunity, though, to chime in.
okay, that's fine. I'll go ahead and step away because I'm having trouble hearing anyway.
Oh, you are? I'm sorry.
It ain't your fault. I got a call and it made the sound go out.
Oh, okay. So Sandy, what's up?
Hi, how are you?
Perfect. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Thanks for asking. So, I'll try and get to the point and be concise. I feel like this is generated from the embezzlement to do with the tire company. And
Dirty
I
South
feel
Customs?
okay. And I feel like what's going on was that maybe because they never got prosecuted in that, maybe somebody put a hit out on her through a cult, like a satanic cult. And apparently that very weekend, when he was supposedly at a game with NK, I think that they were actually at the cult meeting. And then I think she like had to do some work with him at that restaurant they went to, the Lazy Dog.
Yeah.
I think she had to do some more grooming with him about what was going on. I think that it was a ritual, especially with the children. And it's kind of weird. The tarot death card is the number 13. And according to what they're saying, they were all killed on the 13th. However, some people believe Shanann might have been killed later because of the rigor mortis situation.
What do you mean, the rigor mortis situation?
Apparently, the initial rigor mortis had been released in the grave, and so she wasn't at the original stages of the amount of hours. It was closer to a later time of being buried there.
See, I've never heard that. Dre, have you heard that?
I just heard this recently.
I've not heard that. I've heard that if she would have been moved twice, is that what you're saying? Like she laid somewhere for a while and then was moved again?
No. What they're saying is that she wasn't murdered until closer to the time they exhumed her body out of the ground.
I agree with that. I fully believe that she was killed right before he loaded her in the truck. I don't think that the murders happened earlier. I think it happened right before he left.
I agree. I think that it was
But
really, really
they're
soon.
talking like a couple days closer. Excuse me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to talk over anyone. They're talking about being a couple days later.
What do you mean, days?
Days before she was murdered. Like she was taken out the back door, was never put in his truck. She was alive when she
I'm
left.
confused because wait a minute. So you're saying that when she disappeared that day, she wasn't dead?
Correct. This is not
so someone
my
took her
findings.
No, I know this isn't yours. This is just something you've heard. I just want to get it straight. So you're saying that you heard there's a theory out there that Shanann and the girls. Was it the girls too, or just her?
The way I'm seeing what I've heard, how I put it together is that they took her out the back door, that Bella is the one that whose shadow is underneath the truck, and then you see somebody hand something to Chris, and I think that's Cece, either unconscious or asleep or already gone.
See, I'd have to watch this video. I don't know where do you see someone handing? Did you see this yourself?
I did. I can see where somebody is passing something to him. He's like being given it in both arms, and that's why I thought it was Cece.
I can't
And
see
then
neither here nor there in those videos. I don't know how everybody is finding all of these things. I remember at first it was the video where he comes out in the boots. He's wearing the rubber boots, and someone said, "Oh, they froze it," and they're like, "That's NK." You know, look at how thin he is, but it's the angle. I mean, everybody's seen all these different shadows and figures, and it's mind-boggling for me. Like I don't even know what is the original video anymore. You know what I mean? It's been zoomed in and all of it's been manipulated, and I want the raw one in my hand because I don't even know what's not been manipulated anymore.
Well, that's true. We're only as good as what we're being fed,
Yeah, I mean, I've seen several YouTubers, zoom in on it, slow it down, speed it up. I mean, and it changes because it already is pixelated.
Yes.
So it's that whole video to me, it confuses me. But back to this theory, right? That Shanann was basically kidnapped, is what you're saying. Like, they're basically saying she was alive when she left the house.
Correct. Which is why the cadaver dogs didn't really hit.
So basically they're saying she was held someplace by somebody and then killed later?
Correct. Now, this is according to the amount of time for this rigor mortis situation, that it would only be so many hours for that initial stage to be released. It couldn't be 4 days, is what somebody's saying. But I apologize, I couldn't tell you who somebody is.
No, that's okay.
Watched so much. And then I think, I don't know, I think NK is like a high priestess.
What do you mean? What do you mean by that?
Well, I think she's part of an organization that she's exalted in, and Chris was like the virgin for this whatever they're into.
Interesting.
Yeah.
There's so many theories, huh, Sandy? I mean, we could go down so many different roads of theories in this case, and I think that's why everyone is still talking about it, don't you?
Yeah, and well, absolutely. Yeah. So I'm reading as we're going, I'm reading the reactions of people thinking, cuckoo, but
hey, you've prefaced it with "it's not my theory, I'm just telling you what I've heard."
Well, one thing I do think would be cool is if we could see when her watch stopped, because that means her body stopped being active, and when the Vivint interior sensors, they maybe don't take a picture of anybody in the house, but they know what room you've been in and when and what door they've gone through. So I think if somebody had the ability to timeline those two things, because I think she was jumped right when she got in the house. I don't think he ever gave her any sex that night.
Yeah,
good
I don't know about the
English.
sex thing. Did you hear the latest with the dream that this woman Sarah had passed on to Sherilyn Cadle?
Yes, I heard it on, I think it's, I heard it on maybe The Reckoning.
Yeah, yeah. So her
Okay, so
rendition of this dream was that they had sex twice. That they
that
went
they what?
one of them went upstairs, that Shanann went upstairs, he went downstairs after having an argument when she got home, and they slept in different spots, and that Shanann went down in the basement, and that's where the argument took place and the murder took place in this woman's dream, but they
Right.
had sex twice before that
Yeah,
in her dream.
I don't, right. I think he's too selfish to give her any sex. And
You
he
think
was
Chris
too
Watts
hot
is
for
selfish?
NK. I think he would feel like he was cheating on NK if he hooked back up with Shanann.
Really?
He wouldn't even
Wow.
he wouldn't
I don't
even
feel
kiss
that
her.
way at all. I don't feel that way. I feel like, I think he felt, I mean, maybe at the very end he maybe felt like he was cheating on NK, but like I think he felt bad, and that's why, like, the times when he said, "Oh, when I left Nicole, I went home and Nicole got mad at me, but I wanted to be at home in case Shanann called." Like, I still think that he thought of her as his wife. He wasn't quite sure. I don't think that's how I feel anyway. That he wasn't quite
Yeah.
sure what the hell was even going to happen.
Did you see excuse me,
No, go
did you
ahead.
see what Rebecca just put up
Who?
above Rebecca? Scroll back a little bit.
Hey guys, I got a question for you.
What's up?
What are your thoughts on NK? Being that this is something that's kind of been in my mind as I've been researching things. Do you think, because it shows that her phone pinged very close to their house, to the Chris's house. Do you think she was there in the house when things were going on? And if so, how do you think she got out of there without being spotted by the security cams?
Are you asking everybody for their opinion?
Yeah, what are your guys' opinions? Because I honestly feel that she was there at some point during that day. Her phone pinged. And I know, that work is close, but her typical pattern for her drive time to work was not that way.
What if I
I've
told you
seen.
this?
Okay.
What if I told you this? This is my thoughts on that. I
Sure.
personally don't think that Nicole Kessinger was in the house.
Okay.
I don't think she had anything to do with killing anybody. I
Okay.
think she straight up was guilty of having an affair with a married man. But
Okay.
and people will say, "Oh, bullshit, there's this, this, and this," and I get it. But I will say about that morning, what would you think if I told you, okay, she's having an affair with this guy, right? They've
Mhm.
just spent the last 6 weeks together. His wife's coming home from this trip, right? They had the little break because he went to North Carolina,
Yep.
and then he comes back. She's gone again, so they get their little rendezvous in again. But now shit's gonna be real because now the wife's coming home, and he's telling you it's over, but yet he's still living in the marital home, right? He's still there. Um, would it be far-fetched to see if maybe he was at work already, like to maybe drive by his house to
And see,
see?
that's what I was thinking too. Is that possible, just to see if maybe she was home or something? Because maybe she was going to stop in and say hi or something.
I have a thought.
Well, go ahead, Sandy.
Thank you. So I think she was there. I think somebody else had her telephone, and that's why they can't remember the 111-minute conversation that they had. I think the two phones were on with each other without necessarily anybody talking, and that she was down in the basement with him that night.
Who was in the basement? NK or?
NK. NK.
Okay.
I'm talking before Shanann ever got home.
Okay. Yeah, because the cadaver dogs hid down in the basement and they hid on that refrigerator. So I'm wondering if something happened down there. You know what I mean?
Chris says nothing happened at the refrigerator, that when he took the temperature, it was only because he thought it wasn't working right. But who can trust anything he says?
Right.
Exactly.
Yep. I mean, he's told how many confessions, and none of them have seemed to be, liable or I mean, they're plausible. Don't get me wrong with that.
What
but-
do you think, though, about his confession, his original confession, and Kim's claim that it matches the autopsy?
I'm kind of 50-50 on it. Some things I agree with, some things I don't.
I agree.
I don't know. I mean, I'm one of those people where I look at everything, before I make
I mean, she has very valid arguments, I think.
She did. Yep. And that's why I said she does have valid points. However, there are some things that I am not 100% sure that makes sense. But again, I'm not a person that does that, so I don't know. I don't know, so that's why I was just kind of curious, what your thoughts were. I think maybe he told his dad the truth partly, but I just don't know. It's hard to say. So
it's all very confusing, and it's like I think one way, and then like we're talking about NK, right?
Mhm.
And then I think about that ping, and I think, okay, was she doing a drive-by? Like, okay, so let's, I look at it in so many different ways. Like, I could look at it as she's doing a drive-by. I could look at it as she's up to no good. I mean, there's so many different things, like the 111-minute phone call the night before. I mean, all of this you can look at from so many different angles. But if you look at it from a mistress standpoint, someone who doesn't want to be second fiddle, someone who doesn't want to be, he's had all these firsts with Shanann. And we know that she wanted, that she wanted to share that with somebody, those
Yep.
firsts. So there probably was jealousy about his wife. I mean, I think
without
that's
a
natural.
doubt. Yeah. I agree totally on that.
So
'cause
like,
she
let's
wanted
say,
it,
let's say
Excuse me?
Jim was nothing more than a guy friend. I have a guy friend named Keith. I've been friends with him since junior high school. We
Mhm.
never dated, never wanted to date, but we just were always good friends. And he was like that guy that I could get like, what does this mean? Why is he doing this? I could always get advice from him, or like,
Right.
confide in him. How do we know that Jim wasn't just that, a male friend, and maybe she was feeling jealous or upset and was driving by the house and called Jim? I'm driving by his
Hey,
house.
Jim.
Like, what's wrong with me? Why am I doing this? Like, you know what I'm saying?
Yep.
It
And
could be so many things.
very plausible,
Sure.
'cause she could have been hurt. Oh my gosh, she's coming home and I'm not going to be able to see him anymore, type of a situation. I
Jay?
Or
totally
is he
get what
going
you're
to
saying.
change his mind and want to
Right.
stay and keep his family intact?
Yep.
That would be your fear. You've now invested this time. They've told each other they love one another. She's looked up freaking wedding dresses. She's seeing this going to the next level. But on the other hand, she's insecure because she's the mistress.
Right. Yep. That
Jay?
makes really good sense. Yeah, I get that. So, but yeah, I mean, I've heard stories that she possibly could have given him an ultimatum. Do you think that's the case? Because I honestly don't think it is.
See, I did. And then
Okay.
I asked Kim about it. And Kim
Mhm.
said that take it for what it's worth. She asked Chris about that. And
Mhm.
that last phone call, and he said the last phone call was very sexual in
Okay.
nature.
But
So,
they couldn't remember that conversation. It was almost a 2-hour conversation.
and maybe they didn't want to say, like, oh, hey, we were like going at it over
Oh,
FaceTime, or, you know what I'm saying? Like, how do
right.
you tell someone that? Like, oh, I don't really remember what we talked about. Like, I don't know. It could go
Right.
so many
Jay?
ways, you guys. I'm just throwing theories out there. Like, I don't believe one
Absolutely.
way or the other, but
Yep.
Hey,
Absolutely.
Jay, can I share
yeah.
something else?
Mhm.
Great. I got 2 things I'd like to share, and then I'm going to go ahead and hang up
Okay.
and let someone else enjoy some time with you. Okay, so I think that he was fed his first confession by those two detectives. I don't know what their motives were for that, but he ran with it. I think he's got a type of personality where he'll he's like pliable. I don't know how to say what
No,
I'm
I know what
trying to
you're.
say.
I know
But
what you're saying. I understand what you're trying to say.
You can kind of bend him whatever way you want. So maybe
I
susceptible
referred to him as
to
like Gumby in Alive one time.
yeah.
You remember Gumby?
And then yes, absolutely.
Mhm.
And then the other thing that I want to bring up, which I found odd, I was watching his trial and where they were giving the victim statements, and then the judge gave the sentencing. And the deputies that I could see and the judge were all putting their hands in the same positions, triangles, right hand over left, thumb over. Each one of them were doing the same thing, and all of them were directed at Chris Watts. It's the oddest thing.
I guess I didn't
But
follow all of that.
the camera caught this.
In which video? The interrogation?
If you look at the no, it's the not the interrogation. This is his sentencing, where the family gets up and gives the victim statements.
Okay, yeah.
And he's sitting at the table, and he's got there's one deputy in the aisleway, there's two against the wall, then there's the judge, and then there's a court reporter, a male and a female, off to the left of the judge. So, but they are doing all of them have the same hand gestures, and they are all pointing their hands and angling toward Chris Watts. It's very bizarre the way the camera caught this.
Really?
Yes.
I've never noticed that. I'm going to have to watch that.
Check it out and let me know what you think.
So that was in the sentencing hearing.
Yes. And
Okay.
To the Moon and Back just made a comment. It's supposed to be the Illuminati hand gestures.
What?
I've never heard
I
that.
have not heard.
Me neither.
Oh my god. Wow.
See, I've heard the Freemasons, and I dated a 32nd degree Freemason. And he was my
I didn't
bartender
know.
for years before that. And I hear a lot of people talk about the Freemasons, but we haven't heard much about the Illuminati.
Well, I've seen some people mention it in chat, and that's just kind of beyond like my scope of this. Like, I've never gone that deep with it.
If you've never been exposed to cults, I was in a religious cult for 10 years teaching the Bible. And I mean, I went out for a year, and I was witnessing in bars back in the 70s and recruiting people to come to our meetings.
In bars?
And that was in Colorado.
Really?
Yeah.
Whereabouts?
Yeah. I was in Steamboat Springs for 6 months, and then I was in Durango for 6 months.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow. That's
It was
crazy.
a biblical research and teaching ministry. And
but why? What makes you think? I mean, who do you think was in the cult? I mean, you think this is some kind of? I mean, why? For what?
Like I said before, I think she pissed somebody off. I think this was retribution, that they got her own husband to murder her and her children, that they got her own nucleus, him against her. And I think, she actually, I just saw some text messaging where she told him to leave when they got back. She didn't want him there anymore.
Yeah, I think there was something like that said.
Yeah. There's all kinds of text messaging. I looked on
But why?
an
This is my
I
question.
found a new YouTube channel, and they had all these text messages between her and Chris Watts that I haven't seen anywhere else. It was a trip.
Were they real? I mean, where are these texts
You
coming
might
from?
want
Because
to put
the
me in
only texts that
chat.
have
I
been
think
released were in
Cheryl even-
Discovery.
What is communicate saying?
Who?
Communicate. Oh dear, at Sandy, that was for you. I can't get over. And then I don't know.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
I don't know. I mean, people are going to criticize. These are just thoughts and things I've noticed.
No, and I love hearing what everybody's seeing out there because I don't see everything. I don't see everything,
Mhm.
every YouTube video and every theory and everything that's put out there. I've never heard anything about this Illuminati. However, I did just pull up the sentencing hearing on my computer because I want to see it. So that's why I love having these discussions because everybody sees different things and picks up on different things. And it's worth watching. It's worth looking at. It's worth talking about.
Right, Brian. I'll take what you're taking, honey.
Okay. So I have the sentencing hearing pulled up.
Cool. Now, instead of watching Watts or watching the people that are speaking, look at the deputies and the judge and look at their hands.
Okay. Do you know what point? Because this video is long.
Exactly.
like-
It's happening quite a bit all the way through.
Oh, it is.
Yes. And the camera gets it.
Okay. So do you guys want to watch this sentencing hearing and see if we see what others have seen? I say we do.
Thank you for the format. And with that, I'm going to say good night and go back into the chat.
Yeah. Thanks for calling in.
Yeah. I
Thank
say we
you.
pay it, Jay.
Bye for
Okay.
now.
I just want to make sure that the audio works. So let me do a little test run here.
Okay.
Let me know if you can hear it on your end.
Okay.
Let me know if you can hear it. Do you have any sound?
I can't hear it, but I'm curious if I think Island Mom said yes.
Well, it hasn't started yet, so let me fast forward here. Let's see. Do we have sound? Do we have sound or what?
No, but I think all lawyers and bailiffs look like that, holding their hands.
Yeah, I don't hear anything.
Do you want me to just send you the link? Do you want to do it?
Yeah, I can see if I can try it.
Okay. Hold tight, folks. I'm on here as 3 names. I'm a mess. All right, I'm just gonna send you the link to this hearing.
Okay.
All right. Am I still sharing my screen or no?
No.
Okay. I am gonna email it to you because I know you have to get it that way.
Yeah, I'm on the Lenovo.
I'm just gonna reply to your email.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm moving a little bit slow.
You are fine, girl. I am curious to see what she's talking about.
I want to see it too. I mean, I don't really know what Illuminati's like hand gestures are, but I'm curious to see what people are talking about. Okay, there you go. You should have it.
Okay. I don't have anything yet. Oh, wait. No, still nothing. What in the world?
I just think okay, so what my question was going to be was that Sandy? Um, what my question was going to be is what blows my mind and what I don't understand is why it's so hard for people to just take the story. I mean, either way, right? Either his first confession or the Wisconsin confession that he did it all. Why are there so many people that are having such a hard time just accepting that it happened one way or the other? Like, why does it have to be all of this conspiracy thrown in? I don't understand.
Yeah. There's a lot of different conspiracies out there, though. Like, a lot of this goes over my head. It
Well,
does.
I have to tell you, like, I stopped with the NK conspiracy because I don't believe she was there. But then to go further with that, with this Illuminati, like, that loses me. It
Yeah.
loses me because my thought process is this: like, my dad was in, not the Freemasons, but my dad was involved in like the Lions Club and the Elks Club, which are all organizations, right? And you're a member. And I just see these organizations as being like more on a different maybe scale, like the wealthier scale is like the Freemasons. That's how I've always looked at it. Do you get
Yeah.
what I'm saying? Like, it's very highfalutin. Maybe I'm wrong. This has always been my perception, is that the Freemasons are, wealthy men. And I think that, they're men that are powerful men that have powerful positions or want to have powerful positions. So I see this as like this organization where maybe her dad was a Freemason, and maybe, there were members of the prosecution or the judge even, or whatever, that are also members of the Freemasons. I don't feel like there's some kind of conspiracy, but maybe that they knew one another. Like, that's as far as I've ever gone with that.
Yeah. I mean, I was in the beginning, I really thought that she had more involvement than what she was leading on to the police. But, after the discovery and going through everything, I honestly think there was a mental thing that she had as far as involvement, but not physical. My husband's family, he has a couple of Freemasons. I mean, granted, they've all passed away, but you get to read like on Ancestry some of the chapters or the legions or something. What I don't even understand it, but he had like 3 or 4 pretty close family members that were Freemasons, and they really just built like buildings in these old little towns on the Mississippi River. You don't hear anything like they were, they did anything crazy, like get in trouble crime wise. They weren't criminals. So it is interesting, but I don't understand the Freemason world.
No, I don't either. And I don't know enough about it. But I don't know why this case has gone to that level. I guess that's proof that there's that many unanswered questions.
Yeah.
Did you get that link?
I did. Let me see. Okay, so I have to share screen, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I think there's a little tick box that says share audio as well.
A tick box?
But I didn't see one. So maybe they updated and you don't have to do that anymore. I don't know.
Does this look wrong? Am I sharing this right?
Okay, so no, go back. Share
Okay.
just that video. You should have a bunch of boxes that come up.
Okay.
And you want to choose like whatever. If you have that on Chrome video, or don't share your whole desktop.
Okay. Let me see. I have never done this before. Let's see.
What do they say? There should be like Chrome application or.
Now it's saying my browser has been blocked.
What?
Yeah, it says click the screen icon in your address bar to allow access. What?
Oh, yeah. Go up to your address bar and just give it access.
Okay.
There should be like a little box up there.
Okay. Share screen. Allow. Okay. There's a bunch of boxes.
There you go.
Is it working? Can you guys
Now
see
it
it?
is. Stay right there. Now choose the
Okay.
sentence. Yep, there you go.
Okay. Is it gonna? Can they hear it? I'm so confused how to get it to go. Okay, wait. Are you there, Jay? Hello? I think it dropped though.
Hey, I lost you. I'm sorry.
It's okay. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't see an unmute button on it. Settings, maybe.
Hang on,
Audio.
Casey's texting me.
I don't see this box.
Okay, yes, she says there's a little tick box.
A tick box.
Down at the bottom left. When it says StreamYards wants to share the contents of your screen, choose what you'd like to share.
Okay.
Down at the very bottom left, it says share audio, and there's a tick box.
See, I've got mute, start cam, cam mic, share screen, invite, and leave studio.
Are you serious?
Yeah, that's what I've got.
Well, shoot. I don't know.
Yeah, that's all I've got down there is the
There,
mute
Casey.
cam.
Okay, so Dre, it says application
With that, you're
window.
cutting out a little bit.
Application window.
Application.
See that?
Mm-mm.
There should be tabs across the top. Your entire screen, application window, or Chrome tab.
I ain't got that. I've got
Weird.
settings on the side like comments, banners,
Weird.
brand, private chat, and settings.
Oh,
Where
I
is
see it now. Okay, I do have the tick box. Let me
Okay.
try to do it again on my end. That was weird because it wasn't showing up at first. Sorry, you guys. I feel like a rookie.
I'm definitely a rookie to this.
But this is a new platform we haven't used. I have no idea what I'm doing here. Casey, this is all your fault. She's like, you guys like StreamYards yet?
Casey, come up here and help us.
Okay. All right. So apparently, hopefully this works on my end. I don't really know if it's going to with the audio, but we'll try.
Okay.
Let's give this another go around here. Share screen. Chrome tab. Oh. Okay, Dre, you have to have that video pulled up in Chrome.
I don't have Chrome.
Oh, that's why this isn't working for you. How are you even on Streamlabs without Chrome?
I'm using Firefox because I remember how I was telling you a long time ago, back in September, my computer kept crashing. It was because of Chrome. It would lock up and crash. So I got rid of Chrome.
Okay, that might be why you're not getting... I'm not sure, though. But anyways, let me try. Again.
See if it'll work.
I'm going to make Casey proud. All right, so it's working, but see, I'm having a hard time loading it. So just bear with me, folks. Unmute. All right, let's see if this works. Do we have audio or?
I don't hear anything yet.
Are we that lagged behind?
Yeah, I think we're behind.
Okay.
I think it's buffering for them, girl. I don't think it's working. I think it's buffering for them, girl. I don't think it's working. I do think it's the Illuminati hacking it. I think you're right.
Can y'all hear me?
I can hear you.
You had no sound.
I have no sound?
You couldn't hear the video, I'm saying.
Do what?
You couldn't hear the video?
Uh-uh. I mean, I couldn't. I don't know if anybody else could.
Okay, hold on.
Your Honor, John Walsh and Catherine Harold on behalf of Mr. Rice.
Thank you. Mr. Ward, did you want to make a record regarding compliance with the Victims' Rights Act?
Your Honor, I will. Your Honor, present in the courtroom are Frank Rusick, Sandy Rusick, and Frank Rusick. They are Shanann's mom, dad, and brother. They fully accept the proceed today. Also, based on the Mr. Watts present in the courtroom as well. They also had opportunity to meet with representatives from my office over the weekend to discuss the nature of the hearing today. I believe that we are fully in compliance with the Victims' Rights Act.
Thank you. So what I would like to do is explain the procedures that we're going to use regarding the sentencing hearing. Let me first say that I realize that the sentencing hearing is emotional for many of us. And I expect that your behavior in the courtroom, both in this courtroom and the overflow courtroom, is appropriate. If the court determines that your demeanor and behavior while in the courtroom during the hearing is not appropriate, I have advised the deputies that I will be asking you to be escorted out of the courtroom. So please be mindful of your demeanor during the sentencing hearing. Also, as a reminder, all electronic devices must be turned off. Only electronic devices that I have authorized to be used are those through the expanded media coverage order. If deputies see that you are using an electronic device not authorized by the court, the deputies will take action on that. Please be mindful of that. You need to turn off your electronic devices. Please do so now. So these are the procedures that we are going to use for the sentencing hearing. First, prosecution will have an opportunity to present evidence. As the prosecution finishes, the defense will have an opportunity to present evidence. Then, if there are any victims under the Victims' Rights Act, including Cindy and Ronnie Watts, that have not been by the prosecution or any other defined victims on Victims' Rights Act, they will have an opportunity to make a statement to the court as it relates to their rights under the Victims' Rights Act. Thereafter, the prosecution will have an opportunity to argue. The defense will have an opportunity to make an argument. If Mr. Watts chooses to, he will have an opportunity to make a statement, and then the court will impose a sentence in this case. Does everybody understand? Okay. And so, Mr. Rourke, are you going to be speaking on behalf of the prosecutor?
Yes, Your Honor, I am.
And you are welcome to present evidence.
Thank you. Your Honor, if I may approach, all when I've tendered to the court would have been marked as sentencing exhibits 1 through 21 inclusive. I have provided copies of these to defense counsel.
Thank you.
Your Honor, photographs 1 through 21, sentencing exhibits 1 through 21 represent a number of different photographs that are in discovery that Shanann's mother and father wanted the court to have for your consideration as you impose sentence today. They may allude to those, and I've asked them to do so by way of sentencing exhibit number, but that's the sum and substance of exhibits 1 through 21.
Thank you. And you have individuals who would like to make a statement?
I do. Your Honor, I could first call upon Fran Rusick to join the voting.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Rusick.
Good morning. Well, I'd like to say to the courts that love and caring, love being around people, love them. They always have good times. This is the first time they went to the beach this year and they loved it. But God only knows what happened that night. Life will never be the same without Shannon, Bella, and Nico. Had all their lives to live. They were taken by a heartless one. This is the heartless one, the evil monster, who dare you take the lives of Dorian, Bella, Celeste, and Nico. I trusted you to take care of them, not kill them. And they also trusted you. The heartless monster, and then you take them out and crash. You disgust me. They were loving and caring people. You may have taken their bodies from me, but you will never take the love they had from me. They loved us more than you will ever know, because you don't know what love is. Because if you did, you would not have killed them. You monster, thought you would get away with this. I don't know how. The cameras do not lie. You carry them out like trash of the house. Yes, I seen the videotape. You buried my daughter Shannon and Nico in a shallow grave, and then you put Bella and Celeste in huge containers of crude oil. You heartless monster. You have to live with this vision every day of your life, and I hope you see that every time you close your at night. Oh, for God, you have no heart or feelings or love. Let me tell you something. I will think of them every day of my life, and I love them every day of my life. Prison is too good for you. This is hard to say, but may God have mercy on your soul. I hope you enjoy your new life. It's nothing like the one you had out here. Of course, mercy on you. Every day hurts in so many ways. I have heard people say that you're not a monster. No, you are not. You're an evil monster. So, love you, Shannon, Bella, and Nico. Love you, Pop and Dad. And one other thing. And Shannon says she is super excited for Jeff today. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Sure.
Your Honor, Frankie Rusick Jr., he has asked me to read his statement for him, and he would like to stand with me, if that's okay.
Of course. Sir, if I can just have you state your name for the record.
Frankie Rusick Jr.
Thank you for being here.
Your Honor, the past 3 months I barely slept because I've been going through a lot of different emotions because I did not see this coming. You went from being my brother, my sister's protector, one of the most loved people in my family, to someone I will spend the rest of my life trying to understand. What gave you the right to put your hands on a woman, let alone my best friend, my beloved sister, your daughters, and your son? Why weren't they enough for you? In the blink of an eye, you took away my whole world, the people that mattered to me the most. Everything in my life I loved, your children. They trusted you. They loved you. They looked up to you because you promised to keep them safe. Instead, you turned on your family. My blood is boiling as I write these last words because they are the last you will ever hear from me. I can't even think of the right words to describe the betrayal and the hate I feel. And to be honest, you aren't even worth the time and effort it takes to put my pen to this paper. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't cry for my family. They were my whole world. All I do is ask myself why. Why would you do this? You don't deserve to be called a man. What kind of person slaughters the people that love them the most? Did you really think you would get away with this? Did you really think that this was your best option, to throw away your family like they were garbage? They deserve better, and you know it. I hope you spend the rest of your life staring at the ceiling every night, being haunted by what you've done. None of us deserved this. Hearing my mother and father cry themselves to sleep in a room causes me anguish that is beyond words. I can't describe how this feels, how badly my heart is breaking for my poor parents. We trusted you. You have taken away my family from this earth and never take them from my heart. You took away my privilege of being an uncle to the most precious little girls I've ever known. I will never hear the words Uncle Frankie again, but you will never be called Dad again either. You'll never be able to put your hand on another woman, let alone my best friend, my beloved sister, and your son. I just can't comprehend how they weren't enough for you. Shanann, Bella, and Cece more than anyone. You were their hero. How could you destroy the people who loved them the most? I pray that you never have a moment's peace or a good night's rest in the cage you'll spend every day of your life in. A cage you are privileged to live in because Molly isn't evil like you. We beg the district attorney to spare life because despite everything, we believe that no one has right to the life of another, even someone like you. I feel sorry for your family. I know the pain that they must feel knowing that they can't hug you, because that's how my mother, father, and I feel every time I for our family. Nothing hurts more than watching or hearing my family weep for their loved ones. I just wish that I could tell that you, but I know that is asking for more than you are capable of. I stayed up all night writing this statement. I don't sleep because of you. Life will never be the same because of you, but at least my conscience is. I get to live free, but I can't say it's for you. It's in 2 days because I've been anxiously waiting for this moment. The moment I see how I feel, how this has affected my family and I. My family and I can finally grieve after. If anything, we'll come out of this stronger today than we were before, and we will continue to pray for your family. Sincerely, Frankie Rusick.
Thank you, Jameson.
Sandy Rusick would like to address the court, of course.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. For this moment.
I can just have you just identify yourself for the record.
My name is Sandra Rusak, Shannon's mother.
Thank you.
Thank you for this moment. I want to take a moment to thank everyone who has prayed for our beloved family, who has sent cards to us from all over the world. I know God will put the evil people where they need to be. I also want to take the time to thank the town of Frederick, Greeley, FI, the DA's office, the CBI for exceptional work. We thank Nicole Atkinson, Shannon's neighbor Nathan and his family. To me, they're really blessed. God makes no mistakes on who he puts in our life. Marriage is about love, trust, and friendship and unity. We married for sickness and health, death to our heart. Our daughter loved you with all of her heart. Your children loved you to the moon and back. Shannon's family was horrible. Shannon put a crown on your head. But unfortunately, day that you took their life, God remove that crown. We loved you like a son. We trusted you. Faithful wife trusted you. Your children adored you. And they also trusted you. Your daughter, Ellery, I have no idea who gave you the right to take their lives. But I know God and His mighty angels were there at that moment. You take the family, your family for. You took your life. I want the world to know that our daughter and her children were so loved by us. Be protected by God and His angels. I want death for you because that's not my right. Your life is between God. I pray that for you. For Shannon's mother, Bella Marie, Celeste, Catherine, and Nicolese, Nana. Thank you.
All the witnesses that I intend to calling the court, so I'm aware that Mrs. Watts would like to address the court. I would certainly invite the court if you want at this point to call upon them, or we can certainly do it after evidence.
Cindy or Ronnie want to make a statement. Good morning, Ms. Powers.
Good morning, y'all.
And you folks introduce yourself for the record.
I'm Cindy Watts.
Ron Watts, I have authorized you to make a statement to the court as grandparents, children. And if you choose not to make a statement, your designee, Ms. Powers, chooses to, you can do so as well. How would you like to proceed today? Who's going to be speaking today?
Your Honor, initially, they've asked me, and they have if not right now.
Am I in the show?
Yes, you're in.
Okay, so everybody was saying that there was audio problems. Did the audio go out? That's why I
It did. Yeah, it started cutting out the last like 2 minutes, minute and a half for me.
Oh, really? Darn it. Okay, well, I mean, really, we're not really listening to what they're saying. However, it is interesting to watch it again because I've never seen this long video, I don't think.
No.
I don't think I have. I definitely don't remember the very beginning.
I kind of remember the judge, but I don't really remember all of that. I just remember what the families had said.
Yeah. But anyways, we're looking at the hand gestures. Now, I just want to say that I think that these guards have to have a way to communicate in the courtroom without talking. They can't just disrupt what's going on. So they've got to have some kind of signs, hand signals. Seriously. I mean, I'm being for real. Like,
yeah.
How else are these guys going to communicate with one another on what's going on? Like, they're bringing in now, the convicted, his parents. And I'm sure that, you saw the ones, they're back by the door. There's 2 back there. Then there's 2 more. Then there's 2 more against the wall. Those guys are communicating with each other. That's what I think.
No, yeah. No, I totally agree. It's like they're signaling. It does look really weird.
It does look weird. But I would like, if someone knows someone that is a guard or, works in this capacity, because I don't have anyone to ask.
Me neither.
I mean, my sister is ex-law enforcement, but I don't know if she would necessarily know this. I can definitely ask her, because it is weird. It is weird. I mean, they're definitely making the same signals, right?
Yeah.
The reason is, but we have to find out why. That's the thing. We got to find out why they're doing that, because it could be something simple like that's their hand signals there. I mean, think about it. How else are they going to communicate?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and Anna Rule said they do use hand gestures to communicate when they're in the courtroom. Like, is that common with police in the courtroom, just to kind of signal, like, I'm good over here? You know what I'm saying? Like, is that common?
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, so Rebecca Stacy said, my brother is a sheriff officer who works as a bailiff, and they do use hand signals.
Are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
This live has been the biggest fail of my YouTube career.
Can you still hear? You can't hear me?
I just think it has everything to do with my shoddy internet right now. Yeah, I can hear you, but you sound like a robot to me.
Crap. Wait, she might try to call back in. Hold on, guys. Okay, can you hear me now?
Oh my God. It's the same, but Sam Bada's comment cracked me up. That time in the 80s. Okay, I think I can hear you good now. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah, can you hear us, guys?
God.
We do have a call in, but I don't know.
I literally cannot.
It was the one that called in earlier.
What now?
Can you hear me now?
What?
Can you hear me? Oh my God. Hey, can you hear me?
I can. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Oh, for the love of Christ. Okay, I am so sorry for all of these snafus tonight, you guys. I really am. I'm just looking at chat. Where is okay? We hear you both. Okay, so we're good now.
Good. Now we do have a call in.
Oh, who do we have?
It's Alias again.
Is that Sandy?
I don't know. Is the way.
Alias. Okay, yeah, put her through. Plug her through.
Let's see. Hello? Alias, are you on?
Hello, ladies.
Hello.
Hello, Alias.
I'm not delayed, am I?
No, you sound good.
I told you I'm new to this, and I realized after rewinding a bit that I was loud and the picture was terrible, and I don't usually like to even put it out there. I obviously didn't like my voice or something I did, because you sure did bump and laugh me quick.
We sure did. What?
What?
I'm sorry. Say that again.
You sure did bump me quick and laugh about it. I'm sorry if I wasn't your cup of tea.
bump you. I don't know what you mean. You said you were
You-
done.
Yeah, and you had asked us how to get back down to chat.
Yeah,
No,
you said I'm
no,
going to
no,
make my
no.
way over to chat.
No, that was a misunderstanding. What I said was, see, when you jump into StreamYard and you're brand new, all I can see is these 4 icons in front of me. Speaking of which, there's not 4 people on the panel, right? Anyhow, I see you guys, but I can't see the chat. So that's what I meant was, the misunderstanding was that I was going to go and see if I could see what they were saying in chat.
Okay, so what did you want to say? What did you leave out?
Well, basically, I didn't want to come in and take over your show. I just wanted to join. I wanted to listen to you a little bit longer to see where you were at again, watch the chat to see where we're at. I didn't want to take over the show. It felt like you wanted me.
No one said you were taking over the show. I'm just asking what you wanted to talk about.
Well,
usually when people call in on a panel, they have something specific they want to say. So that's what I'm asking.
Well, I was pretty specific in how I introduced myself, and wasn't I?
Okay, you're still not answering the question. So, do you have something that you want to talk about as far as Cadle, the U.S.C. case, the sentencing?
What do I feel about it? Okay, you can bump me again. Then I didn't hear what you said because I accidentally spoke over you.
No, I'm waiting for your answer. What did you want to talk about?
I'm sorry. Please, would you repeat the question?
I asked you if you had anything to talk about pertaining to the topics that we've talked about tonight.
Absolutely.
Okay, what
do you want to start? Okay. We've learned a good amount in here today. Even you, Miss J, have said, oh, my goodness, I haven't seen that before. I didn't hear that. I didn't know that. You yourself said, we all see so many different things. I said yes, and many of us miss a lot of it. It's so easy. You understand that, right? We can only invest so many times or so much time into watching certain creators, watching what everyone says. So we get bits and pieces here and there. We don't have it all.
Yeah.
I was on a stream earlier today, and the stuff I heard, oh my gosh, it was amazing. And it was stuff I hadn't heard yet. And here's the thing. She speaks with the Watts, and she's been with this case from the very beginning. And like I said, I don't know exactly what to feel about the case right now because my mind is.
What were they saying that was mind blowing? What blew your mind today?
What blew my mind? Okay. Boy, you really are putting me on the spot. This kind of blows. Okay, what blew my mind? Okay, well, how about this Sandy woman that was just in here?
No. You said you were on another. No. You said you were on another stream earlier, and that this YouTuber had all this information you had never heard. I'm asking what information blew your mind?
Okay, what blew my mind, first of all, was discovering who the creator was. And again, I'm new enough that I don't know all you creators.
Meaning
I
what?
was surprised to learn that the creator, and I'm sure you don't allow people to name other creators, so I'll appreciate that. But anyways, I didn't know who she was until she had her face out there today. And then I put a few more pieces to the puzzle together. It made a lot of difference.
You can say who it was.
I don't wish to, if you don't mind.
Then why are you bringing it up? I'm confused at your motive here.
Listen, let me see. Let me see if I'm in the chat again so that I can bring it back to where you were. I come up here because I'd hope to contribute to what I've seen about this case. Again, I didn't want to be the full attraction. I mean, where's Dre again? Is there 4 people up in here? Or are they both yours? I didn't want to talk to myself.
Well, you just called in and you're not even answering the questions I'm asking you. So, what information blew your mind? Okay, you said first of all, the first key was you couldn't believe who the creator was. So I say, who is it? And you won't tell me. So I guess my question for you is, why should I even entertain you after that?
All right, well, let me ask you this. How many questions like that are you willing to answer, ma'am?
I'll answer anything you ask me. What do you want to know?
Okay, great. When's the last time you talked to Kim Kaufman or anyone important in this?
When's the last time I talked with Kim Kaufman, like on the phone?
Here, I'll be specific for you, okay? Every question I ask, I'll be specific for you, and hopefully they'll answer your questions. When's the last time you did a live chat with our good buddy, Miss Kim Kaufman?
Last night or the night before.
Wow, really? Listen, I had to unsub you, and I had to because you know that I'd gotten mouthy in a couple of your chats, and you.
Who is that? Go away.
You know, I was willing to entertain that, but that was just downright rude. Like totally rude. I mean, I get it. You come up here and you speak like you've got stuff to say, which is great. And if you know what I mean, you don't agree with some of the things that are done on this channel, that's totally fine. This channel is about transparency, not making an ass of yourself on a panel. Sorry.
Yeah, so we're not going to entertain that, but nice try. And you know, the whole time that I was talking to that person, I couldn't help but, you know how when you talk to people and you have like a visual of who they are?
Yeah.
That voice, all I saw was freaking Pat from Saturday Night Live. I'm sorry. That was what was in my head the entire time that person thing was talking.
I was just amazed. Like, it was like going in circles, like nothing of fruition was coming out of her. Like, I'm like,
oh boy. If you're going to troll, you can do better than that. But
yeah. That was well, man, that was an interesting one.
Sure was. So yeah, Casey, she came up to say she unsubbed. So it's like, oh my God.
I can't.
Cargo. Oh my God, Angela, that's not nice. You can't no, you can't say that. That's not nice.
I just wish that if she did have anything to say against what, you know what I mean? Like she really felt something from the heart, like say it.
I don't think she had anything from the heart to say. I don't think she came on this panel with any intentions other than just give me a hard time.
Yeah.
I guess the chat is flying. Can we slow it down in Streamlabs, Miss Casey? Our IT girl?
How do we slow it down?
Or do we just have to do it in YouTube Studio like normal?
Let me see.
Because I don't see anything on not Streamlabs. I keep calling it that. StreamYards. It's like a play yard, like a playground. It's for newbies, and I can't even figure it out.
Yeah, I don't really understand StreamYards too much yet.
I'm going in to see if I can slow it down.
Okay.
Can you still hear me, girl?
I can still hear you.
So, what do you think of the Illuminati thing, like the whole hand signals? What's your thought?
I've heard a lot of people talk about the Illuminati, like even with the White House, like if you look at the windows, you know what I mean? So it's like, it is interesting to see that, but after reading a couple people's like comments in chat, I don't know, man. I do kind of think that maybe that's how cops signal each other, like, you know, so many minutes they have left, or just letting each other know they're good. You know what I mean? Keep your eye on people, because they do have to keep their eyes on everyone.
Yeah, it's just like the Secret Service has their own signals.
Yeah.
Just like freaking coaches have. I mean, they do it in football, y'all. Like,
I
don't
do it in
watch football.
band.
I hate it, but I know they have like their stupid little hand signals they do to each other, like whatever their play is, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have literally seen a lot of different theories on Reddit, but the Illuminati one I had not seen yet. But there is a lot of very interesting theories out there on Reddit.
Oh, did you see chat? Alias put in chat. I'm trying to call in. Give me another chance, ladies. Yes, we are finally able to hear you loud and clear. Please either bump me or let me back in. Tell me how you want me to do it this time after all this. It's been fun, though. Ain't no one would deny that. And there's still over 600 members hanging in there with you. Oh, well, thanks for the vote of confidence.
Right? That was interesting.
Wait, what are they talking about for laughs? Do what?
I don't know that one. Sister Knives was cracking me up, though. If anybody wants to call in, here is the link.
Yeah, I'm trying to slow down chat for you guys. For y'all people out there.
For
Casey,
everybody
why
in
don't
the
you
Zoom.
call in?
Yeah, Casey, call in.
But I love how people call like, oh, I unsubbed. Like, I have so many comments where people are like, you know what? I unsubbed from you. Why are you commenting? Like, if you watched the video and you were that unhappy and you unsubbed, why?
Right? I don't get the energy. You know what I mean? Like I said, if you feel a certain way and you want to tell that creator, like, look, I don't agree with you, that's totally fine. Like, we welcome that, you know, because I want to hear everybody's theories. I know you do too, Jay, but to be like that on a panel, no thanks. We don't like that. Right, Karina? Gotta love the exit speech.
Call in again. Of them
What's
out there.
that?
I said there's a
Oh,
lot of
yeah, there
exit
is.
speeches
Totally.
out there. Sorry, I'm still trying to get this. Oh, here we go. Oh, what should I set it to?
I don't know, maybe like a couple seconds. Those are the same kind of people who announce they're canceling their Facebook accounts.
Yeah, they make this great. I've seen that so many times.
Okay, I don't want to bring him up, but phony baloney, Oni. Do you remember about this time last year, actually? It's been a year ago. But do you remember when he called on, I think it was Molly's phone, and he was on Diane's panel, and he was like, goodbye, YouTube.
Oh, yeah, I remember his dramatics.
His exit speech was hilarious.
Yeah, there's no way to control your stream from YouTube.
Really?
Mm-mm.
Oh, that's bizarre.
Mm-mm. It won't let me unless I'm missing something, but
Yeah, and I'm looking at the settings here in StreamYards, and I'm not seeing anything.
yeah, I would think that StreamYards would like automatically, they have like automatic filters and all of that for your audio. I would think it would automatically adjust.
Yeah.
Someone said I should let Pat back in.
Oh my God.
I don't know what happened to Sister Knives. I think she got booted or something, but I don't know what happened.
I didn't boot her.
She said she called in and something happened.
Oh, weird. Call back in.
I know, that's what I said.
Yeah, call back in. Hell, knowing me, I'd probably click something.
I think we have another creator in the house.
Oh, cool.
At Think for Yourself.
Oh, I've seen them before in here.
What kind of channel do you have? Oh my God, Glycerine.
Oh,
now I'm gonna have that stupid song stuck in my
voice
head.
is tinny.
Yeah.
All right, we got another caller.
Hey, Florida bass fishing. Why don't you call in and tell us your theory? I've wanted to hear his theory for so long.
Yeah, Florida Bass, you should call in. April's in the house. Hey, April.
Hey.
Hello. Thanks for calling in.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I have nothing to say, really, except for just hi. Hi.
Hello.
Yeah, actually, I used to work at the sheriff's office, and a lot of the guys just stand there either with their hands on their belts their thumbs like hooked in their belts because it's more comfortable than just leave your hands hanging there. I don't think that that's Illuminati stuff.
Yeah.
I
see,
appreciate her point, though. I
Yeah.
appreciate her point and what she was trying to say. And she was completely respectful, unlike that
What the heck? She got kicked. April, can you call back in? Jay, are you still there? Are you still there? Hold on, guys. I don't know what happened. April, call back in. There we go.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear us now?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
I'm
I
not
don't know
sure what
why it
happened.
dropped.
I'm not sure what happened.
But what were you saying? I heard you say that you had appreciated like the theory.
Oh, I appreciated her theory, and she was very respectful. And, I mean, that's what makes true crime interesting to me is hearing all the different theories and the possibilities of what could be. That's what makes this whole thing fun, I guess.
Yeah.
It's not fun. Murder is not fun. Please don't anybody send me hate mail. But
Right.
you know what I'm saying. It makes it interesting.
It does. Well, and I like to hear everybody's theories about these types of cases just because, there's cases out there that have never even been solved. You know what I mean? And it's like, that's what I love about the true crime communities. When you've got a bunch of people that get together and say their theories, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent, you know what I mean? It's like that creates
Yeah.
that content for people to talk about it.
I wanted to bring up a theory that I heard way in the beginning of this all. It was from an obscure YouTuber, and I think his name was, or it still is, Astral Pilot. Do you know him?
I've heard of that name.
Okay. He came up with this crazy theory once. No, maybe it was somebody else. I'm not sure. Anyway, the theory was that Anna Darko had an explosion like a year prior to the murders. And it was going to be the same thing that Chris was going to try to do with the gas can and blowing it up. That they owed all these people that were surrounding their batteries a whole bunch of money because of the previous explosion. And that they put this whole plan into effect, including the placement of NK purposefully into that office, and they used Chris as a patsy. That it was all one big setup.
See, and I'd heard that too. I had heard that was
Yeah.
like Florida
And
Bass.
I know I'm not saying it. I'm not giving the theory justice because I know I'm not saying it right. It's been a long time since I saw that video, but it was at the time really intriguing to me because it was plausible. It was plausible. This person had proof of the prior explosion at an Anadarko battery.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
See, that's what I find so interesting, and that's what I think that was Florida Bass's theory too about wrongful death suit and suing Anadarko for like millions.
Yeah.
By blowing up the area.
Yes. Yes, I think that's what it had to do with. Yes.
Yeah.
But I think it was that guy, Astral Pilot, that put it out there.
I'll have to check that person out because I've heard of their channel, but I've actually never been able to you know what I mean? There's so many different channels out there that I hear them and I never get to go to them, Okay, StreamYards is acting funky. Jay, are you there? Oh my god.
Saying I don't get to see half of what's put out there.
Are you there now?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. It keeps cutting. It keeps dropping people.
You can't hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you now. Okay, there's April again. And then we've got
Hi.
Kathy.
Yeah.
Hey, I don't know what keeps
Can you hear me?
happening. Yeah, I can hear you.
I can hear you.
Hello.
Jay?
Okay.
Yeah,
Am I
you're good. Can you hear me, April?
Hello? Yeah, I can hear you.
I can
clearly.
hear you too.
Okay.
I don't know why
Jay?
StreamYards keeps dropping.
Well, I'll go ahead and leave since you have another caller on the line. Give them
They're
some time.
gone too.
Oh, are they?
Yeah, it was
Okay.
somebody named
I'll
Kathy.
hang.
They're gone. But yeah, you can stay on. I'm interested what else you have too. Oh my gosh, it keeps knocking people. Jay, are you there?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yeah, it keeps dropping people. I don't know.
I know what's going on.
It hates me.
Yeah, right?
It's a conspiracy.
It's the Illuminati.
But wait, I'm making the triangle with my hands right now. Oh my God.
Okay, hopefully this works.
Maybe if I stay really, really still, it won't boot me again.
Yeah, if you don't move, maybe it'll work.
Okay. I'm not moving.
Okay, can you guys hear
So
me all
Pat
right?
seemed a little bitter.
I can hear you, Jay.
I can hear you, but you're breaking up.
Oh my God. It dropped her again. Jay, are you there? It keeps dropping people.
Right here.
Can you hear him? Yeah,
Can
I
you
can
hear me? Okay. I don't know what's
I
going
don't
on.
either. It keeps dropping people.
I'm not so crazy about this.
Now I'm
StreamYard.
not. Mm-mm. It was doing so good for like the first hour and a half, and then when Sister Knife said she called in, I thought she bounced. And no, it dropped her. But it's now happening to April like a lot. I don't know what's going on. I don't like StreamYards, y'all. We going back to Zoom next time.
I can't.
Forget this. Forget all this noise.
Casey makes fun of me for my Zoom. She's like, you and that damn Zoom. You know what, though? It works.
It does. It's consistent. It doesn't drop us.
If it ain't broke, why fix it? Oh, shit. I am dead.
I'm sitting here like, why?
Okay, so let's throw the link up.
Okay.
Because I want to talk to April.
Hopefully it'll work now. True crime enthusiast. I needed this laugh too, though.
Truly, I did too. I really did.
Yes, no, I did too. I just feel bad because I don't know why it keeps dropping people. Daybreak said you should try Streamlabs. I'm scared now. I want to keep with Zoom, man. Like,
You know what's happening to me in the StreamYards, that my version of Safari has a bug and I have to update my phone, and that's why the audio is shoddy.
oh, okay.
So I don't know
If that's why you keep cutting out.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know if that's why people are getting booted either.
That might be. Yeah, because I'm connected to everything on the internet. Like everything's good. I tested the speed connection.
Yeah, no, girl, you're legit.
Yeah.
You're legit.
You're legit. Girl, you're killing me over there.
Look at the comment in chat. StreamYards needs a duo patch
and a birthday
cake Thrive bar.
I agree.
That is hilarious.
That is. I'm sorry, but this is way too funny. You know what it wait, where did it go? Oh, that looked funny. What it feels like to good laugh like this, and you can tell it's genuine, all the noise. It's true.
Oh my god, I just
You did what?
I just hit my
Oh my god, you're roboing, like Robo.
Can you hear me now?
I can kind of hear you.
I hit
oh my god,
my funny bone.
Oh, it's not so funny, is it? Are you all right, girl?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can.
Okay. I hit my funny bone and it hurt like hell. Okay, so that's what I was trying to say, damn it.
And then it was like cutting you out. You were like, I Leela do. Like, what?
Terrible.
Oh, man.
I am so sorry. Freak. What are people talking about in chat? Let's watch some. Watch some what? This entire live feels like the Twilight Zone. I feel like everyone's been talking about something and I don't know what they're talking about.
I know. I feel like I'm like 100 days behind on this chat at times. Like,
oh, seriously. Like, I got lost several times during this live.
Oh, me too.
Oh my god. Purple Butterfly says, pass it, pass it. Gregory, okay, pass the bomb. Oh my god. I swear we are not.
Yeah, no, I'm not. Mm-mm.
Pass, puff is what you're saying. Oh my god. I feel stoned listening. I can't. Our chat is stoned because of us.
Thanks, StreamYards.
We're like the YouTube Cheech and Chong.
We totally are. It's like Jeffrey Taylor. You guys are too much.
Oh my god, we didn't. It's just, this is just how it goes.
Oh my god, Casey's cracking me up now. Look at the bright side. You've got 530 people in here laughing either at you or with you. Listen, we all have been stuck in the houses because of COVID, right? Like, we all need a good laugh.
We did need a good laugh for
and
sure.
I gotta give a shout out to Alias. I wasn't laughing the first time. I was confused, but then when you came back up here, yeah, you gave me some good laughs. So thank you, Alias. Shout out to you tonight.
I was confused.
I was so confused.
Oh my god, yeah, we need a sound effect of the Twilight Zone music right now. Do 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 do.
And his voice. What was his name? Oh my god, I
remember.
him. He was great.
That was an awesome show.
Yeah, they played
like
on
the
Sci-Fi.
old ones, the black and white ones.
Mm-hmm. Those are my favorite.
I highly recommend binge watching the Twilight Zone.
Yeah. Do they still have it on Netflix?
Yep.
Oh man, I love the Twilight Zone. Mama 3. Alias made me question all my life choices.
Everyone's saying they got confused when Alias stepped on the platform, and I did too.
Yeah.
That was when confusion set in for me.
I literally was like, wait, you said you wanted to get down here and go to chat. So I was so confused. I'm like, I wouldn't boot someone.
So we escorted her, like being polite, back to chat.
Yeah, I was like, what are those people in the movie theaters where they show you is it usher?
Mm-hmm.
I was ushering her back to her seat.
Right. That was very very polite, I think. And if she was actually booted, she would have been like booted from chat.
Yeah.
And she would have been kicked from StreamYards because there is an option when you kick someone to ban them altogether.
Oh, is there really?
Yeah. So next time a troll calls, just do that.
Okay. See, and I've been watching when people call in if they have cameras on. I just like watch, but nobody did except for Alias at the first time. So I'm like, okay, I just hope nothing happens on this camera.
Did you see her profile picture? Hilarious.
Oh man.
Is Sam still in the house?
I don't know. I haven't seen him in a little while. My God,
I love Sam.
Sam is awesome.
If
And
anybody
Sam-
wants to call in, I dare you to click the link.
Yeah, click that link.
I double dog dare you.
Oh,
yay! Sam's coming on.
When are we doing? We got to tell everybody too. When are we doing our Christmas Patreon special?
Oh, Christmas Patreon special is Sunday.
This Sunday, fun day.
What time did we decide on?
Ooh, what was it, like 7 p.m. your time? You're thinking?
Yeah, 7 p.m.
Okay, so 7 p.m. Eastern this Sunday, Christmas Patreon, y'all. It's gonna be a lot of fun. We're gonna do what? Ho ho no.
Yep, ho ho no.
And some true crime trivia. And I'm coming up with the questions.
And we're gonna have lots of goodies.
Yes, lots of giveaways.
Patreon only, y'all.
Yep. Join that Patreon. It's $1.
Make you holla. Come on up, Sam.
Let's see. Let me send it again just in case.
Twin mom investigates sending drunk hand signals.
Oh my God.
What's up, Hazel? I know Hazel was having a little issues earlier, and my autocorrect accidentally changed her name to Hazelnuts, so I didn't call you that.
Hazelnuts. Oh, we got Sam.
And my autocorrect accidentally changed. Enter radio voice.
Enter radio.
Hey, can you hear me?
Loud and crystal clear.
Yes, you actually sound better than the both of us.
Well, I was saying in the chat earlier that there's no doubt that all of those guests were voice actors. Bad out of work voice actors doing practicing their improv, since no other actor will allow them on their improv stage.
Sam, I have
so bad at it.
enjoyed your commentary.
Yes. The 80s tie made my night tonight.
Seriously, I think the deal is that somebody is paying a voice actor to do all of that, to direct things into all this conspiracy stuff in order to get you banned from YouTube. And since all this stuff with Sherlyn Cadle has come up, to make your channel not believable. And since Kim dropped the bomb on that dream, I mean, seriously. Normally, when people are calling in, people are kind of normal.
Yeah. No, I fully agree.
I think I'm on, guys.
Hi. Welcome.
Hi. Thank you. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you too.
I made it as well.
Hello, Ange.
Hello.
Welcome.
Okay, so Sam, real quick. So what are your thoughts on everything that's gone on, like with Cadle, with things that Kim has been bringing out? Like, what are you thinking?
I already said in the chat what I thought about Cadle. She has to go to Walmart every day.
She goes straight in for the manager.
I mean, they're out of stock, so she's got to go back the next day.
Get them GMOs.
I have a question about that Cadle thing. I was listening to Kim yesterday, and I think she was talking to you, Jay, and she was explaining the timeline. And what I didn't get was this lady's dream posted on a Facebook group before Chris's February confession?
I think it was. I would have to ask Jay. Her audio keeps going in and out, but that is a very good question.
What was the question? I'm sorry.
Okay, so yesterday you were on a live with Kim, and she was explaining the Cadle thing, and I haven't listened to it. I really can't stand her, and I can't stand AD. So anyway, so Cadle is on there. I mean, what time was on there? Kim was saying that the lady's dream was written out and posted somewhere. Was this posted before Chris's confession in February?
A lot of people in chat saying yes, it was.
It was, okay.
Yeah. Someone said February 2nd, 2019. So I think, yeah, it was posted in February of 2019.
Okay, I couldn't understand that, and I was like, I mean, if it was, then that's where he could have got it. But if he wasn't, what is he just guessing what she dreamed? But that would make a
Right?
lot of sense. Yeah. To
Yeah,
be completely
somebody said-
honest with you, as a web sleuth, as somebody who's followed lots of cases, there's been plenty of times where I can guess on the money kind of what happened. I mean, when Chris confessed, it was almost like, okay, yeah, we kind of got that. We kind of got that. And like, it was like, tell us more, fill in more blanks. Cause we can assume what happened. Like, if you go into a building and come out and it rained, it rained. You didn't have to see it rain. And that's just kind of how I was feeling. I can assume a lot of the stuff that happened and what she said in her dream. There were some details in there, but a lot of it, from what I heard her say, was kind of like, it would have been kind of vague. And I don't really think if he did what he did, I don't think he would have ever let Bella walk at Servi. I feel like that.
no.
I feel like work was his sacred place, and he would have never let her even enter there. Like step on the floor.
Like, I can't even picture a little girl walking up those stairs and not being scared to death. They're see-through. There's holes in them.
Right?
That little girl was not like a rambunctious, like, okay, I'll do anything.
She was timid.
Cautious.
Yeah, she was very
cautious.
timid. Yeah, and I have a very nervous daughter like Bella, and I can, well, I mean, she's a little bit less nervous, but I've seen her get full of anxiety, and she would have never gone up those stairs, especially if there was bad things already happening.
Bella was just a sensitive soul.
He would have had it. He would have had to carry her up, and like,
Absolutely.
viciously. She would have been fighting like they said she did. I personally don't know if I completely believe that he killed him in the back of the truck. I do think that he did it at home, and something makes me believe that he did it before Shanann got home, because I do believe that he killed the girls. I don't think Shanann killed the girls, just because of, if you think of premeditation terms, even though she was coming home mad as hell, she had asked him to pack their bags for school. She wasn't the one who canceled their school, and so on and so forth. She didn't put them in the tanks either. And
I respect that. I do.
Yeah.
But I want to ask you, like, why, like, what part makes you think along those lines? Like, why do you think that way? Like, what makes you believe that the first confession wasn't true?
I don't think the first confession was true because he was just, I mean, for the obvious reasons. He was using whatever the detectives had given him to say. She was kind of egging him on to say that, and he kind of, I think he's definitely a narcissist, so he's a people pleaser. I think he was just trying to say what would please Tammy in the moment, and also what he felt was going to get him off. He was still thinking he was going to go home. He told his dad, I think they're not going to let me go home tonight, I don't know, he may not have said think, but he still didn't know exactly what was going to happen. So I truly believe that he just took what she said and ran with it. And I know that because of the way he described it. He was saying, he saw her hands, but he came in from behind.
Right. No. I totally get what you're saying. But what do you think about the technique that the investigators used to get Chris?
I think investigators will use anything to get anything
But
out
no,
of you.
the specific technique they used was called the read technique. And what they do is they give them a scenario to see if they have an emotional response to that scenario. So, like, they gave him different scenarios, like the father that killed his family, and he didn't have any response to that. But when she gave him the scenario that this mother killed her daughters because she was getting divorced and she didn't want her kids to go through a life like that or whatever, he was like, what? Why? Like, how is that saving them from anything? that was them getting, he responded to that. He didn't respond to the father annihilating his family. So what do you think of that? I mean, that's a fact. Like, this technique is a fact, and his response is a fact because we see it. So how do you explain that, though? That he didn't have the emotional response to what he supposedly did was killing them all, but he had a response to the mother doing it. That's curious to me. I'm just wanting dialogue on it. I don't know either way because I don't know shit about, interrogations and interrogating someone. But if that's the
Neither do
technique they were
I.
using and that was what their goal was, and they
I
got that
think
emotional response on that scenario, what does that mean?
I think
How
they
can
knew
you
they were going to
explain
get a
that?
confession. I think they knew they were going to get a confession out of him no matter what. At that very moment, they knew he was going to break, and Tammy Lee was going to say anything. Anything. She would have changed that up had he not gone with the
But
first
how do
thing
you
she gave
explain
him.
Chris's emotional response
He
to
had
those
no emotional
scenarios?
response, so I can explain it.
He did,
He
though.
had no
He had an
he
emotional response to the second scenario. It
I
upset him. He
believe
was
he
like,
feigned.
"What? Why?" Like,
I believe he feigned everything, just as he feigned his relationship with Nicole. Like, I think everything was truly feigned. I don't even really think he was in love with Nicole like that. I really don't.
gosh, I just think people give him way too much credit. I really do. I think this guy is so simple that I think it's just being made to be so complicated. I mean, that's just my opinion.
I'm not
I don't
saying he
know.
was a genius, and but I think that just like any man, he could lie. I'm married myself. Men
Sure.
can
Oh, of
lie,
course.
and he
Well, we know he
was
lied
just
because
with
he was having an
he was
affair,
with a
right? So we
woman.
know he's a
He
liar.
was with a woman who didn't believe he could cheat on her. What did she say? He doesn't have the balls or
He
something
doesn't
like
have
that,
game. Yeah, he's got no game.
or he's got no
And
game,
he
right?
really didn't. He didn't have game.
No,
He
he
had
had a
no
girl that was
game.
attracted
She
to
was
him
right.
and who would have left him. She was going to leave him right away anyway. I don't think it would have lasted between them either.
Who,
So,
NK?
Yeah, she was going to, chew him up and spit him out alive.
She was looking at wedding dresses, though.
I know, but remember what she said in her interview when she was speaking about all the things that she had read in the newspaper, aka read online, and she was saying that she had found out more about them, and she had found out his debt, and she was kind of like, she emphasized on that, like, ugh, like, I'm not saying she was a gold digger,
Yeah,
but she
like
wasn't trying to mess with a
I'm not
broke guy,
trying to clean up someone else's mess, right?
right?
Like,
So,
I'm
and
not trying to clean up someone else's debt.
she had mentioned that as well. She had said that she wanted to be with somebody who had, like, the same type of income as she had and same type of debt to income ratio as she had. That's why she had asked him about his 401k, not knowing that they had cashed it out. That probably made her mad that he lied about that.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. No, I think it's interesting, but I just don't think it's that deep. I really don't. I think she was hot for Chris. And I think that's why she made, the lies up about, oh, so and so wants to take me on a date, but they didn't show up. Like, she was
Oh, for
totally
sure.
trying to make him jealous. And I think it's
She
because
did. And she did.
Yeah, and I think it was because
Yeah.
she was also jealous that he was still with his wife.
Right. And somebody needed to tell her girlfriend that that woman's husband is not your soulmate. But, unfortunately, she didn't have good enough friends for that. And another thing that I think is that had she, okay, so I don't think
she shared this relationship with a lot of people because of the marriage. I think she kept it on the DL. I think she talked to Charlotte, and that was it. And Jim.
If you think about it, girls like NK, I'm sure if you listened to her a little bit longer, she would have said, I don't get along with girls. I get along with guys, like I got guy friends. She seems like that kind of girl, like the one that doesn't get along with many
Totally.
friends, girlfriends. So I'm guessing Charlotte is the one and only girlfriend she actually has. So that's enough, for her to tell Charlotte. I think that she had told the one person that should have been able to give her good advice. And
Right.
the fact that Chris thought that Charlotte was going to go home and look up his Facebook makes me think that she told her everything about him. You know, like first name, last name, where he works, because he got scared. I mean, normally you would just say, hey, like I'm dating this guy, and you wouldn't go into detail. She wouldn't be able to look him up. But I think Nicole, because that was her one good friend, she was like, hey, I told my friend about you because I've dated a new guy before, way back, you know, when I first met my husband. The first thing I did was my one and only girlfriend, I let her know who I was dating, where he lived, and his license plate number, you know, just in case, because we had started taking it seriously and I hadn't really told anybody yet. I think that's kind of what she told Chris that she had told Charlotte. And that's also why she told Charlotte, delete everything in your phone, because she had told Charlotte everything.
Yeah, you're probably right.
Yeah.
It's very possible. I mean, especially if that, like you said, that was her one girlfriend that she could confide in. And, you know, what was it she spoke with Charlotte about specifically? It was,
she
was
was
it
saying
Charlotte's parents had
that he was
cheated
all
on
about
one
his
another, or was it
dad.
Nicole's?
Ooh, I
Hello?
don't remember. I do remember she was talking about that can you hear me?
Yeah, it was that one of their parents, it was either Nicole's parents or Charlotte's parents had cheated on one another. Was it Charlotte's and she told Nicole like how it affected her or something?
I don't remember.
Do you guys remember that?
That
Dre,
I do
are you
not remember.
there?
Yeah, I'm here. I remember. Sorry, I was trying to grab my drink, but
No, it's okay. I hear bottles clanking together. Like, oh my God.
I'm like over here getting my Mountain Dew on.
Yeah.
No, I think it was Charlotte actually. I think that she confided in
NK and told her
Yeah.
like, you know, my parents did that to one another and like how it screwed her up.
Yeah, because I know Nicole's parents did get divorced, but she was really young. Like, what'd she
Yeah,
say?
I
She was like
think
5?
she said what screwed her up as far as the divorce went was being so far away from each parent and not living close. And that's why she was encouraging Chris, you know, to look for apartments that were close so that him and Shanann could stay close so that the girls had both of them.
Oh, yeah. See,
Yeah,
I do remember that.
Yeah, she
Right,
said that.
for co-parenting abilities so that it made it easier. That's part of why she looked everything from where the girls went to school.
Right. And this is not the actions of someone who's planning on snuffing out those girls.
Not at all. Not at all. I'm really bummed that Sam dropped off because
he did?
I don't see him on anymore.
I hope he
And
didn't get kicked.
Callie Sluice is gone too. It keeps kicking people.
Well, Sam, if you're out there, call back in because here's where we're going to turn dark and twisty for a minute, ladies. My family was impacted by a suicide this weekend.
Oh,
I'm sorry.
Thank you. I appreciate that. My concern is, of course, it was small town Montana law enforcement. Rather, like, they gave this situation to have two endings, either suicide or suicide by cop. There's no way that, like, they called a SWAT team in from a town 2 hours away.
oh wow.
They never called a family member. So they had 2 hours waiting for a SWAT team. They never called a family member.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Do you know how we found out? We found out on social media.
Oh my God, I am so sorry.
So,
did your family member live by themselves?
Yes. Had a girlfriend that lived with him.
Oh.
Did he happen to have like I mean, what do you think this revolves around? Is it anything to do like political or?
No, the way I feel about it is that, okay, they set this, the way this was set up, it's small town, uneducated, I mean, like too often, well,
I'm sorry, I don't
when
mean
I
to
say,
laugh, but I know the type.
right,
Yeah.
I say uneducated, and I don't mean uneducated. What I mean is, like, they're not properly trained.
Mhm.
They're not trained to have, to
They're
talk
not
somebody
exposed.
down.
Yeah, they're not exposed
Right.
to a
They're
lot.
not trained to talk somebody down. So what happened was it was set that it was either going to be a suicide, so him taking his own life, or he was going to barricade in and the SWAT team goes in to get him, and then it ends up being suicide by cop.
Oh, wow.
Because there's lack of training. Like, no mental health professionals. They like to say that there was, but when we checked phone records, no mental health professional ever contacted him in the middle of negotiations.
Oh, wow.
How
So
long
they-
was he? How long did this go on? This incident?
From 7 p.m. to it was 3:24 when they heard a shot inside the house.
So 8 hours.
That's a
Yep.
long time.
Yep.
And like Rosebud said, they need to be trained to de-escalate a situation.
That's my point. I'm sorry, I can't read chat. But
you're okay.
Sam, are you on?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, so my question is, now that this has happened, I'm trying to be there for his brother, who is my cousin as well. And then I've got other male cousins that are impacted by this. I have now ordered 7 copies of Rollo's book to give every last one of them, and I'm going to also listen to it myself.
Aw.
You may not like
Sorry,
it.
keep going, Kate.
You yourself may not like it, but I'm telling you, his books.
It's got to be better than what I'm going through right now.
Well, his
I am
books are
44
like
years
magic.
old, and this is the 32nd suicide that has impacted my life.
Wow. I'm so sorry.
I'm so sorry.
Me too, Ange.
Thank you guys for letting me be here tonight.
Absolutely.
Well, and thank you for being with us, like picking us to be with. You know what I mean? Like,
Hey, Sam, when you say that women necessarily may not like the book, why do you say that?
It's kind of like looking in the mirror, but it's also that women are just not taught that men, women don't realize until we point it out to them, that a man is told from birth that he is evil because of his masculinity. It's okay for a woman to be masculine, but not for a man. So from birth, he's told he is evil in general, just because he is a man and because he has testosterone flowing through his veins.
Mm.
My husband told me he
Wow.
was
But
learned to
will
shame
Rolo's?
his
I'm sorry.
manliness.
Yeah, you're right. And it does. It happens all the freaking time. But my question is, for females to listen to his book, does it help a female understand a male better?
For some women, maybe, but most women can't get past the thought that this is telling men to play games, that this is saying negative things about women. It's not saying negative things about women at all. It's just explaining that men and women love differently. It's the way that we're designed.
So
We
if a
love
woman goes
differently.
into this book with an open mind, she may actually learn something about her spouse or her partner.
Which book is this?
Oh boy,
Maybe.
Sam, tell her she doesn't know about Rolo's books. She hasn't heard you yet.
So these books, I didn't write them. So what happened is Rollo Tomasi, in 2002, his brother-in-law, who had just doted over his wife all those years, and they had a couple of kids, and he busted his butt to give her and the kids everything that they wanted. And she came to him one day and said, "Look, I want to get a divorce." And it wasn't long after that he hung himself from a tree behind the dream house that he had built for her for them to retire in.
Horrible.
And so that caused
I do know.
Rollo
I
to
do
go
know what you're
online.
talking
And he started writing in this forum and helping out all these guys. And now we're talking more than 10 million guys have shared their experiences with Rollo Tomasi. And that led to him starting a blog in 2011. There are more than 700 posts on it. And then the first book, the majority of that book is on the blog for free. The same with the second and third book. But, it legitimizes things when you put it in book form. But now between Rollo and myself, we are constantly bombarded with guys giving us the positive news that because they read or listened to his books, that they literally stopped themselves from committing suicide. They had planned dates for their suicides.
Now, question. Do you think, in terms of nature versus nurture, these programs or books could have helped Chris, or do you believe he would have been destined to do this regardless?
Oh, there's no doubt. I mean, Chris, he look at the way he just was such a wimp around her. I mean, and from the get-go, and that documentary that was on Netflix, I mean, she basically said that she ignored him, she abused him, she brought him, she was trying to get rid of him, brought him to the colonoscopy and all these other things. And the guy was not a man. I mean,
he wouldn't go away, she said.
Right. And during the marriage, she didn't want him sexually. And then all of a sudden at the very end, she did. That because she was figuring out that he was with somebody else. And that causes in a woman what's called competition anxiety. So all of a sudden she's writing text to her friend saying she was horny. And, one of the main premises of the book is you cannot negotiate genuine desire from a woman. You can if you go to counseling and, the counselor's like, all right, you need to do more stuff around the house, man. You need to do this and show your softer side. All that stuff is going to make her hate you because he's not a man anymore. He's doing, girly things. And so, yes, this would have totally turned him around. It would have turned the marriage around. And certainly he wouldn't have done this. And there's no excuse for what he did.
Right. Now, I want to clarify, and I want you to clarify, Sam, in your words. When you say, this could have changed Chris and he was doing girly things and that was a turnoff per se. I want you to clarify that necessarily being a man doesn't mean that you're disrespecting women. And that's, I think, where this huge, that's where the lines cross and women get irate, where they think that that's what you mean. That's what it means to be like a man's man, is a man who's disrespectful to women. And I don't believe that to be true. I think that there can be manly men that are absolutely respectful to their spouses and don't cheat on their spouses.
1000%.
Well, it's not about being disrespectful. It's just about being a man who doesn't apologize about being a man, and being a man who is constantly taking care of himself. I mean, he needs to be in shape. He needs to be working out at least 3 times a week. And she needs to know that he's doing that. I mean, what happens with these guys is they figure out, okay, I didn't realize that I need to do whatever it takes to try to make more money. I need to always be improving myself. If a man sees his wife start to go work out 3 times a week, he's not thinking, well, she's getting in shape for the next guy that she's going to be with. He's just thinking, well, this is cool. She's getting in shape.
Right.
But if a guy is not working out and all of a sudden he starts going to work out 3 times a week, she's thinking, man, he's looking pretty good. Wonder if he's going to be leaving me.
I got a better analogy.
All right.
It's the difference between men that sit to pee and stand to pee. He could be the most attractive man in the absolute world to you, but if you walked in the bathroom and you saw him sitting on the toilet taking a piss, he would no longer be attractive to you. Men stand to pee.
Exactly.
I notice everyone's quiet. All the women on panel are quiet. Dre,
I'm still here.
What's your thoughts?
I have a husband, and I know sometimes they pee when they poop.
Okay, but I didn't hear what you said.
So another thing is
It's
like
just because I have a husband, and sometimes they pee when they poop.
Oh, well, no, Sam, I want to ask you something. Like, I noticed you talk about physical attributes and taking care of yourself physically and improving your body and improving your looks and improving your, your overall health physically. What about emotionally and mentally? These connections and growth on that level.
Well, of course. I mean, the rational male, more than anything, it's about self-improvement. There's nothing wrong with self-improvement.
No, I absolutely
and it works in
agree.
every aspect of life.
I absolutely agree. I think growing and learning from all of your experiences in life is so important, because if you don't learn from every experience, you've wasted your time.
No, I agree with that.
And too many men self-deprecate. But a man, I mean, if you think of a guy that is just this alpha guy, everybody loves this guy. I'm not talking about a bastard. I'm talking about a guy that is this alpha guy that makes decisions, and he's a great leader, and people respect him. You're not going to hear him self-deprecating.
Right? No, and people are attracted to that type of person. Absolutely.
Okay, let me clarify on the pee thing. I'm not meaning because you're sitting to pee because you're tired. That's one thing. I mean, every time you go to the bathroom, you sit to pee. No, a woman sits to pee. A man stands to pee. That's all I meant.
Oh, is
No.
chat going? I'm not even looking at the chat.
Sorry, I just happened to peek at it.
Look.
So I'm done peeking at it. I'll just shut back up now.
I'm glad you're here.
In regards to Chris Watts, I totally thought he sat the entire time, every single time he went, no matter what. My question that I have is when Chanel
Thank you. You made my night.
was out of town for 6 weeks, which is when she was gone for 6 weeks, which is not in the marriage for somebody to be gone for 6 weeks, and he was constantly with his girlfriend. The fact that she didn't check up on him, would that be enough for him to say she didn't love him? Because I mean, you could call me toxic, but my husband goes to work and I check his location. Do you know what I mean? And for her to not know his location for 6 weeks, that's like 45 some odd days, to not check his location ever or know that he was not home when he was supposed to be, that's odd to me. And that makes me think that, that maybe she was done in the relationship and she put up a facade that she didn't want it to end just so she could say it wasn't me. Because that's weird to me.
Can I stop you though? I want to just interject.
But I will.
I want to interject on what you're saying.
But I will check to see where he is.
I don't.
Yeah.
I'm not a big fan of this location thing. I don't like that. I don't locate my spouse. I'm not saying it's wrong if you do. I mean, I'm not saying that at all.
For the record, my husband works 45 minutes away, so I check to make sure that he made it to work and didn't crash on the way there because there's fog.
Just
so
saying,
I'm saying for the chat. Yeah.
Oh, like I often find myself wishing we could go back to the days where, we had to leave a message on someone's freaking answering machine and they would have to call us back. I don't like this constant contact, this constant pressure of having to respond to people immediately because we're in this in the moment world. That gives me anxiety. I don't like that. And people that know me well will know, sometimes I just don't respond because sometimes I just don't look because it's too much sometimes. And I feel like that, I mean, I'm kind of going off topic here, but with the location thingy, as far as a relationship goes, I don't want to be tracked. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't know. Sam, what are your thoughts on that?
Well, if you're that man and she's crazy about you and only you, and she can't keep her hands off of you, then you're not going to be, there's no need to do what's called mate guarding, where you're constantly checking up on her to make sure, she's where she said she's going to be. And on that note, she also, because she can't keep her hands off of you and she's dedicated to only you, that she's not going to be out at some club somewhere or at some other dude's place or going off to a Thrive convention without you and is, wearing skimpy dresses, dancing with a bunch of other people, drunk.
For the record,
drunk.
For the record, I don't even share my location with Google. So why am I going to share it with somebody I'm dating?
But they were married, so their location was automatically shared in their cloud. So she could have checked it without.
Right, they were on
him
like the family thing. I get it.
then
I mean, I have my
have
kids on.
Different kind of phone.
given him the access location. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So
no,
she
I
could have
get it. I
accessed.
have
She could have
that.
accessed him whenever she wanted. So did she
Well,
not
she had
check?
his phone half the time. So
And if she didn't check, why?
well, because she had his phone some of the time, I think, and he only took his work phone because she used his Facebook to sell Thrive on his behalf.
Right, but I meant, did she not check when she was in North Carolina? But then that made me think that maybe he left his house, his personal phone at home, but that wouldn't make sense either. Like, so again.
Oh
while she
yeah,
was
that
gone
I
in those
don't
6
know. That's
weeks,
a good question.
was she not checking to see if he was home? And if she wasn't, does that kind of say, that speaks volumes to me? Like if your husband,
She didn't seem
acting
too worried
strange,
about him the
you're
first
gonna
5
check
weeks,
stuff.
in my opinion. Like if you
Right.
look
And
back at the text,
he was calling Nicole from his phone. He was calling her. So all she had to do was check their phone records and she would have found stuff out. I know they didn't share a cell phone bill though, because Shanann was under her mom's cell phone line. Because I don't know if you remember, her mom said that she bought the iWatch because it was under her account.
No, I never caught that.
Yeah, that's news to me.
I mean,
They
I
weren't on the
didn't. I
same
haven't
plan?
verified that with anybody. I believe they weren't on the same plan because Shanann's iWatch was purchased by her mother. I forgot her mother's name. Yeah,
By Sandy.
Sandra?
by Sandra. Yeah.
Sandy? Yeah, I've never heard that. But we've never seen Chris's records. We've only seen NK's records. You know what I mean? Like
Right.
we've never seen
But we
his
do
phone
know that they were
records.
calling each other, which
Yeah,
which would
from
have
her
pop-
records.
which would have popped up. Yeah.
Now,
But
I do have a
I just-
question for Sam. Are you still there, Sam?
I'm here.
Okay. So the other day, it was like 2 or 3 days ago when we were watching some of the Watts family videos, you had mentioned something about music and what she was listening to, Shanann in the kitchen. There was like certain song titles that you heard way better than I could. I was like, I'm curious though, like that is pretty interesting that you picked up on that. So I was wondering, like, what do you say about the music? You know what I mean?
I mean, the purpose of popular music is to affect life. I mean, music creates life. It creates lifestyles. And it was just interesting that whether she was picking the songs or Alexa was picking the songs. I mean, Alexa's listening all the time, through those Amazon devices and Google Nest and everything else. And so it gets to know your personality. And I believe that I call Facebook Fate Book. I really believe that artificial intelligence is directing people's lives. But these songs, I mean, they depict a lifestyle. And she was living that lifestyle that matched a lot of the songs that we were hearing in the background on those different videos from Facebook. It's a fact. And that lifestyle is not conducive to a faithful, monogamous marriage.
I can testify to what he's saying. When I wrecked my life and moved into the homeless shelter in 2012, one of the first things one of my life coaches told me was that in order to live your life in a different direction, you have to let go of everything. And he couldn't understand. As long as I kept listening to the old music that I listened to while I was in the bar drinking and partying, and carrying on, doing all the things that affected the breakdown that was coming to a head, that brought me to that situation. You know, once I replaced that with faith-based spiritual, it changes your mindset. It affects you.
Yeah, I could see that 100%.
So much of the Bible is actually music.
Yeah. I've heard that. And like Lovesick said, it provokes many different emotions. So you are absolutely right. Like there's certain types of music that we like. Like I do love music. It's very therapeutic for me, but when you said that, it kind of made me stop in my tracks and I'm like, wait a minute. I never thought of it like that.
Yep. There's days that I'll turn my Pandora on and I can't listen to the tunes from the old days. I just can't do it because it'll put me into a mindset that is going to end up with me walking into the front door to the bar. I just can't do it.
So it's like a trigger for you.
It can be.
Yeah.
And music is one of my biggest comforts in life. Like there's always a radio playing in my house. Like I never have a silent house. You know, it might be in the bedroom away from everybody else, but my house is never silent. I can't do it.
I
live alone.
actually asked myself, I'm so sorry. I had actually asked myself this question the other day. I believe Chris is a huge poser. And I believe the Metallica thing was just something that he kind of clung on to since high school. Like I like Sublime in high school, and I could feign that I have loved them since then. And you know, if somebody bought me a concert ticket, I'd be happy, so on and so forth. But I've always wondered, like, was he the kind of guy that listened to music on his way to work, or did he just drive in silence and listen to his own thoughts? And if he listened to music, what did he listen to? And I bet if you asked him, he would say he listened to Metallica, but I highly doubt he really did, unless he was trying to use it as a conversation piece, like what he did with Shanann and what he did with Nicole.
I mean, I could see that, but I personally, that drive is so long. I would literally turn on my favorite tunes and just drive. You know what I mean? You're talking like 48 minutes. That's a long drive. You know what I mean? Like maybe he talked to Nicole, you know?
April, I think that I agree with Jay. I think you're just thinking he is not that deep. Watts is a shallow puddle. You are thinking you're giving him way too much credit. He is, pardon the language, but he's a
I'm not giving
pussy
him
whip.
credit at all.
He's just not. Like
I
you're
wasn't giving him much credit at all.
overthinking him.
No, absolutely. I don't think so. I really was questioning that. I totally have had, you know, several friends, and you can tell the kind of person they are, but like what they listen to, just like what he was saying, you know, what they have on in the background. None of the music that they ever had on in the house was music that you could tell he chose. So did he listen to music? Was he that kind of person? And
Well, he
was he
loved
just using that one Metallica
Yeah.
thing for reference?
Somebody did say too in
But there's
chat.
only so much
sure wasn't
Metallica you
playing
can listen to.
Metallica.
He did have the Metallica
He was never
tattoo.
playing Metallica.
No, he loved Metallica.
Yeah, he had the what was it? He had one of their tattoos on his back.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had,
It's a
yeah.
terrible
So he
tattoo.
definitely liked music. I don't think he would have listened to like new pop music, but who knows?
So also one thing I've been going back and listening to all the old interviews, and in one of the interviews, Lori, who was Shanann's best friend from back home, so it was like a friend that she had since she was a child, who I think Shanann would have opened up to more so than
You mean Kelly?
No,
Are you talking
Laura.
about Kelly?
Lori, no.
I don't
It
know
was
who
Lori.
Lori.
Are you
She
talking
had
about
a
Lauren?
good friend, Kelly.
Lauren,
There's
I'm
Lauren.
sorry. Lauren.
Oh, okay.
Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren.
I'm sorry. Lauren was her friend from back home, and I think that's somebody she would have opened up to more so than the friends that she had to pretend she was somebody else with. And at one point, Lauren said that Shanann used to joke that Chris was late coming home from work because he was with his work girlfriend. And she said that this was way back when, you know, that she had noticed he had changed 6 months before, and she was kind of insinuating that this was around the same time.
Wow. But she never really imagined that he would cheat on her, you know. She never thought he would cheat. She may have said that joking, but I don't think Shanann ever imagined that Chris would cheat on her.
Well,
It's
she was sure that it
hilarious.
was not possible. She was sure that it was not possible for
Right.
him to cheat because
Well,
he
she
was
straight up
such a wimp. What woman would want him? He was
she
so
straight up
weak.
said he had no game. He has no game.
Exactly.
Well, and
And
he
she's
was
seen
he was
game.
socially awkward too, like really awkward.
Well, she had him take a communications course right after they got married on an online college.
To try to
I saw that video.
And that's where the relationship deterioration video comes from, his speech for that class.
Did you
And
know
that
that
was the only
that video was actually recorded by his friend in their living room? That wasn't even at the class. Like he had a practice speech it in front of his friends, and that's what they recorded.
Yeah, I know. I know.
I
They invited
also
their friends
wonder.
over. He had to have an audience. Yeah.
I also
That
wonder
was the
if that's.
Dietzes.
I also wonder if that's who Ronnie was talking about when, because they questioned a lot when he said, "I also knew about the problems with the other girl." I wonder if that's what he was talking about, because the reason they had to do that was because Shanann had caught Chris getting a message from an old girlfriend, and it was like a work. I believe she may have been a work colleague that was an old girlfriend, and that's why she made him do that, because he had gotten in trouble with her, and he didn't see the big deal. Like, I don't think it probably wasn't a big deal, but to her it was, and that's why he had to do that. And I feel that's
But
why
where
she
did
had
that
all
story
of their
come
friends hang
from?
out.
Because where did that story come from?
The one of it happening
the girlfriend,
because of somebody that he met. He said that in one of his interviews with law enforcement, that he had gotten a text message once from a friend, and that Shanann got mad, and that he said, "What, am I not supposed to have any friends?" Or
No, I remember hearing that story. I just couldn't remember where I heard it, because I heard it a long time ago, but I couldn't remember if he said it or if someone else had said he said it. I couldn't remember where that came from.
He had said it, and I did hear it in another place, but I honestly don't remember exactly at the moment. I'm sure I can, but I'm having a J.
Well, I just
now,
remember I remember there was an ex-girlfriend that came out of the woodwork and said, all these things that she had in a relationship with Chris, and it ended up that it was fake. So I remember that story
I never
coming
listened
from
to that.
her. Yeah, I remember she said something like she was told by Chris, like, we can't talk anymore because my wife, da 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 da. But it turned out she wasn't even like real. So I wasn't sure if that was the same
I missed all of
story.
that. Yeah,
Okay.
I
That's
believe
probably
they
a
were even
good
saying
thing.
it was like there was a certain person online or somebody that was like pretending to be a girlfriend, but I never listened to it. But
Well,
no,
that's
I
kind of crazy because,
that directly from him. He said that in one of his
and this
interviews.
brings up a good point, I think, that Sam has made on previous lives. That us as women, and it's so true because I do it too, we have so many expectations.
I think you cut out.
Jay, are you there?
Oh my God.
You cut out.
Can you hear me?
Yeah. You
So
said
many
something about expectations and then it cut you.
Okay. So us as females, we have these expectations for our men. But then we scoff when they have expectations for us. And I'm guilty of it. Okay. I always think that my expectations are more important, and I catch myself doing that, and I try not to do that. But I notice that a lot of women do that. Like, we have all these high expectations of how we should be treated and things that should be done. But when, men have an expectation, we freak out.
Yeah.
Like, what the hell? Like, he's being controlling, or he wants this, or, you know what I mean? Like, I just feel like Chris, there were these I don't know. I don't even know where I was going with that now. I totally lost my train of
I
thought.
totally agree with you though, Jay. Like when men suggest something like, hey, I don't like that you dress this way or act this way or something, we're sitting there like, wait a minute now. Like, we can have expectations, but men cannot. And that's where it's like,
but
where's
not
the
only
fine
that,
line?
I mean, as far as like deeper issues, like I see so many times, like people get married, and then when they get married, like the husband's family is just like not as important as the wife's family. And, things like that. And it's like the husband's expected to go with bells on to all these family affairs with, these women, But then the women are like, I don't really want to go to your families. You know what I'm saying? Like, I see that so much. And there's other analogies I could bring up, but I just feel like we as women, we expect a lot, but then when things are expected of us, we think we already do enough.
Yeah.
Especially when you get
very
into
true.
a marriage with children. You know, it gets more complicated and your life gets more busy, and you have to actually think about working on your relationship. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Does this make any sense, or am I
It
just
does.
rambling?
It does. No, it totally does for me. I totally
Nope, you're spot
understand.
on.
I
I get where
I
you're
honestly
looking.
think that, yeah.
I
I
forget where
think
I
the
was going
relationship got worse
initially.
when Cece was born, and I'm not saying that because she was a rambunctious child that it hurt the relationship. I think, but because she was a rambunctious child, that it made them more tired, more aggravated. They had more stuff to do, and
See,
that
I
I think was
disagree.
a big strain.
I disagree. I think the bankruptcy and the financial stress in that marriage was the beginning of the end. I don't think that little girl was even that rambunctious, to be honest with you.
And I think
I've
it
seen
was
some
social.
crazy ass
So
babies
wait,
in my life.
And I think it was also social media too. You
It
know, like
was
there's
so
no
check
so
this out.
privacy.
exaggerated. Come on, she would. I
So
mean,
check
I'm not trying to bash
that.
anybody, but she would go live and say, "These kids are crazy. Look at them," and they're literally sitting there. They're literally sitting there. They're not crazy. And I'm looking at it. I'm like,
You
what?
could see the little girl
What?
was. You could see she was energetic.
She was a toddler. I mean, they're all
You could see the
energetic.
little one was energetic.
I
But they
don't
were
think that had
used to
anything to do
having
with the
one
demise
calm
of their
child.
marriage. I don't think that had anything to do with the demise of their marriage. I
Oh,
disagree.
it wasn't.
I
It
feel
wasn't
like
the
the
absolute
financial
catalyst. No, everything
turmoil that
together. Yeah.
I feel like the financial turmoil was the beginning of the end. When they had the bankruptcy right before Cece was born, you have a man, and that's his job, is to provide for his family.
It goes back
Okay,
farther
so
than that because they didn't
so check
actually
this out.
speak each other's love language.
So check this out. I actually, when I heard about the case, it was immediately after it happened because I am friends with Shanann's upline. So, I mean, I
Okay.
saw the feed on Facebook almost immediately that she was missing and that they were looking for her and they were, putting out a flyer, a bolo. And this lady and her husband, they both did thrive and without a doubt actually made money. They, at the end of the year, they had to save up, 40 or 50,000 to pay back the taxes that they didn't pay, something that Chris didn't know. And probably that's where a chunk of their money went. But they actually made money. She told me herself, Shanann made the money. She actually did. She was going to get her $200,000 reset, which was a $20,000
Right,
bonus
but
that she
what
would
you're
have gotten
not, but what you're,
dispersed
she wasn't
into
thriving though
into her payments.
But she wasn't thriving when she
No,
had
but
CC.
listen,
She was working at
no,
the hospital, and he was the breadwinner.
right.
He was the breadwinner, and they were in financial ruins, and they had to file bankruptcy. This was way before Thrive or Uplines or anything like that.
I don't know if you've ever heard when people say that Shanann spoke of the bankruptcy like it was no big deal, because in reality, bankruptcy is no big deal. Some people file bankruptcy just to get that debt out of their
But
way
it is a
and they can
big
move on to
deal
bigger and
to
better things.
someone.
Hence, they were still able to buy a house.
I disagree. It's a big deal to a lot of people. And I'll tell you why.
They
Because
were still able to buy a house. They still had
But
credit.
it doesn't matter. When you're
they
raised a
moved on
certain
past
way
it and
that
they dissolved.
I disagree. 100%. I disagree. Bankruptcies are stressful, and nobody wants to have to file bankruptcy. If you do, then I don't know what's wrong with you. If you actually want to file bankruptcy, because it's a stressful situation. It's stressful being in debt. It's stressful having debtors calling you. It's
people like
I
Shanann that are
disagree.
savvy or that are like tricky. You know how they said that they found her to be a little bit backwards, or they found her to be off or shiesty or whatnot. It's because she was she may have been a fandangler, somebody that used everything used every option to the limit. And I truly believe that Shanann ran up credit cards and then used a bankruptcy to wipe them all out. And the only
Right.
reason
But that's
that
fine if she wants to do that and she's single, but you don't get married and take your husband down with you. I'm sorry, that's wrong.
Yeah, it's got to
Even
be
if you have that
transparency.
mindset,
No
you
one,
don't do
no
that.
one's saying it's right. No one's saying it's right. But I'm saying that at the end of the day, what I'm trying to get at is at the end of the day, when she got that money, they would have been okay. They were going to be okay. And the reason they hadn't
Dude, they
paid
just
some
had
of
to
those bills is
borrow from
because
the
to her,
401k to pay their mortgage. That's not someone who's okay. That's not okay at
that was,
all.
they could pay,
Do
you
you
could
know
pay
the
your
fees and the
401k back.
taxes you pay on that
You could pay your
for taking
401k
out
back.
that
If you
money
pay it
early?
back, if you pay it back within 3 years, you won't get,
It's
you
robbing
could get
Peter to
out of the
pay
fund.
Paul. Simple people who save their money like Chris did. Before he met Shanann, he had savings. People who save don't live that way, and it stresses them out. That's what I'm trying to get you to understand. That may have been fine and dandy for Shanann and her world, but I'm saying if you have a husband who isn't like that and doesn't agree with that way of living, but he doesn't speak up, yes, it's his fault, but you can't say that it was acceptable and he should have just accepted it. I disagree with that. If she wanted to screw her credit, that's fine. Don't bring your husband into it.
Well,
That's
and
wrong. In
He
my
the other
obviously,
thing
he
is
obviously,
too.
he
The other thing is
obviously was okay with it
is
too.
the other thing is too is they didn't do the bankruptcy and then buy the house. They bought the house and then filed bankruptcy. So they were already in financial stress before purchasing.
They had no business buying a house that had a $2,800 a
That's
month.
true. You're right. You're right.
They really did. They lived beyond their means. They were
You're
in
right. They did have the house already.
not one but two times, because in 2018 that mortgage was not paid for like 4 months.
Yeah,
that's a lot of months. I mean, where was the money going? If she was making money, where was it? Why wasn't the house payment being made? Where was his paycheck going?
I believe Shanann may have been doing another fandangle where they were going to let the house go for a while, and when it was time to get a hold of the banks, they were going to try to refinance for a smaller payment for the loan.
But without her husband's knowledge,
I know
that's
plenty of people who
going
do
to
it.
cause problems in a marriage, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But that was
Yeah.
the problem in their marriage, is that he didn't pay attention. If he, come on, what guy doesn't have the access to their bank account? Come on, please.
No, I agree. I agree 100%.
He gave her complete control
And he had to be there
of
for the
everything.
bankruptcy. He was pretending he didn't know about the bankruptcy, but he was there. My dad would probably say the same thing. Hey, I didn't know my ex-wife was going to file bankruptcy. Well, you were sitting there when you were speaking with the attorney, weren't you?
Oh, yeah, and Sam's right.
He had to sit there and speak with an attorney to do bankruptcy.
Gave her
And he signed
100%.
papers
He
and
didn't
he
do
filed
anything.
his own stuff.
No, he absolutely went along with it. But
I believe
she
Chris
got
was
that
just as complicit
you know what I'm saying?
in that debt as Shanann was. And he went along with it because he knew that she was a go-getter and she was going to pay it all off. If he freaked out at the end, it's because he wanted out, and then he knew that he wasn't going to have the money to front his lifestyle. Like Kim keeps saying,
I think it
he
would have
had it
been
all planned out. He had it all planned out.
I think it would have been cheaper for him to
Kim
get
keeps saying,
divorced.
Kim keeps saying he would have. Kim saying he would have had it planned out. He knew how much he was going to pay in rent. He knew how much he was going to pay in child support. That's not what you don't decide. That the court decides that, and you don't know how much the court is going to decide.
There's a statewide formula that it's based on your income.
And was he basing it on 2 or 3 children?
You'll get an idea. You'll get an idea of what you'll get.
But was he basing it on 2 or 3 children?
That I don't know.
And if he was basing it on 2, it wasn't going to work out that way.
I mean, he was only talking about buying bunk beds, so you do the math. He didn't talk about buying a crib.
Right, a 2-bedroom with bunk beds. But I mean, a baby up until the age of 10 doesn't need a separate room from the parent.
Well, apparently, from what Kim says, he was questioning if that baby was even his. So that's the big elephant in the room that,
of course,
is everybody's talking about these paternity results. So do we know? We don't know. We don't know. There's still that big question mark.
Shanann is uptight in every sense. You still believe Shanann is uptight in every sense of the way, like in every form, except that she would sleep with somebody else to have a baby. Come on.
Do I think that?
It's like Nicole. Yeah, it's like NK saying, I
didn't say
Shanann. I
was pregnant with anybody. Hold up. I didn't say she was pregnant with anybody else's
No,
kid.
I didn't say you did.
I said
I didn't say you did.
Chris questioned it.
It's
I was
very
right, and I'm
possible,
saying-
though, because he's not a man. He was not a man during the marriage. A woman is always testing a man. Subconsciously, she's testing a man to see if he's a man. And I'm going to
They
read
keep
it.
asking who's on panel. I'm a nobody.
I want to read just a little bit of the section from Rollo's book. It won't take long. So it relates to what we're talking about. Women will test men as autonomously and subconsciously as a man will stare at a woman's big boobs. They can't help it. And often enough, just like men staring at a nice rack or a great ass, even when they're aware of doing it, they'll still do it. Men want to verify sexual availability to the same degree that women want to verify masculine dominance or confidence. For a woman to encounter a man with a healthy awareness of his own value to women, this constitutes a threat. Here is a man for whom's attention women will demonstrably compete for, and he knows this. This is the basic affront to the feminine imperative to be unplugged of high sexual market value and to derive a sense of confidence from being consciously aware of it. Therefore, in order to promote and actualize her own sexual strategy, his self-confidence must be challenged with self-doubt, because if such a man were to use this knowledge to his own benefit, he may not select her from a pool of better prospective women. So basically, Chris Watts was not a man. And so constantly she's testing in her mind to see if he's a man. And he's not a man. And that is part of the reason that she kept leaving without him. And the 6 weeks apart, I mean, that's a long time to leave a spouse behind.
That's a really, really long time.
Yeah, and to take the kids.
It's a very
too.
long
Like,
time.
That's long.
I do think that they were doing it the beginning for the school. So if and she could have her family watch the kids, you could go off and try to recruit people in North Carolina for Thrive. I think that's what really her main goal was, to save money, promote in North Carolina, come back with more, downlines. But 6 weeks is a long time for a man and a wife to be separated. And that's why I was saying earlier, do you think that it showed that she didn't miss him or love him that much, that she didn't really check to see where his location was? Like I said, call me toxic, but my husband drives 45 minutes to work every day and in the fog. So when he gets to work, I make sure that he made it because I want to make sure that he's fine. You're gonna try to tell me in 6 weeks you didn't notice he wasn't home at night, so on or so forth.
Are
And
you
is that
asking Sam
okay?
for his opinion?
I personally, I'm asking Sam for his opinion. Yeah, if he thinks that it's a big deal, and how that necessarily should or would make a man feel. Do they not care? And for people,
Do they not
my
care
name's
about
Amanda.
what?
I'm a nobody. I just called in. I know tons of back and forth.
I think she's cutting out. Is she cutting out for you guys?
She did at the end there, but I think what she's asking is she wants Sam's opinion on the fact that Shanann wasn't checking up on where he was for the first 5 weeks.
It means she
Right. Yeah.
it means she hated him. I mean, she had complete disdain for him. I mean, there's no other explanation. But also, from the same little section of the book, you know how she was always projecting that he's the perfect husband and that, they got this perfect life. But she was constantly talking about how he was this super husband on those videos, right? So I'm going to read a few more sentences from this section of the book. Even the most controlling, domineering wife still wants to tell her friends that the AFC, average frustrated chump, that she married is a real man. And even after privately betraying him, and even after privately berating him, will defend him as such, because anything less is a reflection on her own self-image. She wants to be with a man that other men want to be and other women want to fuck because it confirms for her that she is of an equal or higher value to attract and be associated with such a man. Women don't want a man to cheat, but they love a man who could cheat. That is the threat and the attraction. Women want a man that has confidence in his own value. That's sexy. But the more he self-realizes this, the greater the anxiety is that she'll be found wanting as he better understands his options. Basically, I mean, think about it. I mean, she's putting this image out there, yet she's not checking up on him in any way. I mean, this is turned from just utter disrespect to disdain. It's beyond hate. When she disappears all that time, it's not even checking on him.
What do you think about that, caller?
I mean, absolutely. I just want to say, first and foremost, yes, all this stuff could have been happening. She still didn't deserve to die, or her unborn baby, and then her daughters for that matter. But he allowed it all to happen, and the relationship in the end ended when he broke it up with his extramarital affair and then, wanting a new life. She, as much as she projected that she despised him, she tried, that last ditch effort to send him a book. I would have never thought of that. And I know for a fact that I love my husband, and I wouldn't know what to do. I wouldn't think of sending him a book and reading it myself. I said therapy.
Well, she did try to give him books, and I think he threw them away, right?
Well, I was just going to say, where did that book end up? In the trash. He didn't even open it.
And all other books that you would give a man are going to destroy the marriage. They're going to make it end faster.
Sam, the name of the book was Hold Me Tight.
That almost sounds like something from, like a fiction from Nicholas Sparks, who, he's the one that wrote The Notebook and all those others. And
weird, long.
And he was such a wimp, his wife left him.
Oh my God, are you serious?
Oh, of course.
I didn't know that.
I did not know that either.
But that kind of stuff influences us men. We've all been influenced by that. I mean, think about it. Even during the time when Chris Watts grew up, I mean, the love songs were super sappy. And so we're embedded with all these super sappy love songs and think that that's what women want from us. But that it just makes us look like total wimps. I'm going to read a little bit more from another section that demonstrates that. I mean, the fact.
No, please don't. Please don't. Unless it's brought up. Please don't. I mean, it's not really that necessary. It's a very one-sided point of view, and although it may be correct in some sense, it's like the Bible. You can interpret it anyway.
Actually, so this is what I'm talking about. This is why I do not recommend that women read this, because it's going to make a lot of women angry. But the fact is that we as men, we are brought up to we are conditioned with the dentist. It's us that's conditioned with the Disney fantasy.
I agree. I want to hear what you were going to read, Sam.
Okay. So, there's the red pill and then there's the blue pill from that movie, The Matrix. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And so, this Disney fantasy that all of us men are taught growing up, I mean, from birth, we want to get married. We want to love this woman that's going to love us for the rest of our life. And, be just crazy about us, blah, blah, blah. Anyway, quoting Rollo Tomasi, blue pill conditioning teaches boys and men to cast doubt on their own masculinity. What constitutes masculinity? Is it a mask or a performance they can put on? Is it something to be proud of, or some problem or privilege to keep in check? Should boys and men feel insecure or secure about it? These are the consistent ambiguities the feminine imperative wants to invest into the next generations of men because it keeps women on the pedestal. In this social paradigm, only women possess the solution to men's problem of maleness. But the blue pill also conditions boys and men to never presume to consider themselves as a man. The joke is that men are never really men, but rather they become bigger boys. This is a social convention that attempts to keep men in a juvenilized state, and thus ensuring women are the only adults to make the judgment call. This ridicule has the purpose of denying men their status of manhood. If men are perpetual boys, they can never assume the default headship of being men. It is a control for authority. This is another reason men are conditioned to keep women on the pedestal. Only women can confer manhood from a superior mental position in man's mind. When a woman is at the top of a man's mental point of origin, and not even a specific woman, but womankind, she decides and confers his status of being a man. So it follows that men ought to be raised to internalize the doubt of understanding manhood or conventional masculinity. And that's Chris Watts. I mean, you saw that where he was practicing, or I guess recording that speech for that class.
Yes.
Like trying to better himself.
And he was just, he was not only shy and being a wimp, but the words he was saying were demonstrating what I just read, that, you know, he needs to become less of a man and to communicate like a woman.
And everything that he said in that speech ended up coming to fruition.
Yeah.
Are you still there? I didn't catch your name. The one that called in that has been asking all the questions. Is
She
still
dropped
there?
off. It was weird. I don't know if it was her. There was like a weird noise.
Well, I think
and
she
then-
was upset. She didn't like what Sam was reading.
Oh, okay.
She
And now
dropped
we've
off
got
because-
Paula. We do have Paula now. And
Okay,
we
well, I
did
want to
have-
ask Sam something really quick. Oh, God. You know what? I forgot what I was going to say. Go ahead, Paula.
Okay. Hi, everybody.
Hi, Paula.
Hi. I'm very passionate about this topic. I think that I think this goes both ways. I think that a woman will, what's the word I'm looking for? Emasculate a man to the nth degree. And then when the woman realizes that she's lost control, then she will see the light and she will try to rein it back in or try to get her control back. And in the meantime, while the man is being emasculated, she's always looking for something better. She likes what she has, and then as soon as she thinks she's going to lose it, then it's like, oh no, I better.
Well, right, that's when women start scurrying and buying books and writing letters and trying to get through to this man that she's already kind of lost, you know?
Yes, but I think that women can be just as, I don't know what the word or the book that Sam's reading, I didn't read it, but I think women can start a relationship just like that.
Oh yeah, women are capable too.
Yeah, like I mean, women are capable of completely and totally breaking down a man, and then always looking for something better in the meantime, right? Like, okay, I'll take this guy for now because, you know, I can teach him, I can make him vacuum, he'll do my laundry, he'll bring me wine, he'll do whatever I want him to do.
Paula, I've heard women refer to their men as training them.
Exactly.
Or that he's trainable. I've heard that said.
But she will never want him. All sex with him, if she's married to him, will be transactional. You do this, and I'll have sex with you.
Absolutely, 100%.
And that the transactional sex, there is no pleasure for either one of them.
No,
Sex
exactly.
has to be
100%.
validational. She has to want him because of who he is, because he's the man.
Right.
And it's so interesting that you brought that
He
up.
doesn't think he's a man. To her, he's just he's an object that she plays with.
Exactly.
Like it's something she plays with, and in the meantime, in the back of her head, on the side of her head, she's always looking for something better. Always. And then in her current relationship, if she feels like she's lost control of we'll call him a man because that's what he is. If she feels like she's lost control of that man, that's when she'll start to give a crap and say, oh no, I better get my control back. Like I better, I better give him a book or, I don't know, have some weird sex with him or do whatever. And then she'll go right back to the exact same
pattern.
Exact same routine that she had been doing the whole entire time. So there's
Once
no
she
way
feels
out.
like the relationship is secure again.
Exactly. So there's no way out for that man. Really, in the end, there's no way out for that man.
Unless he becomes that man. But most men don't do it. It takes a lot of work.
It does take a lot of work. And in this day and age, I don't think it's like, I'm not disagreeing with you, Sam. That's not what I mean. And I stutter when I'm nervous. So please excuse me.
Don't be nervous, Paula.
You're great. I am amazed at your intelligence level at knowing this stuff and seeing it. I mean, it's funny. I'm just looking at his third book, and I'll just read this real quick. So this is a part where he's giving quick advice to people to males at different ages. Okay, so this is number 7, ages 13 plus. Bigger and better deals. Develop a keen understanding of the psychological, biological nature of women. Understand how girls think. They are always looking to upgrade. If you're not always the best in show, they will cheat on you to find someone who is.
Exactly.
So it's what you said, and that's also a concept that is it's in Webster's dictionary called hypergamy, and that is defined as a woman wanting to marry up. And Rollo expands the definition of that, and if you type in hypergamy online, it'll probably pull up his name because he's written more than 100 essays on it, and it's throughout his books. But
yeah,
you have got to always be best in show. You can.
I'm talking from personal experiences. I've been married 3 times. I'm ashamed to say so, but I've been married 3 times.
Don't be ashamed.
And I can say this with 100% certainty that that women can do it. Women can be evil. Like
Sometimes,
literally evil.
Sometimes we are our own worst enemies.
Yeah, like a man could be doing his absolute right best, going to work, doing the laundry, ironing the clothes, giving you his paycheck. No, you don't know anything about the money because all he wants to do is just, this isn't my experience. Unfortunately, men, I emasculated men. I didn't mean to, but I did. And it's not what I meant to do. But if I want to put the air conditioner in the window and you don't do it in a timely fashion, I'm going to put the air conditioner in the window myself. That's just the way that I am. And to the men that I was with, they were like, well, you know, couldn't you have waited a couple hours till I got home? I would have put it in. And some of my relationships ended because I guess I was impatient, and I was like, okay, I'll put the bed together. I'll put the air conditioner in the
Right.
window.
Like, what good are you? What fucking good are you?
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'll build a house while I'm at it. Like, I don't, you know what I mean? So I
Mm-hmm.
learned from all of this. And in this particular case that we're talking about right now, I honestly believe in my gut that these were objects. These weren't people. These were objects. That's
To who,
terrible.
you mean?
It's terrible for me to say. I can't even say it out loud. And please understand that I do not believe anyone deserves what happened to this family. Nothing. I like, it's horrible. It's awful. It's terrible. However, I did not agree with her parenting. I did not agree with the way she treated her husband. I did not agree with the way she treated her in-laws. I just didn't agree with any of it. And the fact that you put it out for the whole world to see, the whole world, you put it on Facebook or whatever you want to call it. You put it for everyone to see. You know, you like, it boils my blood that I understand. I know she's not here to defend herself, and it's
I know,
terrible.
and no one deserves to be killed. I mean, we've all established that.
Yeah,
What
but if
we're
we're in
analyzing is the dynamics that led up to that night.
that was a terrible relationship. That was a one-sided relationship, and I truly believe that they were objects, things.
But
Things that
during all that time until this happened, nobody made comments under those videos all those years about the fact that she saw the kids as things that were bad, that were a pain. She basically made them out to be evil, and they're just sitting there being sweet.
Exactly.
But I think a lot of that, you guys, was the selling portion of her. She was trying to say, like, oh gosh, you know, my life is so crazy, but you know, these products, they keep me going. Like, they give me enough energy. I have crazy kids, and look at me, you know. I had the floor mopped and had sex and swept the floor and made the beds all by 6 a.m. It was all part of that selling feature too, I think.
But in my opinion, the MLMs were another thing to control.
What do you mean?
She had control over you, or over an MLM gives you control. You're the one in control of that MLM. You're the one in control of how much you make, how many people you get on board, how much you sell, your uplines, your downlines, how many trips you go on, how much money. Like, you're in control of the entire thing. You're in control of right. So it's another thing to be in control of.
I could see that. Now we do have Tia. Did I say your name right on panel?
No, Tia.
Tia, welcome, Tia.
Hey, Tia.
Hi. Nice to meet you guys.
Nice to meet you.
Hey, Tia.
I don't think I've ever been on a live this long. It takes a lot to keep my interest. I'm a Gemini.
You must have not been watching Kim.
Well, thanks for sticking with us.
No problem. But I want to know why the other, I don't know her name. I'm sorry. But she said that before Sam started talking that she felt as though his readings were one-sided. And I mean, I have a lot to say, but I just wanted to know why she thought that they were one-sided. Is she still here?
Me?
Yeah, no, I'm here. I had it
Mhm.
on mute. I
Okay.
only said I say it's one-sided because that's kind of like when women say all men are dogs, or
Mhm.
you know, it's just putting a broad answer on everything, slapping a label on all women, and that's just not necessarily how it goes. Like the woman was saying before me, she was saying, she's not trying to emasculate her husband, but if she asks him to put up the AC in sweltering heat and he doesn't do it, she's going to do it herself. And I
Right.
mean, that the book would say that a woman that did that was toxic, but in reality, it's some men just aren't motivated, and sometimes it just has to be done.
So you look at it as if, but I'm just trying to understand why you think that it's one-sided. I'm just asking because um he's pretty much giving his perspective, and he's obviously educated on that. But I'm just saying that, so you think that what he's saying and what he's reading is not necessarily right or true.
It could be true for a certain type, a certain group of women. But it
Mm-hmm.
can't be true about all women. I mean, there is no generalization. There's no generalization big enough that could describe all women. And I frankly don't think that this book will necessarily give that out. And although some of the things may be correct, like I said, a lot of the things in that book could be correct, but it's like the Bible. It can be interpreted in many different ways what it's saying. You can sit there and dissect it, and everybody can kind of get their own view from it. But frankly, I think it's just not a good reference point when it's just so flat. It needs to be more robust than that. It can't just be saying women are like this, and if it's not like that, men are going to feel like this, because not all men are the same either. Some men, like Chris, need direction, and they act like they need it, and they act like they only want that from you, and if you don't give it to them, they can't do anything. Chris was the type of guy that
Mm-hmm.
if his wife sent him a text and said, "Hey, can you put the pasta on the stove?" She would get home and there'd be a box of pasta on the stove. So like she would literally have to send him like directions. I had a cousin that would have to leave her husband directions on how to use their baby brezza. I mean, it's like a Keurig. You put your bottle in, you press the button and it goes. But he really did need like a little piece of paper that was taped there that told him how to use it. Just some people are different. I don't think that one book that he's reading is going to it's going to get the general public. Yeah.
I think that some men sometimes, and not maybe not consciously, but if you say, "Can you put a box of pasta on the stove?" I think they'll purposely do it wrong so you don't ask them again.
Oh my God.
That is a good analogy. I'm sorry.
Oh my God. But do you
Well,
guys remember the one video of Shenan's where I think, were you guys just talking about that? If so, I missed it. You were talking about he put the turkey in the oven. Do you remember that video?
Oh yeah, I do.
And he did it wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Remember?
Yep.
I can't remember what he did wrong. Was it a roast?
I think it was like a pot roast. He put
What
in there
was it he did?
I think he did. It was something about the temperature or something.
Right.
Yeah, I can't remember now, but I remember she went live.
Someone said putting out the pork roast, one, not two, to put in the oven.
What
I guess he
was
put two out to put in the oven. 2 pork roasts instead of 1.
Oh yes.
Right.
But she went live.
Okay, but
right?
let's say a man doesn't want to cook. Like that's not in his repertoire. That's not what he wants to do. I
But
want to go to
I guess
work.
my point is like he made a mistake and she went live to point out the mistake he made.
Exactly.
Yeah.
That's the awful point sometimes. I by no means am saying that anything she did was right. I don't think.
No, I get it.
Again, I'll say that I don't think the poor woman deserved whatever happened, but she did some of the things she did. It's like, dude, you don't put that on. You don't put that online, especially like she was supposed to be an influencer, and sometimes, you're only supposed to put out the really good stuff, and then the stuff that somebody else. She was putting everything out there. Like if my cut the video, and she's like going on recording, and some of the stuff that she would say was very like, oh crap, like you know, you don't say that about your man. You know, you're supposed to.
Right.
He's
Like
supposed
she
to
was
be his
putting out the
number one
good, bad, and
supporter.
the ugly.
Yeah, and what I noticed
Yeah,
about
and
Shanann when she would do, because I've been an MLM, I am an influencer. I know what you have to put out there. You know what I mean? And she definitely put out too much. And what I noticed about her is she was praised for the way she treated Chris. She was praised for, oh my God, you have such an amazing man, because he did anything for her.
I wanted
And
to, you know what? You bring up a good point. I wanted to ask Sam his thoughts on that because we heard that.
I'm sorry, I wanted to say that me, because I'm a traditionalist, I have women that come down on me because of how I am with my man. Does that make sense? Like,
Yeah.
I want him to be the man.
Right.
That's just how
I
I was
experienced that
raised.
with my sister-in-laws.
And
yeah, my sister-in-laws
women
don't
come
get
down
why I
on
do
me
my
for
husband's
that.
laundry.
Like, why would you do that for him? Why can't he make his own plate? Why can't you understand what I'm saying? But I'm sorry, go
Yeah.
ahead.
I'm a
No, I
traditionalist
get it.
too. I'm a
No, what I
traditionalist
wanted
too.
to say was that, like, when they went to parties and things, you know, Chris was always the guy that was hanging out, watching the kids, hanging out with the kids.
Mm-hmm.
And even his buddies joked around and told their wives, like, don't ever think I'm going to be like Chris, because I'm not going to be like, you know what I mean? Like, to the women, they thought, oh God, this is the perfect guy. And the guys were saying to their wives, like, dude, don't ever think that's going to be me.
Right.
So even, you
Hey,
know,
Jay?
yeah.
When you're saying that, that's when I remember that. That's why I say I feel like he was more complicit than he made himself out to be. I think like when he was speaking about Thrive, sometimes it sounded like he was still trying to sell it himself. And I don't know if you remember, like he did say that Shanann like worked his page and whatnot, and threw on ads and whatever. But he would take the pictures, he would send them to her. He did use the DFTs, so on and so forth. So he was complicit in all that, and I think he knew that Shanann needed to make money, honey, because she probably, was spending just as much as she was bringing in. So he would be like, okay, you have the party, I'll take care of the kids. And I think they collaborated on that. I think they were more collaborative than we give them credit. I really think he did a lot more than he pretended, like with Thrive, not because there was LuLaRoe stuff there sometimes, and he was always helping out, but it was in a way where it was almost like, okay, when the kids get here, you're the babysitter, and if he's willing to agree to that, then he knew what was going on, and that's what makes this case even more curious, that he was willing to do stuff like that, and then at the very end, he wasn't willing to do it at all. You heard all her friends. He went from being hot to cold with them. He went from going in and saying hi and giving them a hug to running upstairs and then just taking off and not speaking to them at all. I mean, the day he got to the house, he was throwing daggers at Nicole. Like he
Yeah, he
didn't even say
totally
hi to her.
distanced himself. He totally distanced himself.
He was a friend.
And Chris wasn't.
He was in the friend zone.
Yeah.
Somebody that's in the friend zone is not someone that causes natural arousal.
Exactly.
He was a friend. And he did he was such a nice guy doing all these friend things for her.
Now, Robbie,
I think that
maybe because he was a friend and he was obsessed with her, that he maybe killed her because he didn't want her to be with anybody else after he left her.
No.
He
didn't, and he was clear. He didn't. She was clear in her text messages. He didn't even desire sex with her anymore. So no.
I think I honestly believe, like I'll say another thing too. I don't know if people agree with me or not, but you don't have to. I think we all have a masculine side and we all have a feminine side. I think men and women all have a masculine side and we all have a feminine side. And I think that at certain point and parts and times in our life, our feminine side comes out, and we're at 90% feminine, 10% masculine. Then we're at 60% feminine and 10% or whatever masculine. And then when your masculine side or your feminine side finally comes out, it's out.
I agree. It's like you literally go from one extreme to the next. It's literally in our DNA.
I agree with that.
Yeah.
Now, because I was asking that, doesn't mean that I thought Chris was obsessed with her and would do that, would kill her because he was jealous. I was just asking that question because I do know that he was tired of her. And that was just in the simple fact that when you went to the house, everything was clean except for her stuff. He didn't even touch her things. Like, the only stuff that was out of place in that house were her things. He didn't organize any of her stuff. And, if he was still hoping to be with her when she got back, he would have had to have kept her stuff up too, according to what everybody else said. So that's when I knew that was one of my things that I would have seen. If I came home and my husband had everything clean except for my things, I'd be like, well, that was rude. Why wouldn't you do my stuff?
And then let me ask you why
also with like a suitcase and everything.
Why do you think he did that?
Because he knew he was done and he was going to leave. I truly believe he never had a plan to stay there. He was going to leave, whether they stayed in that house or not.
Not what he was going to do after what he did. Why do you think he did what he did? Why do you think he put all of her stuff in a messy, like you said, just threw it all into her office, I think it was, and just left her clothes everywhere? And just answer why you think he did that one specific act.
I don't understand the question.
She's asking you, why do you think that he cleaned everything but Shanann's stuff? Why do you think that he purposely, didn't touch her things? Is that what you're trying to say?
Because he was done with her.
That's exactly what I'm trying to say. Just that act, just that one simple act. Why would he do that?
I had started that whole little segment with, I know for a fact that I had asked Sam something, and I said, now, just because I asked that didn't mean I believed it. I was simply stating that I wanted to know how he felt about it. But in reality, I knew he hated her when everything in that house was clean except for her stuff. Like, he made sure that he organized everybody's things but her own. And he said it himself. He did the laundry, and her suitcase from the weekend before was there. Now, she was supposed to be a really neat person where she would get her suitcase and take it out, as you would say, like as soon as she was home. That's what a neat person is supposed to do. I don't think she was super duper neat immediately like that. I think she would just get everything done at one time. I think she just had bursts of energy.
Do you think that
he was that kind of person?
Yeah, but
he was that type of person that would have taken apart the suitcase right away. So the fact that he didn't even do the suitcase from the Friday before or whatever lets me know that he was so mad, he was so unhappy, he didn't even want to touch her things.
Do you think that he just didn't know what to do with her things? Where to put them?
No, he always took care of her suitcase when she got back from a trip.
But what if he threw it all?
That was his job.
Okay, well, what if he threw it all in one spot because he thought to himself, like, I don't know what to do with it. I'm going to get in trouble either way, so I'm just going to chuck it.
I could see your perspective on that. I definitely can. Even though he always did it.
I think he found her stuff like repulsive. I don't think it's that he didn't know what to do with it. He definitely, everything in that house had its place. So it had a place to go. I think he was repulsed by her at that point. Like, I don't think they had whoopee that night. I don't think, I think the last time they did it was when she told her friends, like, oh, we had a really good conversation tonight. I actually think that was when
Do you think
the last
she tried,
time
though? Do you think she tried to initiate it and got shot down again?
So when she asked her friend, how do I come on to him? That was really odd to me because you wouldn't have to ask me
Yeah,
how I
that's
would come on to
freaking
my
weird.
husband. That was weird to me when she
Yeah,
asked
it was.
that.
I felt like a lot of those questions and conversations, it sounded like they were very distant. Like they didn't really know each other on an emotional level at all.
He
Because
was
I don't think
indifferent.
it wasn't an emotional relationship. It was contractual.
He was indifferent. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is indifference.
I think it was a contractual relationship from the get-go.
So in other words, Sam, you're saying he wasn't like, "Oh God, I hate this bitch." He was just like, "Pfft, whatever."
Exactly. And he had already moved on in his mind to Nicole.
I agree with Sam with that because I also think that Nicole, when she came into Chris's life, I think she made him feel like a man. I feel like he even said that he liked the fact that he didn't have to chase Nicole. She chased him. You know what I mean? That's something that I don't think he ever knew what that meant for a woman to actually want you. You know what I mean? I don't think that he felt that with Shanann even from the very beginning.
And that's called validational sex. When a woman can't keep her hands off of you.
It's lust.
As opposed to transactional, which is what he had with Shanann.
Exactly.
Absolutely. She definitely gave him all that validation that he wanted. But who here really thinks that NK was going to keep that up? She was just as pushy as his wife. I mean, the night he brought over condoms to her house, she Googled their expiration date, so on and so forth. Like, that's just, I mean, she didn't see the red flags, and neither did he. You know, but I don't think that she would have held up that facade much longer. I think that all that the giving into him was just to get him in long enough to get him away from his family. And then I think she was going to chew him up and spit him out alive, either treat him like Shanann or worse. And I'm not saying that Shanann treated him awful. I do say that she was pushy, but she didn't treat him awful. And none of this, again, I will say for the 500th time, none of this warrants what he did to her. She had no, she couldn't have acted awful enough for him to kill her or her unborn child or her children. But she was rude to him and she did broadcast it. That was a little bit weird. But who's to say that that's the reason why any of this could happen? But I think Nicole was really just there to take her man and then use him and then dispose of him. She thought he had money. She thought he had a $90,000 car, a big old house, a 401k. She thought the only problem was his wife. She said it herself that when she read in the newspaper, aka online, that he was in more debt than she knew, she sounded really disappointed. That's probably the most disappointed she sounded when she truly found out how much debt they were in.
Can I go back to what Sam said for a second about Chris not being angry about the relationship ending, but being indifferent? Let's take that mindset, okay, and let's take it to the night when Shanann gets home, right? We don't necessarily have an angry Chris. Let's take, I mean, I'm just theorizing here. Let's say we don't have an angry Chris, right? We have a Chris who really doesn't give a shit anymore. He's done with her, right? What made him angry to commit the murders? What lit that fuse? Sam, what do you think could have lit that fuse if we had an indifferent Chris go from indifferent Chris to murdering Chris?
Oh, I know where you're going.
What Kim said.
I think what Chris said is that, you're never going to see these girls again.
Exactly.
Right? I mean, because he was not done with the girls.
And that had been said prior to that night. She had told her friends, I told him you're never going to see these girls again. You only care about
but
the
I
girls.
still don't think. I can't. It's just impossible for me to believe that he killed any of them. I mean, so what Kim is saying is that he caught her in the act of killing the girls.
Right.
Because, like I said, it's clear he was indifferent to Shanann, and so there's nothing that I can come up with that would make him kill any of them.
To set him in that
Right.
point of no return.
Unless she was in the act of killing the kids.
And that's what I've tried to rack my brain, what could have went down to escalate to this level. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I know that infidelity does end in murders. Obviously, we all know that. But God, it just seems we saw it all unfold pretty much through the discovery and Facebook posts and all of that. And there was just no sign that he was on the verge of this. And I know a lot of people think it was premeditated. I just don't see that.
Can I say
It was
something,
definitely
Jay?
premeditated. I think it was premeditated in the fact that he was supposedly not a big spender, but he bought brand new boots like 2-3 weeks before. And his boots that he buys are the same ones my husband buys. They're $280 without taxes. And they're supposed to last, anywhere from 4 to 6 years. And then if you take care of them, they'll last your whole life. He didn't need new boots. His boots were fine. What happened?
But how do we know that Anna Darko didn't give them an allowance every year to get boots for work? We don't know that.
Can I say something, Jay?
Go ahead, Paula.
So if the marriage, just the marriage between the man and the woman, which I believe was it was a contract, is what I think it was, for lack of a better word.
Someone said he didn't want to lose the kids, but I mean,
but he fell in love with his kids.
He didn't care about his kids. He was there for the fact that he was supposed to be there. He got with this girl. They got married. They had babies. He was stuck there. He saw them as his balls and chain. They were nothing.
Oh, I disagree. I think
I disagree 100%.
Those videos showed the complete opposite of what you're saying.
He loved those kids.
He loved those girls.
That's why I understand. It's very, very.
If anything, I think they were used more as little pawns in the MLM business. If anything,
the chess game should, in my opinion, should show everybody everything.
Come on, guys. If he really loved his kids, do you guys have kids? If you loved your kids, would you drop them in an oil tank? No, dude. No. If somebody's
I've never been in a position where I just listen. Have you ever killed your spouse? I haven't. I have no fucking clue what I would do.
He didn't kill his spouse before the kids. He was supposed to have killed her after.
But he still put his hands around his wife's neck and killed her. He snuffed the life out of her. I've never been in that position. I have no clue what I would do.
That does not give anybody the balls to put their kids in oil tanks.
I didn't say it did, but I can't judge that frame of mind because I've never murdered anyone.
I've never seen proof that those kids were in oil tanks.
What? Oh my God,
Sam!
I mean,
this guy.
I love Sam.
This is true, though. I have I've got a million theories myself, but how do we?
Have you ever seen a picture of Lacey Peterson out on the beach? So does that mean she wasn't there?
Yeah.
No, Lacey. Okay, well, I can't switch like that. I'm ADHD. I can't go from. Well, I could if I wanted to. I could go down a whole bunch of roads if you want, but in this case, I truly believe that the marriage was a contract and he fell in love with his children.
Jay, I wanted to ask you, there was a recent interview, and I don't know if it was the woman that you were talking about earlier. Critical K interviewed her. Oh my God, she wrote a book. What the hell's her name?
Oh, Cheryl and Cadle?
Yes, I don't
Yeah.
know. Isn't there two
Cadle.
people that wrote a book?
Well,
I don't
there's Cheryl and Cadle that wrote the book. The first book was plagiarized, and now she's getting ready to come out with a second one.
Okay. So Kay recently interviewed her. That's how I actually found you, which I'm happy that I found you.
Me too.
But I don't. I'm Critical K is another story. But
I'm glad you found your way here too.
When I was listening to her, she has a lot of accusations that takes this story in a whole nother direction. Like literally saying that he SA'd the girls.
Oh, I saw that. I saw that.
It's just, I am so sick of this crap, this shit.
Yeah, no, I did get I was notified that she did say that. I didn't see it myself, but I did hear that they were going down that road.
Right. Going down
I don't know where there's where is there any evidence of that?
That's what I want to know. And it's just, I'm so tired of people playing games with this case. I'm tired of it.
Adding things that don't belong there.
And it's screwing everybody up, to be honest with you, because everybody is confused now. Everybody's just like, oh my God. People can be so easily manipulated. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. They don't know what to believe. They know that she was involved with the Watts at one time, so maybe she knows something.
Right.
It muddies the waters. It really does.
It really does. And Critical K knows that. That's, why she had her on the damn show.
Right, exactly. That's how she
like,
operates. And that's her thing. And if you watch her, you know that's her thing.
Well, I was a patron of hers. And I'm thinking, because I am a critical thinker. I think everybody needs to take the emotions out when you are looking at this case.
100%.
But one thing I can say is, she's like, oh, you're so, intelligent. You need to join my Patreon and I do workshops. She does shit. She does nothing. I'm not going to pay you, because I was paying her, I think $5 or $10, because I'm like, okay, I like this woman. I'm not going to pay you to do nothing. When you have subscribers, when they join your Patreon, that is the ultimate compliment. You know what I mean? Like,
absolutely.
That's showing them, that's showing you that, oh my gosh, I support you. I think you're amazing, blah, 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 blah. But you do shit. And she's telling me, oh, you're this, that you're this and you're that. But when I researched you, I don't see any kind of racist comments that you make. You know what I mean? I don't see you saying racist shit and saying George Floyd was a piece of shit and all kinds of stuff like that.
No.
So,
you won't find that over here.
So
I forget your name.
Wait, hold on. Let her finish.
I seen you, and you're a really good.
Hold
I
up.
wanted to compliment her actually.
Oh, it's okay. It's okay, Jay. Go ahead.
Oh no, I thought
me. I like to be complimented. Go ahead.
Oh, I didn't know she was talking to you. I thought somebody else.
Yeah, I forgot your. I think it's Tia, right?
I love her.
Yeah, I wanted to compliment you because I've heard you a couple of times actually on a couple of panels, and you speak your mind, and I love it.
Thank you. I'm done with Critical K. Okay.
But you're respectful. You don't need to come on here, and you're not bashing anyone personally, and
I'm not bashing.
You don't have to. You're just.
I'm just pissed because I wanted to, if I'm to join your Patreon and you say, yeah, join my Patreon, we're gonna do this and we're gonna do that. I want to see that, and if I don't see that, that means that's fraud. That's you can't have a Patreon if you can't keep up with it. You understand what I'm saying?
Well, you can't tell people they're going to receive certain benefits and not follow through.
Exactly. And
yeah, it's insulting, really.
It is, and I'm just saying I'm glad that I found you.
I'm glad that you did too, and I'm glad that you called in tonight.
Yes, but I'm just saying when I had to listen to this interview, and all the stuff she was saying, I'm like, Well, this changes everything, kind of. I'm like kind of being swayed by her. Like, wait a minute, maybe he did essay his kids.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it's just
It's
like I'm
putting
so
out all these
confused.
false narratives to muddy the waters.
Yes, and Kim, I don't know. I'm so confused.
I know. I feel you, girl. I
So
do. I do. It's like, it's so much. It's like the case that never stops. It
Right.
never
See,
stops.
I'm that person where I don't believe that Chris killed his kids.
You don't.
No, I do
I
not.
don't either.
I believe.
Now, did you ever, like, did you have a change of mind at some point?
Yes, after I investigated and after I'm not an easily swayed person, but with this case, I've been easily swayed. But in the beginning, yes, I did. But now, once I see things, I don't believe he did. But I also don't believe that NK is innocent.
You don't.
No, I do not.
Okay, I'm interested. What is your theory?
I believe that she was in that camera. I believe that when the dogs were kind of signaling down there, I believe that something happened in that basement. I don't believe that she was just the person who just had an affair. I had to look at it differently because I know a lot of people are judging her because she had an affair with Chris. I'm looking past that and some of the things I'm seeing, and even the two people that came out, the one guy that said Chris was gay and he had a relationship. The other girl came out, said she met him on Tinder. I don't know what that crap is, but I just believe that there are motives, definitely things of why NK did what she did. I don't believe she's innocent. I believe that I don't know. I just don't believe that she's innocent.
She's like, I don't know what I think today, but I know she's not innocent.
Jay, Kim is in chat.
Oh,
Tia, I know what you're talking about because I don't think she did it, but I think she definitely had something to do with it because I really liked the part where she was like,
Can you
I
drop
helped him.
Kim a
I just
link?
wanted to help him. I wanted to get him an apartment. I wanted to help him, figure out his finances. I wanted to help him do this. I was like, so you helped him do everything but kill his kids and his wife? You were so helpful. What else
You
did you
guys
help
have
with?
to listen to her interview. There are things in there that she's saying, but she's not saying.
I agree, Tia. I agree 100%.
There's things that there's hidden meanings in the things that she says. I just don't feel like, and I'm a very good judge of character, I don't feel like she is innocent. I just don't. And it's not because of what anybody else is saying. This is just from my own observation of watching her interview over and over and over again. And
Hey,
I've
Tia.
taken a lot of psychology classes in college. There's something wrong with her.
Did you notice when they asked her, did you meet his kids? She said, no, I didn't want to.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I wouldn't have been opposed to it. But when she said, I didn't want to, I took that as she met them on accident. Or maybe she had met them and she didn't want to. But that to me, that sounded
I
like,
just think maybe she wasn't ready for that.
And that could be it
I
too.
think she wasn't ready for it either. But that's what I got from it. I'm not saying she did. That's what I heard. She was like, I didn't want to meet them. And then she tried to back.
Hold on, I have to give a shout out in chat to Shane Culkin is in the house at 2:21 a.m. I appreciate you, Shane Culkin. All right, sorry, carry on.
I just don't think the woman's innocent. I just don't. Something's not right about her. And
there's something that bothered me in her interview when they were talking about the kids. They said, they were asking her, do you know their names? Or they were talking about the kids' names. And she said, Bella and Celeste. And then they're like, does she have a nickname? She's like, yeah, CC. But she kind of said it in a mocking manner. And I don't know why that bothered me. It really bothered me when she was
But how
when she
is it explained
when
that
she chuckled
she
at it.
looked up Shanann before she even met Chris? Like,
They say that's a typo.
a bullshit. I'm
Yeah,
sorry,
I
I'm
don't
gonna cut
believe
you
it's. I
guys.
don't believe it's a typo either.
That is not
Mm-mm.
a typo. They are
Mm-mm.
lying. Okay, that's not a typo.
Everything
really
about NK's interview bugs the shit out
crap
of me.
out of me. Like, it just does. And you
So
know,
we really don't know when this guy is telling the truth and when he lies, but we've heard him say himself that
he's a very dark person. He said,
right, but also he said things like that he introduced her to Shanann the 4th of July before she ever worked at Anadarko. So
"Oh, I didn't know that."
That's what he had said recently in a letter to somebody, right, guys? Like somehow, some way, just recently, he said that that Nicole had been introduced to Shanann previously, and
But don't you think
we don't know if we don't know if he's telling the truth and when he's lying. But I mean, if that is true, then how did I don't know. I don't want to say for sure that there was a typo. I don't know, but then does that mean that there was several typos? Because they're speaking of several different times that she looked them up, and then is every single one a typo? I know for a fact that they're saying the first one was. So that's just what I'm taking it as that they're saying. But she definitely looked them up prior to. But also she worked in a she worked, I believe, for Lavelle or something to that effect. That she did something in MLM previously where she could have found Shanann through another area. You know, there's sometimes people have their MLM posted on the back of their car, or somebody said, "Hey, I know this," but or maybe Chris met her at a gym. Who knows?
Hello?
I believe she probably did know him beforehand, and he's saying she did, but he lied about so many things that were true that you're just like, I don't know when to believe him. Like when they
I was
asked
just
him
gonna
if she had
say
tattoos, he said his wife didn't have any tattoos, and I mean she did. She had a tattoo, and then I still don't know the truth. I've asked Kim a few times in chats, but she's never answered, or she's never answered, or she could ask him. But I wanted to know, like, NK said that when he went to North Carolina and he went to go see his grandmother, that she didn't allow the girls to see the grandmother. And then he said that that the girls saw his grandmother for the last time. Or he was about to say it, and then he said that he knew it was going to be a long time until then. So he was kind of, saying in a way that he was happy that they saw him. And I agree that he should have been happy that they saw him, but does this mean that he lied to NK to make it seem like Shanann didn't go, or did she go? But he's obviously, he's not being truthful. I do know that his dad picked him up from there, so that means that Shanann had to have dropped him off. But I don't know what happened in between, and I'd like to know. I know it's a weird question, but I'd like to know if she was actually in there seeing Grandma, because that would kind of be something that you would do with somebody that you're still trying to fix a relationship with.
I think that there's truth in Chris's lies.
Well,
You just
Jay,
have to see it.
What is your theory, Jay? Like, what do you believe?
As far as the entire
Chris?
thing,
Yes.
I don't
so
have
I
a
don't
solid.
know.
Oh my gosh, can you guys hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I don't really have a solid theory because I like sway back and forth so much. Okay. I'll sit here and
Angela,
say
I don't know what you're talking about. You're pretty rude, though.
I'll sit here and say I don't think NK was involved. And then someone will show me the phone records again or something from Discovery again. And then I'm like, oh God, did she,
At least
why
you
was
admit
she
it.
there? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I mean, I can't say for certain.
Right.
I can't say for certain. And then like the notifications of the basement door and the garage door, that bothers me. The fact that he went on in the interrogation and said, that this window's easy to climb in and out of, just those little details, like you guys are saying, there's truth in lies. And, like when he's on the porch interview, well, He says, I'm not going to throw nothing out there, but, somebody could have come to the back because there's no cameras back there. Just those little things. I go back and forth.
Kim just said that Shanann did see the grandmother.
Do what?
Kim just said that Shanann did go and see the grandmother.
Oh, in the nursing home?
Yeah.
Okay, so that that makes sense that he would lie to his girlfriend and say, "Yeah, she didn't come in. She didn't let me see the kids." And that's something that a lot of men do when they're about to leave their wives. They want to kind of make her out to be meaner than.
You know what I don't get,
Meaner
you guys?
than they are.
If he was planning on leaving her, okay, and Kim, I know you're listening, so maybe you can answer this. If he was planning on leaving her, that last week in North Carolina, Ronnie had taken the whole week off, right, to spend time with Chris and the girls and Shanann before they went back. And they had the big nut gate, right? So Shanann was like, nope, not hanging out with them. If he was like to the point where he was, like everybody says, premeditating murder, why wouldn't he take that time and go spend it with his family? Why would he go to the beach and hang out with her parents and her? Why wouldn't he go see his family? Why still conform if he premeditated her murder?
To be with his kids.
Yep.
But it doesn't make sense.
He didn't premeditate it.
So Tracy,
but people think he did. People think
Tracy
he premeditated. People think those girls were dead before Shanann got home. It defies logic.
Jay, can I say something about that?
It defies all logic. Why would he want to go to the beach and have this trip and blow his family off if he was going to kill them anyways? It doesn't make sense.
It wasn't premeditated.
I don't think it was either.
No, I think I have another theory.
What? What's your theory?
Okay, the night it happened, Shanann did kill him. In case phone pinged because he had got a hold of her somehow or something, and she went to clean it up for him while he went and dumped bodies.
Wait, say that again?
And NK went in the back window. That's why he keeps pointing towards the back window and saying he didn't want to come out and say anything. NK cleaned it up while he went and dumped the bodies. And Shanann maybe did kill him.
But why would he go to that extreme to involve her in cleaning up if it was simply he strangled her because she killed the kids?
Anything that was left, like bodily fluids or anything.
Right, but why involve Nicole at that point?
Because he thought that they were in a strong relationship, and he thought they both felt the same way about each other, and he figured she'd help him.
I don't think so, because when he was interrogated and they asked him about her, he was like, I don't want to talk about her. Like, I don't want her to even know about this. Like, he did not even want her to know, is how I felt. Like,
but she already knew because she went and told.
Right, but he didn't know that at the time. He didn't know that at the time.
Hey, Jay.
So he kind of got played there at the end, right? Because she had already spoken to them and he had no clue.
Men don't kill their kids.
That's right.
They don't.
I think Sam fell asleep, but yeah.
Statistically, that's right.
Statistically, they don't. And I'm going to read one sentence
This guy Sam is just
from the first book from Rollo. Studies have shown that men have the ability to more quickly and accurately identify their own children in a room full of kids dressed in the same uniforms than the mothers of the child do. I mean, men do not kill their kids.
some men do. And he did. Come on.
No, he didn't.
If it wasn't premeditated, don't you think they would have found a lunch bag or two filled with food? He said he canceled the school because I asked Kim. He said he canceled because he didn't know what he was doing and he was panicking and he was in panic mode. But his wife,
No.
his
She
wife,
didn't say that.
always
She
listened
didn't
to, had
say
messaged him. His wife, who I asked.
Hold
Kim,
up,
I asked
Amanda.
him
Hold
about
up,
Kim's
Amanda.
here. Ask her.
Hold
Yeah, I'm
on.
right
I was
here.
gonna say Kim's on panel with us.
I'm right here.
She didn't
Hey
say
Kim,
that.
so you and I had asked in a super chat why he had done that. Why he had called the school and canceled the school, and then why he pretended to put them on a waiting list in case they didn't move. And you said because he was panicking and he had never been he was in post he was stressed, PTSD. You were saying that he was going through PTSD and he didn't know what to do.
I don't know what you're talking about with that. I don't know
We
if I was.
can't hear Kim.
Wait, so can you not hear me, Jay?
I got one more thing to say and then I'll leave the panel. I get so sick of everybody saying that none of that affected him. He's not a robot. He is human. He was traumatized. He was suffering. That was his babies. Okay? And that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
Hey, Jay, can you hear me?
Kimberly.
Can you not hear me?
I can hear you great.
Okay.
You can hear me?
I can hear you. Okay, let me back up about the lunch bags.
Hello?
Hello, can you hear me, Jay, or no?
Okay, so let's get back to that.
I don't think Jay can hear you. Jay.
I don't think she can either.
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear Jay.
I can hear Jay.
Can her and I not hear?
Why can't everybody hear me?
I can hear you, Jay. Kim said she can hear you too.
I can hear you.
I can't hear Kim.
What?
Jay can't hear you, Kim.
What?
What the hell?
I'm telling you, y'all, StreamYards is busted tonight.
Dude, this stuff is jank. I want to go back to Zoom.
Want to go back on Zoom real quick?
Kim, did you get my email?
I can't hear Kim. God damn it.
Maybe maybe Kim, go out and come back in. I'm gonna drop a new link.
Okay, girl.
Okay. Let's try this.
So what Kim was gonna speak on was what I was.
Well,
gonna
I
say,
can't
but I had
just
to
I
finish
can't just listen
that.
to Amanda. I gotta hear Kim's reply. Like I can't.
Oh no, I hadn't finished when she started asking me what I meant when I said that I had spoken to her about it, because I asked her once in a super chat and she replied it was on one of your lives. But what I was saying was, why didn't he make the lunch bags? If he was so afraid of his wife, or he listened to her so much and he didn't plan on killing her, wouldn't he have done that? If he didn't anticipate her dying, wouldn't the girls have gone to school the next day?
No. Jay, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, thank God. Okay, it worked.
We got reconnected.
Yay. Okay, I don't know what.
You think he was gonna tell her that night, we're gonna divorce and the girls
Oh my
aren't gonna go to
God.
school tomorrow
Amanda.
because we're gonna cancel the school and they're not gonna go anymore? Do you think
Well,
that's
they already were talking when they were in North Carolina about canceling school. She even talked to her friends about it. This whole crap that she was taking this kids to school that next morning. Come on, if anyone knew Shanann, there was no clothes bought, there was no school supplies, there was no nothing. They were not going to school today. They couldn't afford it. They were the girls were on a wait list because of being gone for 6 weeks. Period. They were not re-registered to start school that day.
She asked him though. She asked him to
No. That's not a true. That's not true. I mean, I know you guys see that on the phone, but that wasn't a true conversation. I'm going to be breaking down the transaction history on the phones here this week, so you guys can understand that stuff.
Kim, did you get my email?
You have to think
my
about
God, like
this.
she knows who it's from. She probably gets like 100 emails.
Yeah, wait. What email from what?
What kind of school supplies could a kid need? Their blanket, their backpack, and lunches. That's all.
Okay, if you know Shanann Watts, you know that there's going to be all kinds of stuff for those kids to go to school with. They're going to be on display like puppets.
Shanann had all that stuff in her office. I bet you she did.
All I'm saying is that there was no, just like everyone was like, oh my gosh, Chris put the house up, and not realizing that Shanann already talked to the real estate agent. I'm just saying that they were not going to be going back to school that day. I mean, even with Shanann, like with being out of town, there's no way that she'd have been out of town and not like, and coming back into school that day. I mean, it wasn't, I mean, look at her Facebook. She was not all over that thing posting about her daughter's first day of school. It was nowhere. And number one, if she was going back that day, it would only have been to daycare because the actual kindergarten class did not start that day. So, I mean, if you're thinking she was going back to actual preschool or to daycare, That's different, but the actual kindergarten class wasn't starting that morning.
Apple Tart. They said they didn't want to downsize for their price point.
No, they didn't want to downsize and have the same price point. We have to understand, I mean, that if you look at the conversations with Shanann and with Chris, I mean, she even told her friends, Chris wants a divorce, but just not right away. And then you have to understand that things also escalated through that week. I mean, Shanann was pretty nasty. Like I said, that's exactly why the prosecution does not want to give Ronnie his phone back, Chris's phone back. I mean, for the prosecution to still hold that, clearly there's stuff on that phone that they don't want Ronnie to see. And from everything that his family knows, from how she was that week, from what he was saying, and from what their experience was with Shanann, I mean, the only reason why Chris was ever talking her down was because of the level of anger that she was showing. He was nervous about that. I mean, his family was nervous about that, but it wasn't to fix the marriage. And that was the whole problem, is they were just trying to get home and get past her being in Arizona because he wanted that divorce. He wanted the separation. Yeah.
Too, about the
He was
school,
agreeing to
didn't
drop-
they have
he
to
was
pay
agreeing
up
to drop
front
the
for
girl
the
off the-
school and they didn't have any money for that?
No, it was going to come out. It was going to come out in payment. That's why he called to cancel. And people are saying that they didn't have the money, but they're only giving out the amounts that they had in their bank account. But she hadn't changed over her Thrive credit card. So she
Okay, but let me explain to you about that. Okay, her cards were, or her Thrive was always direct deposited. When Chris found out that wasn't deposited, that was a big red flag to him that she was already withholding money, because he had no idea. You have to remember that Chris did not have any way into their financial stuff. He actually believed at the time that they were in a better financial state than they had been for a long time, because they took money out of the 401k to get caught back up again. And he never was privy to their financial information. I mean, he had to call in to get the last couple of transactions. So when he found out through this process the state of their finances, he was pretty disturbed about that. And I think Nicole was trying to hide that because she was the one telling Chris. I mean, that must have been a big red flag to her, because she was kind of even thrown off, like, why is that not deposited? And she was telling Chris to try to deposit it. And he's like, no, I don't do that. Like, that's not how, no, he doesn't do that. But they had their mortgage due the next day. All her credit cards were maxed out. I mean, they didn't have money for that period. And they weren't, I mean, she even had conversation with friends that they were not going back to school. So you have to realize it depends on the friend you're talking about, because different friends knew that there was no school. Like, I think that morning, the couple of the friends that all put this narrative out were saying that there was going to be school started.
So Kim, you're saying that her money was in her bank account. Wasn't in her bank account because maybe she stopped the direct deposit.
Yeah.
But I know for a fact from high level people at Thrive that everybody gets paid on their Thrive account and then they have to transfer over. It's not like a regular job where they send it directly to your bank. Lavelle doesn't direct deposit into, you don't enter your checking account and Lavelle sends it to you. Even the highest people up get paid on their Lavelle card. And
so there's two methods of payment. There's two methods of payment, and how it was being transferred to her account normally wasn't set up anymore. She had changed the way her payments were being done, is all we know.
So
And
the whole reason I was bringing that up was to say that they did have more money than people actually knew. She hadn't changed out the money in her Thrive account. So she possibly had money for them to start school, which I think that she was intending on them to do, because she did send him that text. He replied that they were going to go together and drop the kids off, and he was going to pack.
do you know what day that text was on?
The night before.
Like I said, we'll disagree on that. I know for a fact that they weren't going to school. Like, that's
By the
all I
way,
could
Kim,
say. They weren't going to school.
If you ever
Yeah.
feel inclined, you can share screen on this thing here.
To go
through stuff, right? Hold on a second, Jay.
Well, like I said, you guys have to realize, I mean, you're only seeing the Discovery side. And let me tell you that, I mean, where in the Discovery do you see any conversation with the Watts? You don't see one. You have no, I mean, that's what's so jacked about this whole entire investigation and the way they handled this is they had no idea what was going on with Shanann when the whole 6 weeks that she was there. They had no idea that Chris was already looking for an apartment, had already talked to the parents, came back from North Carolina and told his boss that if he's going to start parking his truck somewhere else, he's getting divorced. He changed the schedule starting September 1st to work.
Do you really believe everything he said, Kim? Like, truly, you can't necessarily say that you believe everything Chris has said. He's lied to everybody. He's lied about the smallest things.
Well,
do you really believe everything he
let
said?
me explain to you his lies,
please
okay?
answer that. Do you believe everything he says?
I believe a lot of what he says, and I'll tell you why if you want to listen. I'll tell you why. Because you have to realize the situation that he was in. When you're talking about what had happened, that crime that night, I mean, yeah, he's waiting for his dad to come out there. Number one, he was in shock for what had just happened. And everything, like even Nicole being there, he had no idea why she was there that day. He was wondering what the heck was going on that he didn't know about for it to be what it was, because his family was concerned that she was to that point of danger, hence the letter, right? And then obviously something super traumatic happens, but realize Chris didn't want to do those interviews. Nicole called and got them there to the house. She called Fox 31 and got them there. And of course, he's not going to admit on national television, but you have to also look at Chris. He, in that moment, if he wanted to lie, like legit lie, like make up a story, he could have told the news 1,000 different things to send them on a wild goose chase. Yep, my wife has been gone for 6 weeks. She's probably got a boyfriend. She's probably, I mean, he could have lied. You have to really think and know who you're talking about when you're looking at a crime. And for Chris Watts, I mean, the problem is he's actually pretty honest. He's not a very good liar. Obviously, I mean, he doesn't, but same thing with going to the police station. Chris did everything he was asked. Every time. He couldn't tell them the truth until his dad got there. But realize they're not dumb. When Chris's dad got there, they didn't immediately have Chris talk to him. They had to sit him in there for 6 more hours and show this longer pattern of history. They knew that they had the sheet at the tank. Why do you think, you guys, come on, if you know anything about Tammy Lee and you've been to my channel at all and you've watched her, the narrative and the relationship that she had with Shanann.
I pay for your Patreon and
okay, so if you know Tammy Lee at all, then you have to understand that was her whole, like, oh, I put this in Chris's head. You want to know why? I think by that time, because she'd already had their cell phone data, they had everything. And I think that her emotional tie to Shanann was her ability to relate to her was so strong. They become BFFs by the soul, like through whatever before we were even through like the interrogation of Chris. She put that in there. Want to know why? Because I believe some part of her was like, oh crap. When you're starting to look into this, I mean, you guys think about the text messages you guys do see. Those are supposed to make Shanann look innocent. That's a prosecution's discovery that's supposed to make her look sane. The best of Shanann in the discovery. So that's what we're seeing. So that's what you're seeing, though. What do you think the worst is?
She's not on the stand. It's Chris who killed her.
No, listen to me. You're missing the point of what I'm saying. You're missing the point of what I'm saying.
We're trying to find out right now if he killed her in the moment or if he killed her alongside with her 2 daughters. We're not trying to say that that Shanann caused him to kill her. Is that your narrative? Is that what you're trying to say?
That's not what she's saying.
You're missing the point of what I'm saying. Listen.
Hold on, Amanda. Let her clarify.
Amanda, yeah, I won't have a conversation with you if you're not going to listen.
For a long time. I was just going on with what she said, but I let her speak.
Let me finish.
Well,
though,
just let her clarify. If you ask something, let her clarify.
Yeah, let me finish. What I'm saying about that is when you have Tammy Lee who has all this evidence. They have the sheet. They had the drone footage for hours before, okay? And she throws Shannon under the bus. Do you want to know why? Because she needed to be able to say later that she put that in their head, in Chris's head. What I'm saying about the discovery is the point of the discovery is information. They're going to show, they have to put out something the prosecution does on their side. What I'm telling you is what they decided to share was the best of Shanann to make her look the best they could with the evidence they had to present through discovery. So I'm saying to you, if that is the best of the information they could put forward, her behavior, the way she was unraveling, the way her communication was with her friends, if that's the best, then you have to ask yourself, what would the worst look like? Because they withheld the worst. I mean, you have someone who's trying to talk to her husband, instigate a confrontation, threatening abortion, saying she'll take the kids for full custody. Why? Why is she threatening full custody? Why is she threatening for Chris to never see the kids again? Why? That seems pretty drastic for somebody who.
I might be able to answer that, Kim. I mean, just like playing devil's advocate, maybe to get a reaction because she wasn't getting
I get that
from him.
No, I get that. I'm not saying I get the point of why she did it. I'm just telling you, if that was the discovery is the best of Shanann during that time period, and it doesn't look that great.
Right. I get what you're saying.
So, I mean, like I said, her friends put out a false narrative from day one. You have to ask yourself why. Why? I mean, so Chris was distant. You guys, that's so. Look at the videos of him out there. He's out in the water with them. He's the one holding their hands. He's the one at the restaurants playing with them, and he's being distant. I don't think so. Chris was never, ever distant. Was he in bed with his wife? No, because he wanted to leave her. And he told her, she told her friends that he was leaving. Everyone knew it. So when the police showed up that day.
If he's supposed to be leaving her, why is he in the water holding the kid's hand next to her dad and all this stuff? If he really is leaving her, why is he staying in the same cabin?
Yeah, that's what I wondered,
really
Kim. Like,
leaving her?
why?
He loves his kids.
Well, no, it's not even that.
Like,
It's
if
like
Ronnie took that time off work that week and to spend time with Chris and the kids and Shanann, and then Nutgate happened, and that was the kibosh was put on that. Why didn't Chris say, you know what? No,
because it was a confrontation. He doesn't like. Look at the way she was when she was threatening him. When he wanted to go to his parents' house with the kids, and then even when he wanted to stay that night, the weather was horrible. He wanted to stay that night at the house. She freaked out and was like, "Get your friggin' whatever." She went crazy on him. He's not a confrontational guy.
I've seen men like they do things sometimes just to keep,
he's very so.
Happy life, happy wife. You
He said, I have a girlfriend. I'm going to kill you.
But he didn't ditch his kids.
Yeah.
No, Amanda, what I was saying is you asked why was he in the ocean with his daughters holding their hands. She just answered your question.
I did say that, yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
so I was just going back to your original question.
Well, I guess.
What I don't get. Hi, Kim.
Hi.
You know me, but I'm Tia. I'm new.
Hi.
How is it that you think? Because why does he think he's getting out of prison? I don't understand. Because even if Shanann did do that, he still killed her.
He just wants to be charged for the crime that he did. He just wants to be charged for the crime he committed.
So
he wants his day back in court to be held responsible for what he did. That's it.
And then so basically maybe he would get off because he kind of flipped when he seen Shanann do that.
We don't know. Depends on what they want to charge him.
Can you mute your YouTube or turn it down?
Yeah, I'll turn it down.
I think we might have like an echo going on.
Yeah, I think it just depends on what they decide. But you have to think about that. I guess that's the problem is that people have a hard time taking their own reaction or their own gut instinct out of the equation, and people have a hard time really understanding who Chris is. I get that he's been villainized by everyone in their brother, but you have to understand who he is and understand the moving parts of this case to where it got him to, as far as the court process, getting him to that point. Does that make sense?
I understand who he is, but it's impossible to understand the man. Okay, it's impossible. He lies so much. How am I supposed to understand him when it doesn't make sense? The whole damn situation.
I'll teach you.
It doesn't make sense.
I'll teach you.
It doesn't even make sense that he would do that. Like
Kim, I hope what you're saying is that you guys have evidence to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that Shanann did this. If so, if that's not what you're trying to prove, then is all the Shanann bashing really have to go on? Like, you really
I mean,
sound like you're trying to make him out to be like he's a really good guy. This guy was cheating on his wife.
That doesn't make him a bad guy. I mean,
he eventually buried her and the baby she had in his stomach, whether it was his or not. You know, you can't say he was a nice, humble, quiet guy when that's what he did. Okay,
Prior
that's
to
just
August
fact.
12th,
You know, that's just the given.
2018,
But wait,
he
I'm not done.
was.
Hold on.
Yeah, I mean that's the point. I mean, this is okay. Let me just say it like this, okay?
But I'm just saying, you guys are making fun of Shanann in here. Like this girl, Angela,
Nobody's
always says
making
like,
fun of
Who's
check the
making fun of
knives, check the
Shanann?
knives.
No
You
one on
really
this.
need to
Wait,
put
hold
that.
up,
Do
Amanda.
you really need to put that out
Amanda,
there?
reel it in, girlfriend. No
Yeah,
one on this panel said anything bad about Shanann
Yeah, that girl says
or
check the
made
knives
fun of
I
her.
all
wouldn't
the
even be
time.
here if somebody was making fun of Shanann.
No.
Because I
She
don't
says
play
check
that.
the knives.
That's
That's what
ridiculous. She's
Shanann's
not here
mom
to
said
defend
to
herself.
Amanda,
Nicole.
let
She
her
says,
talk.
hey, check the knives.
I wouldn't
That's
be
her
on
mom
this
said
panel
check the
right
knives.
now if she was if you guys were making fun of Shanann in any way. I wouldn't be here right now.
Okay, right. Check the knives has nothing to do with Shanann.
Well, check the knives is what her mom said.
Right.
I mean,
It was just from the body cam. It's not
Yeah.
anything. We're not bashing anyone.
We're just trying to get to the truth. And you
Thank
can
you, Sam.
observe behavior. We're just observing behavior.
Well, and you have to realize that that's exactly what you have to talk about. Shanann is 1,000% held responsible for her behavior when she was alive. I'm not talking about her behavior when she's dead because there's her behavior. She's dead. I'm talking about her behavior when she was alive. And that's relevant because it's what got them to that night. Chris's behavior and her behavior is what got them to that night. So it's relevant. You have to discuss that. There's
And
no
look
like
at their behaviors. Look
Yeah.
at their behaviors with the kids. I mean, look at how Chris was with the children. Look at how Shanann was with the children. There's lots of video footage. And
Yeah,
men
I mean-
do not kill their children.
I think, Amanda, you're thinking because of how we are talking about how Shanann was and what type of person she was and how she treated her husband. Maybe you're looking at that as we're trying to bash her. Is that
You guys are
like
saying
why
she
you think
killed her
that?
kids with no proof.
Well, you're saying Chris killed his kids with no proof.
Come on, there's proof. There's proof everywhere. He put them in oil tanks. What more proof do you need?
That's not
He's
proof.
trying to hide the fact that they
That's
died.
not proof. That's proof that he put them in the oil, and he admitted to
He
that.
was
But
trying to hide the fact that he lied, that they died. Why try to hide the fact that they died if they died on accident? Are you trying to say that he hid them because he wanted everybody to know that his wife did it? If I wanted somebody to know my wife did it when she did it, I'd call the cops after she did it.
yeah, but here's the problem. He had just put his hands on his wife too. That's what people keep. Let me dumb this down so I can like make this very simple for everyone.
Okay, so why didn't you
Because
call
this?
911 after though?
Okay, well, can I just finish my sentence?
Yeah, no, so sorry.
Serious.
Interrupting her.
Yeah, because I mean, I'll have a conversation with you if you're respectful, and we can have a conversation back and forth. But if when we're talking, we both need to listen. That's how I like to have conversations. If you're going to leave panel so you can finish talking, I'll come up after you're done. If that's how we need to do to make sure that everyone that's listening can have a pleasant experience and not a back and forth, I'll leave panel. If you need to have a conversation with these guys, I'll come back because I don't want to have conversations like this. I don't do that. I mean, I get that you don't agree with the way I think, but doesn't mean you should cut me off and whatever you're doing. Just if you have a question and want to hear my answer, I guess the point is if you have a question you don't want to hear my answer, then don't ask it. If you really want to listen to me, then I'll answer it for you.
Is this Kim or Jay?
This is Kim.
Oh, okay. Oh, sorry. I was confused for a second. I apologize. You know, sometimes it's when you're speaking, it's hard to hear when there's something incoming, especially if you're trying to finish.
Okay.
And I did apologize immediately. So I am.
Okay,
sorry.
thank you. So I guess what I'm trying to say with as far as Chris goes, I mean, you have to think about this. So let me ask you a question. Let's go back to the Colorado confession. What point do you think he started lying, and what point do you think he stopped?
I don't think he ever stopped lying. I think he is one of those people that just lies so much that he completely doesn't know which was the lie and which was the truth. And I know it because I have a sister like that, and she's estranged from me because I just can't handle that kind of stuff. I can't handle somebody telling me that they got a dog off of somebody and they got it from somebody else. It's like, hey, why'd you lie to me about that? Chris lied about the smallest minute things and he didn't have to. So
Okay, I have a
it makes me
question.
think that he did that constantly.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
If I can prove that he told the truth at some point in that thing, what will that change your opinion about him? If you're saying that you don't think he's told the truth one time, and I can prove to you that he did, what will that make you think differently of him?
I mean, Kim, I'm not trying to be simple. I mean, obviously, he did tell the truth at some points.
That's what I'm asking. What part do you think is truthful?
I don't know where his lies started and where his truth began, and vice versa. But I think that he definitely isn't out there to tell the truth. And I don't know which one would be the truth and which would be the lie. And that's why I asked you earlier, like, do you really believe everything he says? Because he really clearly doesn't tell many people the truth. And he will lie to people he claims that he loves or people that he claims he respects. That's not something that somebody that's truthful does. Now,
okay, so I have a question about that then. Okay, so do you think that Tammy is a good investigator? Do you think she's good at her job?
honestly, I didn't like that she was deceptive in the fact that she didn't explain exactly who she was. I didn't like that. But I also know for a fact, because I have been part of a case, and I know that they will tell you anything to get anything out of you. And I was, I like everybody else, Chris was a dummy to even go in there and talk to police and to take a lie detector test, because we all know lie detector tests are null and void. He was clearly uneducated in that sense that he went in there and spoke without an attorney. I'm glad he did, because he was caught and he's in jail where he's supposed to be. Because even if he didn't kill his daughters, because he killed his wife and the baby that she had inside of her, whether or not it was his, he deserved to be in jail. He killed somebody. But either way, I
have a question about that.
Yeah.
Do you think that most people that are criminals are very compliant the whole way and almost to a fault are overly compliant, overly there for everything? They don't have to be there. Is that, I mean, I haven't seen many criminals that are like at the beck and call of the police. You have Chris, who didn't have to come home that day from work at all. Didn't have to let anyone in there, didn't have to turn over anything, didn't have to have a search warrant, didn't have to keep coming to the police station, but he did want to lie because he's asked. And Chris does not like confrontation.
There's a few of us out there, because I'm a criminal myself and I was compliant with the police. And in fact, the fact that I didn't go to prison for 15 years was because I never lied. Even when I could have gone to jail for what I was saying, I never lied. And that saved me in the end, because when they caught everybody else lying, everything I said was the truth. And that just saved me. And ever since then, I have never lied. And that's why I don't like liars. But that's not why I don't like Chris. I don't like Chris because he felt he deserved to end somebody's life because of how he felt. And that's not what you do.
What do you mean? Well, do you think that he killed everybody, or do you think he just snapped on Shanann?
I'm sorry. What was that?
I said, do you think that he killed everybody? Do you think this is the permitted? Like, what's your? I guess I don't even know your opinion. What's your view on this case? I guess to begin with.
So my view on this case is, I'm really trying to watch it from the outside. Okay, I think that what you're trying to get at is that he killed her in the heat of passion. Therefore, he should only get second degree manslaughter, because you want them to believe that he killed her because she killed the family. So then he would probably get like 10 to 15 years, maybe. That's what you're trying to believe. So I'm like, okay, let's find the facts for that. The facts that I see are that he clearly was done with his life, with his wife, done with his life with his children, and he disposed of them he disposed of them in the way that he did. That was just so disrespectful, not giving them final goodbyes to anybody. He was planning it out, whether you want to say he did it or not. It was definitely thought out a little bit. And I mean, at the end of the day, he admitted it. He said it with his own words. We heard him say it. So
where in Wisconsin?
Why can't I believe that he did it?
I have a question about that. Are you saying so you're saying the words he described in Wisconsin, that's what you're going off of?
I'm going off of everything he said. His first confession sounds like the first time a criminal gets caught, where they try to minimize their role in it.
And then the second confession comes off as somebody who's like, oh, I'm done for the rest of my life. Now I get to say the true story because I'm a celebrity now and everybody wants to know. And then now it's like, oops, I got to take it all back. I've lied a lot like Casey Anthony. Now maybe I can muffle everybody and throw a jury pool, so on or so forth.
So I have a question about that. Do you go off of like forensic evidence? Like, is that something that you would rely on to find out if someone was guilty or innocent?
Are you calling me somebody?
No, I'm saying like, I mean, like when you're looking at someone as far as being guilty or innocent, do you base yourself if someone can like forensically show something is true or something is false? Is that something that you'd weigh in your decision upon, if someone's guilty or innocent?
Forensics are definitely a part of a case, but it doesn't all have to be forensically there.
Right.
For somebody to be able to be proven guilty. So it doesn't really matter if it's all forensics, but I do go by forensics, and a lot of the forensic evidence is there. Most of it that one would need to cultivate the decision that he did this entire act. But
so do you believe the Wisconsin confession?
You could definitely say that you don't have to. It could. The circumstantial evidence works just as well as physical evidence.
So do you believe the Wisconsin confession and the story that he told?
Some of it, I'm sure there's bits and pieces in there that are true.
So what if I told you that every detail that he gave can forensically be denied, that it doesn't match the evidence?
I told you that doesn't really matter because nothing he says can really be forensically verified.
That's not true. Have you seen my reenactment on my channel?
I told you I subscribe to your channel. I watch everything, and I don't want to be against what you're saying.
I'm not asking.
Can you make it make sense?
Yeah. So here, the reason why I ask you that is because a lot of people say, "Well, Kim, you just took the evidence and made it match the crime scene." Well, the problem is I couldn't do that with Wisconsin. I couldn't match what he was saying to the evidence. That's important.
You don't know where the crime scene is.
No, but what he describes he did, as far as Shanann choking her on her back, we can prove it's false. And he didn't choke her. He did not. He didn't strangle her. He choked her. He didn't strangle her. We can prove that that's false. We can prove that he denied Bella's injuries. He said he didn't do it like that. He said that he smothered them once at home. No. That's what I'm asking you. I'm asking you. You're saying you believe Wisconsin or whatever. I'm telling you, as far as what he told in Colorado, I can match that to the evidence. What he told in Wisconsin.
I believe murderers will tell stories, and within their stories, they'll tell the truth, kind of like Casey Anthony. But I truly don't think that he was lying completely when he said what he said in Wisconsin. I think now he's just regretting what he said because he has people like you that are willing to get him an appeal that could get him out of jail, which, come on, wouldn't we all want to do that? And he clearly doesn't want to be in there. Who wants to be? And if he can get off on some type of loophole, he will. And everybody that's trying to get off on some type of loophole that is. Ross Harris is back in trial right now. Name anybody who's really not trying. Scott.
Well, that's also different when someone goes to trial. Chris caved and folded his cards to take responsibility because he had an affair from the beginning. So no, I think that's actually the exact opposite. The reason why he's going.
Do you know the definition of nolo contendere?
Yeah.
Okay. So he pled nolo contendere. I've pled nolo contendere. Before you do, you sit down and you go through paperwork. She's talking about me, Angela, Amanda. She's saying that I speak the truth. When you speak nolo contendere, when you go for nolo contendere, you are saying, I am guilty. Okay? No matter what. That's what you're saying at the end of the day. He knew what he was signing off. And
I get
he knew
that.
If he went to trial, he wouldn't get anywhere well. He knew that he was going to get what the judge was going to give him. He knew that he had no chance in trial.
So do you know that the DA and her family said that Chris would not take a plea deal if he had to plead guilty to everyone and write it out? Like typically when you take a plea deal, you have to write.
That doesn't matter. I'm Amanda Susie. I'm nobody. I'm a sleuther, and I've been following the case since the very beginning. It just so happened that I found out from maybe 3 or 4 hours in because some lady that I've been following for 10 years is Shanann's upline, and she's married to Shanann's other upline. So, they were like a mega squad, and they were posting it everywhere. So I found out this stuff, but.
So let me say this real quick. I just have one thing to say to finish off what I was saying.
Yeah.
So when I talk to people like you, this is where I start to have an issue, because I'm telling you I could match what he said in Colorado. Okay. You're saying that you believe that he's just guilty of everything, but I'm telling you that the confession in Wisconsin I could prove is false. And on top of that, in the court system, his family and the DA said that they knew if Chris had to actually plead guilty to everything, that he wouldn't take that. If you put all those things together, that should be a big red flag of something. I mean, I guess so. When I have a conversation with you, I get to a dead point, because I'm like, wait a minute. The things, if you go off of what Tammy Lee said in Colorado, themes, she was an investigator. Okay, the things she did worked. It wasn't against Shanann. It was actually against another crime victim. The other tactic that they used was to talk to his dad. Well, that worked, because once he went in there, he started talking to his dad. And there is a point where he started telling the truth, because when they brought in the actual paperwork or the picture to show the girls right where Shanann was at, he didn't lie. He went right to it. So, and then you go to Wisconsin, which was, if they believe that if you even believe that Chris was just there to give a statement, then A, why was it 5 hours? B, why were they in plain clothes and lying to him and not telling him it was recorded, not taking notes on it, not telling him it was being recorded? And that's what I'm saying is I guess when I have these conversations, you have to decide at what point if it's just pure emotion you're going off of, that's one thing. When you're having a conversation with me about that, and you're bringing in either Wisconsin or Colorado, or it's like, to me, it just sounds like it's an emotional decision. Because if you're basing it off of things that you can prove, then Colorado, we can prove that it matches the evidence. Wisconsin, we can prove it's not. So to me, it sounds like you're more of making like an emotional opinion because of dishonesty. But like I said, there is a ton of honesty. And if you're going to go off of dishonesty, you have to then be upset with DA Rourke, with Tammy Lee, with Coder, with Shanann's friends, because all of those people I just mentioned were as dishonest, if not more, in a different way. Obviously not being dishonest about they're being dishonest on their part. You have Robbie, you have Amanda, every other person in this case who also 100% was dishonest. So I think if you're talking about dishonesty.
Wait. Can I ask a question though?
Sure.
Okay. So you're going to file a 35C. And this would mean Chris is going to go back to court. And if he gets what he wants, it's going to be all overturned. And he'll hopefully go to trial for what he wants to try to plead his case. The evidence you're going off of is the evidence from one person who you're taking the autopsy from. When you go to trial, you're going to get many more people come in saying different things.
Yeah.
They're not all going to say what this one forensic investigator saw. So you're going to find different angles. So
right,
I feel bad
absolutely.
that you're going at one angle and you're just basing off of that, because they're going to have to find different doctors that are going to say different things, and then you're going to go from there.
Right.
But what I really wanted to know was, look, if Chris were to go back to court and he were to get an attorney to help him fight all of this, Kim, really what you're doing is you're ruining his case.
I'm not ruining it at all.
Any good attorney.
Why am I ruining it? Answer my question. Why am I ruining it?
Okay,
What's ruining it?
I've had a case, right? I was forbidden to speak about anything that was going on. Forbidden to speak about anything. Any good attorney will tell you, don't speak on anything. Don't put this out on Twitter. Don't put this out on YouTube. Don't put this out on anything. And I'm not saying that you're an attorney. I'm saying that you're working with him and you're interjecting yourself into this case through him. You know, like you're being his third party. Obviously, we know because he's in prison and he can't put this out on his own. But when and if this ever does get picked up by somebody, they're going to be like, no, dude, like this is all over the internet. You have given every defense except for one that could be thrown out, via this woman, and you have now.
Well, I'll tell you what. I've been on the internet for 4 weeks.
I love listening to you. I hope you don't stop talking because I love listening to you.
Well, what I'm saying is,
the other thing, it's it's my type of reality. I love.
Well, I've only
listening
been
to
on there
stuff.
for 4 weeks. Everyone else has been talking for over 2 years, including the prosecutors, including the investigators, including the judge, including everybody else. I do not. I mean, so it's the same thing with Scott Peterson. You want to know the reason why he got back into court is because his sister-in-law advocated for that. She got truth out there. She changed the narrative. It took a lot of time because from the beginning, his case was a certain way. She has every court document. She's been on national television shows over and over and over again, and that's how you change public opinion. So when you go back to court, you have to change. The narrative has been what it's been. There's thousands of people talking about it for 2 years. Okay, and clearly
talking to him.
Okay, so listen to what I'm saying. There's 1,000 people talking about this case, and they've been doing it for 2 years. The narrative has been sold a lie from day one. The narrative that was sold was a lie. If you want to look at the prosecution, they were doing due justice and due diligence and due process to Chris. Why would they have not gone out and corrected the narrative when they knew it was being saturated in dishonesty? Nothing I'm saying is not, it's discovery. Everything I'm saying is in discovery. I'm not saying anything out there that somebody else hasn't said, just in a different way. And
right, but you're his supporter, so everything you're saying it's supposed to be, it's not just supposed to be more validated. It is more validated. I've heard this guy say on your channel, like, listen to Kim, and I've heard him say, I've heard his dad talk to you like they know you. So, what you're putting out is the truth. So, I mean, I hope if you do have a case, like if this guy really didn't kill his kids, I hope that you're holding back some stuff.
There's stuff being held back.
I'd love to
for
see
sure.
more. I'd love to see more. I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a sleuther. I just follow cases really deeply, and I don't have my own channel or anything, and I'm not trying to make a channel. I've been wanting to speak on Jay's channel, just silently sitting here like I have questions, and
questions are
willing to
great.
answer because you're on here all the time, and I've listened to you for like 6-7 hours. Your longest one I've been on there. Like I said, I subscribe to you. I'm interested. Tell me what you got, but also don't tell me what you don't have.
No, I won't. I mean, clearly there's things that we are not going to put out there. There's a lot that we want out there. We do want more transparency because there is a problem with the way this case was handled, and there was a lot of things that were done that were against Chris's constitutional rights. There's a lot of with the investigation that wasn't processed properly, that was very linear in the investigation, and that's a problem. And there's a lot.
I've thought of one thing that you guys haven't said that could very well be a good defense for him, and I'll throw it out there. I mean, I don't care. Chris said himself when he went in there, he was feeling sick. He was tired. He hadn't slept. He was stressed. He couldn't sleep. He was,
He was on suicide. Even when he was going through the plea process.
Before he was on suicide watch, I'm talking like when he went to do his interview with law.
Oh yeah.
He was saying he was tired, and that in itself could be a reason for a confession to be thrown out.
Well, it's the same thing for his plea deal. I mean, he was on suicide watch the whole time. I mean, you're making a plea deal on suicide watch? I don't think so.
You can make a plea deal on suicide watch. Suicide watch is really just where they're coming to your cell every 30 minutes and checking on you.
Right, doesn't that make you tired? That would make you tired too.
Suicidal. They could put anybody on suicide watch.
No, I'm saying it's the same thing. It's him being tired, him being exhausted, them waking him up every 30 minutes, the light 60% on, the stuff that they were doing. It's what I'm saying is the same would apply for him in the court process. Being cut off, having next to no communication with anybody, being very secluded. I mean, the emotional turmoil that he was going through with the people yelling in that prison at him, the things they were telling him to do. I mean, you can prove that people in those situations do fold their cards to get out, to make it end, to make it go away. So, I mean, like I said, I love having these conversations. I wanted to get, I guess, more to a point of where, like, what your side is, because I
apologize if I sounded eager. I am eager. I've been wanting
I like eager. I just wanted to know, like, where you stood at so I can actually have a conversation, because I think that's the problem, is that so many people, like with the investigation, it wasn't clearly it was not a proper investigation. Clearly, gathering the evidence was done improperly as far as crime scene.
Absolutely.
I mean,
Those words from John Benet Ramsey, like, "Hey, or come in, call. Like, let's all visit the house."
yeah. Yeah. And even the way they're collecting evidence, I mean, there's a lot of issues with that.
No, Susie, your comments aren't blocked.
I mean, there's clearly problems with that. Like I said, when it comes down to evidence, I think I just saw someone said there's not evidence that Shanann killed the girls. But like, I don't even, if you go off of Tammy Lee's words, I don't even think they were trying to look for evidence of that, number one. And you have to also look at Chris. You have somebody who, from jump, was wanting another, a specialist in there. I mean, a lot of people who commit crimes, I don't know if they're going to want to have someone come with an extra microscope on. And I think they even at one point requested to have it video to make sure that they had the procedures were being followed very specifically. I think there was a big concern with how the case was being handled, that they could already see that there was certain processes that were clearly being violated. And so, I mean, like I said, I'm not saying everyone has to believe Chris, no. But if you look at what had happened from the beginning, you understand more how someone like him with his personality could easily be walked into and be the perfect person for like Tammy Lee or Coder or the DA to get to full.
The people you have to blame aren't Tammy Lee and Coder. If you guys really want a scapegoat, go for NK. I mean, that's who really you can.
No, he doesn't want to scapegoat. I mean, he says that she wasn't involved. I mean, that's the whole point. Everyone keeps saying, well,
like I said, do you believe everything he says?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think she's involved because I can't find anything, myself showing that she was involved, but I can't find anything that she wasn't involved. Some of the stuff she did was sus. And
well, for sure. I mean, I think that she didn't want her. I mean, she even said herself that the way that it was already in the media with their relationship. I mean, I don't know most people that are like, yeah, let's just go ahead and show my nudes and put all my, sexual relation with this person out there. I mean, I get that, but I also look at her personality being very, what I call boulderite, very almost hippie-ish, very like, hey, everything's cool. I mean, she was even still dating or trying to date other people. I think that she
I think she
much.
had her,
You what?
I think she had her crosshairs set on Chris.
See, I don't think so, because even Chris says that. Chris even was like, she was very distant, like I think part of her was intrigued by the relationship because of how he was. But I think part of,
she knew she had to play hard to get once she had him in the loop. I mean, that was the enticement.
Yeah, but I don't think Chris knew he had her. That's the problem. I don't think he really felt, from what he said, he didn't really feel that. Because what she was saying to him was, when I get there back to Colorado, I'm going to go through the divorce. Our relationship will be different. It'll be a little more distant. And she was like, cool. I mean, that was already kind of his idea of what was going to happen. I mean, she even said, because she'd come from a divorced family, that she wanted to make sure that the location that he was going to move to was close to her. And he needed to focus on the kids and make sure they're okay. And so I think Chris felt, because I guess with their conversations, there was a lot of freedom per se, like a lot of like, yeah, go take care of yourself. Like, we're here doing this, but also go take care of that. And so he felt a lot of distance from her. And I think that's why it was almost too distant, because as things would come up, he was like, she can just boot me to the curb any second. I think he felt a lot of like, no.
That's why he had to act fast and do what he did, because he thought he was going to lose her.
I don't necessarily think it was, so do you think that is that what you believe, is that he just killed them to go be with her?
I think that's what the evidence proves. The fact that he did everything, in fact, killed his wife, and then the next day tried to sell their home so he could get money so he could be moved somewhere else to, keep going on with his life, when his new life would clearly include his girlfriend, who was clearly his girlfriend. She says herself, she calls Shanann his ex. So,
right. Well, you do know that Shanann called the real estate agent first, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
But
okay.
That's she did that alive, and she did that when she was alive. He called the real estate agent after his wife was dead. So that is a whole nother avenue. You know, it's like, okay, yeah. If you're trying to sell the house after she's dead, you're clearly going to be getting the profits of that sale. And
Well, I have a question for you. Do you think that that's possibly, you know, like with Chris? I mean, if you know how he is, he's very schedule and regiment oriented, very has his tasks, has to just even going to work. Like I said, Ronnie, even when he went back to Colorado from Colorado, went right to work. So when you're in shock, it's like a PTSD in a different way. It's like if you're military and someone next to you gets shot, or if you're an officer and someone gets shot, that's what's those people, they can just keep doing their job. They don't stop and panic and go crazy. They just go into like this little, like, okay, that's happening, but I still stay the course. That's very much how Chris is. He's a very stay the course kind of person. And so if you look at him,
that is a very weak defense to what I just said. In court, you would get slammed on.
I'm not talking about in court. I'm talking about his personality to you. I'm not talking about in court. I'm just having this discussion to let you know how he is. This is not about court. This is about me trying to, that's the problem, is that people don't understand Chris, how he actually is. So if you're wanting to have a better look into the case, you need to know who you're dealing with and what kind of person he is, because then a lot of things in this case will make more sense. But like I said, if it's just an emotional rejection, then
realtor and try to look up like a place to go on vacation with his girlfriend after his wife died. He clearly was moving on. Okay, he was going forth with his life. He called his daughter's school and said, "Hey, dude, they're not going to come in, and they're not going to be there, and whatever." You know, he was moving on. Which was,
but do you know that those are all things
that he had killed his wife the night before?
But those are all things that was supposed to already happen from Wednesday. From Wednesday, those things were already designed to already happen. That's my point. Those were not things he made up that day to do that. Those were things that were scheduled to be done that day. That's the difference. I mean, I could see if you thought that was just something he started that day, that's different. But that was something that was already discussed with family, with other friends the week before, I guess, midweek before this happened. So it wasn't something that was just made up that weekend, that night, that next morning, I guess.
I mean, but if this were true, he would have gone on that day to go look at apartments that he was going to go look at, no?
It was later that week. He's supposed to look at apartments with Nicole that week. But here's the thing. I mean, see, that's the sad thing is if you think about Nicole, okay, she's talking about apartments with playgrounds for the kids. And even when the police came and told her that Chris confessed to killing everyone, she denies it. She tells them it's not possible because she said herself, she goes, I know he's married. I know he has kids. What's he going to do? Say that they're just gone. And I'm never going to ask, because she had a very traumatic experience as a child with her parents being divorced. It was something that was obviously talked about throughout their relationship and something she was concerned about up until the very end, as far as even looking for places, taking into consideration where the kids would be in location to their mom. And she even said, there's no way it's not true. It's not possible, because I'm going to ask where the kids are at. If they're just gone, I will ask him. I won't take that for an answer that they're just gone for good and they're never come. It's done. That would never happen. So even she denies that. And people also say that she's guilty, whatever, but she also came forward on her own. Did they know from phone records that she existed? I think so. I mean, they'd started doing Cellbrite and had all that information, but she came forward on her own multiple times. I mean, that's what I'm saying. Think about those behaviors of people like that voluntarily are coming in over and almost to like dumbly, he just kept coming. I thought of something else. I thought of something else. I thought of something else. Even saying stuff like, Chris had mentioned the bed smelled, which she thought was weird because, their house is so clean. They're so meticulous. So I think someone who's super guilty is not just going to, especially admitting things like that. I don't think you would, I'd hope you wouldn't be that dumb to just throw things out there that make you look guilty, like you've committed the crime, So, like I said, I know that there's a lot of misinformation or a lot of questions. That's the whole point of, I guess it's, to be honest, if you want to know the tipping scale for Chris and why he wanted to go back, was because his whole reason for taking that plea deal was exactly what they said. That to his parents, even when his parents were in with the assistant DA, your son's such a good boy. You know, he's taking the fall so that no one has to go through the emotional hardship of this and go through the whole long process of a trial. Good job for raising such a good boy. He did that. He says over and over that I'm responsible because I had an affair. And so that is what he did. What we want to know what happened is he took this plea deal, whether you want to believe it or not, so that everybody wouldn't have to go through the process. Well, guess what happened? Everyone kept talking. The investigators included, her family included, everyone kept talking. Everyone turned this into what it is. And Chris, especially when they came to Wisconsin, lied to him. To his knowledge, the only person hearing that story was going to be to them, so they could go back to the Rusiks, so the Rusiks could finally move on, because he was even having a hard time with their behavior, because it was, you know, the controversy back and forth with both families was hard, and Chris doesn't like that kind of stuff. And so part of that situation, and I don't know if you've heard this whole dream stuff that's come up recently, which is kind of its own little beast right now, but I mean, the evidence doesn't match his story does not match the evidence, which is a good thing. It doesn't at all. And that's what's crazy, is if they were there to get the truth, then why didn't they stop him when they knew 1000% the things that he was saying could be proved false in the autopsy? And that, you've got to think about that. Why would they put out a statement? Because they know the masses haven't read the autopsy. They know the masses are going to believe him. They're going to hear it once and go, yep, perfect. He's even more evil, done and done. But when you look at Chris as like for who he is, guess what? When all these things kept happening, when Tammy Lee called back and said, and he heard the story that Chris wanted to voluntarily give us a confession, I have the phone calls. The first person to talk to Chris after that happened, he was horrified that was coming out. They weren't leaving until he told them something. That's exactly what he said. He said, as a matter of fact, I don't know if I have that clip out yet. I'm not sure which ones I have out yet, but he said that he thought that they were there to get that because they were probably worried that Chris was going to come back and try to get his sentence reduced. And so they needed
that
something.
wasn't a confession, because he was literally just allowed to talk to them as a free person.
You're not a free
allowed to
person,
lie to
prison.
him, just as you're allowed to lie to him. He's allowed to lie to us. They didn't have to be truthful with him, just as they didn't have to be truthful in his initial confession.
No, I get that. What I'm saying is they went there saying that Chris wanted to voluntarily give him a confession. Well, do you believe that's what he did? I mean, do you think that that's what
I heard.
So that was what they were saying when they went out there. It was that Chris wanted, they were there to ask some questions, and Chris just wanted to let everyone know the story and get it off his chest so everyone could have closure. That wasn't true. And I guess the point of that is that you could prove in what he said is false. And they weren't there for that. They weren't there for the truth, clearly. And when Tammy called back, that's why Chris is going back to court, because he realized that whether you want to believe it or not, he took this plea to stop everything, because it was told over and over and over again. It was so horrific. They didn't need to go through this. I mean, even Gene Powers, the Watts attorney, got up there and said, "Oh my gosh, thank God he did this to save them from going through this whole process." And he did.
Had you been in charge, be an advisor to his attorney, what would you have had him plead?
I'd have had him go to trial. 100%.
Okay. And if and when he would have gone to trial, your defense would have been that he walked in on Shanann strangling one of his daughters, and then he went ahead and strangled her because the other one he found both of them passed, and then that she was then killed. He wrapped them all up, put them in his truck, took her
Chris has never wanted to change his story. Yeah.
And then quickly disposed of them, and then went about his day like nothing happened. And
Yeah.
you're going to present that to the jury and say he did all of this because Shanann was a horrible wife. And
Girl, I'm hearing what you're saying, and people have asked me, like, why hasn't, with Chris seeing the discovery, with the DA completely changing their story, why isn't Chris changing his story? Because he doesn't want to. He said it from day one to even still is, I wouldn't have lied to my dad. Like, I told my dad the truth. They knew once my dad came in there, and that's the point. Even with the lie detector test, Tammy not asking about the girls. I mean, that was a little suspect. I mean, that would raise an eyebrow. I mean, that clearly was already tipping Tammy off of what possibly happened, because he wanted to make sure that the questions wouldn't include the girls. But her statement was, I'm going to assume if you did one, you did all. Well, that's not how you solve a crime, is by assuming that I went in here and killed everybody. You would, I mean, especially with Chris being a horrible liar, it's 6 more questions in total to prove that he did that.
I think if he goes to trial, or if he would have gone to trial, he would have lost the case the moment they found out that he was texting his girlfriend pictures of a sunflower field after he buried his wife, sending her the lyrics to a song that insinuated that he may kill his family and put them in a bag.
Do you want to hear about?
This is just what simple people on the jury would believe want to believe to hear, you know. And then looking at him and seeing him not crying and such, I think this is what they would get from it. They would say, like, I think just with those text messages, like texting his girlfriend that day, sending her pictures, sending her lyrics to a song, I think that alone would throw him under the bus.
So what if you found out that they had already exchanged 30 other Metallica songs in 5 days?
What if I told you that he's a liar? How would you feel about that?
No, I'm saying it'd be provable in text message. What if the court was presented with 30 other Metallica songs that she was asking him about the lyrics in the previous 5 days?
Did you see? I didn't see any of that. I thought
right. I get you didn't see it. I'm saying to you, presented in court.
That'd be something I'd be interested in. But if you keep asking me questions like that, like,
no, I'm asking like,
what would you feel if I told you this, but I don't have any evidence to back that up? There's no.
I'm asking. I get
You're just going by what this guy is saying, and according to you, he's told 3 different confessions, and all
no, he hasn't
some
told 3 different confessions.
are true and some aren't.
I've never said such 3 different confessions. He's told his dad.
There technically are 3 confessions, aren't there? It was the initial. I mean, I would count it as a confession. What he said on the porch, that his family was gone. It was like a ghost town when he came home. They weren't there. He was hoping they came back. If they were safe, he wanted them back. They're his life. And then the second one would be that he took them out to Survey after Shanann killed the girls, and he killed Shanann. And then the third one would be the one in Wisconsin that we all know about. So he technically has 3 different alibis. The one that you're going by is in the middle, so it's easy to get thrown.
No, I'm just going off of things I know exist that are provable. So I'm simply asking you. You're talking about the lyrics. I'm saying to you, when they go through discovery and release all of their messages, and you see that they've exchanged 30 other lyrics, Metallica songs, would that change?
Yeah, for sure. Like they exchange lyrics.
Right.
They were both just interested in Metallica. But what about?
No. I'm trying to ask you a question though. Wait, hold on. I'm trying to ask you a question. I'm asking you, if there were 30 other songs exchanged, would that change your mind about that song that day? Does that make sense?
Because that song just makes too much of a coincidence. And I'm not saying it convinces me, but I'm saying it would convince a jury.
Well, do you know the lyrics of that song? Do you know what that song means?
It doesn't matter what it means. The fact that it says battery and he dropped his kids into a battery, the fact that it says thou shalt not kill the family and he killed his family, it's way too much. It's way too much coincidence for anybody to.
But it doesn't even mean it's saying the exact opposite of what happened.
And Scott Peterson didn't really mean that his wife had been missing before she was missing. You know, these things just don't go well over on a jury.
I don't think that seeing Shanann's texts are going to go well either. I'll tell you that. I don't think that's going to go very well either.
I think that they would be perfect. I think it would be a perfect place for him to try to get off. But like I said, as soon as they got that stuff in, it would be over for him. Also, like all the things that him and his girlfriend were talking about, pawning her ring, even. I mean, bringing in his girlfriend is just bad news altogether. Because bringing her in just,
that'd be a prosecution move.
It makes him look really guilty. It makes him look.
That'd be a prosecution move. So I have a question. I have a question with you about the prosecution with the DA. What do you think about him standing in court and saying to the judge and to the world that he had evidence to prove that Chris carried their bodies out, so they're dead, and then 8 months later is changing his story and changing the crime scene? How do you explain that? That's, I mean, like I've said this exact example on Jay's channel before,
We all know that this case wasn't handled the best way, but this happens lots and lots and lots and lots of times. I'm probably saying like I'm not an expert, so I'm gonna say 5 out of 10 times, but there are lots of times where evidence comes out where the prosecutor was wrong, but in the end, dude still killed his wife and the kids. But they got something wrong and they were convinced of something because they're playing the guessing game. Like this guy isn't making sense where he exactly where the first crime scene happened. We know where the second one happened, maybe, but we definitely know where the third one happened, right? So we know where she was buried. So all this stuff is just it's not going to work out for him, and I really want to know what definitive proof he has that he didn't want those girls gone. Because the next day when he was talking to the reporters, the way he was talking about them, like it makes it seem as if he was ready for them to be gone, like out of his mind. Just he didn't want to be in the house anymore. He continued to want to sell it. He called their daycare. He threw away their toys. What do you think? Even if he threw away their toys over the weekend, I still think that's still a faux pas. Like, dads don't throw away toys. You donate toys. And Shanann kept that stuff, tip-top condition. So it was just, it's freaking weird. Like, he didn't try to resuscitate them. He admitted that himself.
I think that you have to, I mean, like I said, when you're looking at a case like this, you have to look at more than just like someone's personal view of it. There will be so much more released when you go to trial, and that has to play in. I have a question. Do you think that Shanann was drinking that night, or do you think she was sober?
It doesn't matter.
It doesn't?
No.
Why doesn't it matter?
It doesn't matter what Shanann was doing to him when it caused him to kill her the way he did. That's not part of what in the heat of passion really is. It's how he felt in the heat of passion. It's not what she did.
That's not true, because when she is, so when it comes to statistics about these types of things happening, number one, divorce, and B, with alcohol involved. 2, her injuries, alcohol would be a very, very big contender in that, because the injuries to Shanann do not show homicidal intent. She was choked from the side. If her alcohol was such that it decompressed her system enough that she lost her gag reflex, that's a big difference, because then it also shows
he would still get murder in commission of a felony. So he would still get murder in commission of a felony, and then they would still have to prove that he didn't kill his daughters, because now his main witness to having killed the kids is dead, even if she was drunk. I don't think she was drunk, because I don't think that she would drink while pregnant, because she seemed pretty uptight. And if she did, I believe she'd drink 1 glass of wine, and it wouldn't subject herself to have her that much alcohol. And I do follow tons of cases, and I do know that in Virginia, when they do have a body farm, there are tons of bodies in different humidities that will create an alcohol content. And it's not everybody; it's just certain people, like diabetics.
Do you believe she's diabetic?
I believe that all pregnant women are diabetic to some extent, because we have. Have you ever had kids? I don't think I have to explain it if you have. Like, it's just a common for a pregnant woman to be on the verge of being diabetic, and even if you're pre-diabetic, you have diabetic tendencies.
So I guess my question for you is, what
My name is Anna Jackson. I'm just a sleuther. I'm just.
Well, I get it. No, I like it. What makes you think that she's not capable or wouldn't have her children? What makes you think that's a completely impossible?
I think she'd kill him first. I think if she were to hurt anybody, she would have hurt him first, and he would have had an injury on him.
But if you think about her statements, even to Chris when she was in North Carolina, she was upset that Chris loved the girls more than her. She had thrown that in his face over and over and over again. Typically, someone who's revengeful is going to do something that's going to hurt them, which clearly, based on her own words and her own feeling about that, would have been the girls.
Where's that
right?
evidence? I didn't see that.
It's her text messages. She accused him multiple times. You wouldn't be in this marriage. You wouldn't be with me right now if it wasn't for the girls. You love the girls. You only love the girls. Like it was very heavy that last week when she was in North Carolina. The conversations were very heavy about the girls. So to me, it was someone who was.
I don't think that would really sway anybody, but I do think that there is reasonable doubt. I do think that you do have a chance in hell. If you're throwing a hot dog down a hallway, you got a chance in hell. But
and on the defense is all you need is reasonable doubt.
Is it right? Are you reaching? Like, I really do think that we're reaching here. I really do think this guy, without a doubt, wanted a new life with his girlfriend. His what was that? Was it Susan Smith? Some Susan Smith stuff. Her boyfriend said he didn't want kids. She went and killed her kids. This girl said she didn't really want to meet his kids. She wanted her own kids. She wanted to have her first with him. She wanted nothing to do with him when he was with his kids. Spend time with your kids. Don't call me. Spend time with your kids when you're with them.
But that's a divorce thing, though. That's because she came from divorce and wanted him when he was with her to put his kids first, and that's what he did. So that shows the exact opposite.
That's not something he would have understood. He would have understood that as she wants nothing to do with me when I got kids.
No, that's not what he understood.
I'm gonna have to get rid of them.
No, it's not. He understood the exact opposite. He understood, and he actually respected that in her, that she was so.
Kim, he's even denying the baby that's in her stomach.
Well, the baby's a question for sure.
I know. You really think that Shanann was having an affair and that she was pregnant with somebody.
We
don't know that. We just want the
hold
DNA.
on. Amanda, I would love to give you this one-on-one with Kim, hours and hours, but it's 4 a.m. where I'm at. So I'm gonna have to wrap this up. But Kim, I appreciate you coming on. Amanda, I appreciate you coming on and asking all your questions. Everybody else who called in. Sam, I don't know if he's even still with us.
Everyone's praying on.
You guys can find
I'm
me
here.
on Instagram if you want.
He says I'm here.
SVIDA.
All men.
AMANDA.
Oh my God.
All men are evil.
No, they're not.
All men aren't evil. My husband's great. I love my husband. And he wouldn't do something like that because, he's a man's man.
All right. Well, thanks again, you guys, for calling in. We need to definitely do this again. There's obviously a lot of combos to be had.
No, you don't, girl. This is my jam. This is exactly what I like. I mean, I have no problem with people's different opinions. I love it. I mean, everyone is entitled to their own opinion.
If you have evidence, sway me, girl. Sway me.
Well, I mean,
let's make this make sense to everybody.
Well, I mean, like I said, that's the point of this whole court case too. Is that's exactly that. I mean, I think that even Chris wants it to make sense to him. That's the problem. Is it doesn't make sense to anybody, including him.
Kim, can you?
That's why we want to go back.
I really don't know how to give you my email without giving it to everybody. So can you message me on Instagram? Do you have Instagram?
No, I have Instagram.
So go ahead.
Just email her.
Send it to Jay. Send it to for Chris Watts. You know what? For Chris Watts.
Here, I'll put it right here in chat.
All right. Thanks, Trey.
You're welcome.
All right, you guys. Well, good night. Thanks for calling in, everybody.
You're fantastic.
All right. Talk to you guys
Okay,
soon.
talk later.
Bye.
Bye, guys.
Bye.